Whiskey Girl, written by Adriane Leigh, narrated by Zack McCann. 1. Fallon. First time I met Augusta Bell Branson, she was fixing on killing herself. Said the minute I walked up, she was trying to decide if jumping off the bridge in the center, where the water was deep and the current stronger, would be a swifter end, or if she should jump near the edge where jagged limestone slabs anchored the slow-moving current. Certain death for sure. I replayed the split second when the Indian summer sun burst through the orange oak leaves, a halo of warmth enveloping her. Like an angel, stardust sparkling straight from heaven, plopping her in my path. And then she turned, the most startling shade of liquid amber eyes, breathing something real and alive like fire into my soul. That same something I'd been running from, or chasing, depending on how you looked at it, just about every day since. I settled myself on the lone wooden stool that awaited at center stage, my thoughts drawn back to the present. My head swam, but the old familiar chords floated on through the current of whiskey in my blood, and I strummed the first few notes of a song I wrote a lot of nights ago by an act of sheer muscle memory. Old acoustic guitar rested on my knee, my first and third fingers in position on the strings. The opening chords of Whiskey Girl bled through my fingers. Every chord, another dagger. Every whispered lyric, my undoing. I still didn't know what the fuck had overtaken me that night I'd written this song in a fevered rush. Well, the booze might have played a part, but I happen to think my best shit came out of uninhibited states. I just had a fuck ton of uninhibited states recently, and the harder the liquor, the more she haunted me. Whiskey Girl, my poisoned lullaby. The crowd of a few hundred erupted into a standing ovation when I ended with the final emotion-charged words. The irony of this song was it was the one that had launched my career. The first single to hit radio waves, and then the top spot on the Billboard charts, and brought reporters, music executives, long-lost family members I wasn't even really sure I was related to, and too much other scum with an endgame that carried dollar signs to my front doorstep. I'd moved to Nashville a rising star and left 2 years later, middle finger in the air as I tossed my once promising music career out with last night's liquor bottles in favor of the open road. Chasing something, not finding the one thing I needed. Playing a local honky-tonks for a fraction of the money I could have made. But the truth was, the road was the only place I could find my happy. A familiar ball of pain formed in my throat as I stood, pushing my guitar over one shoulder and bowing deeply. I couldn't see a single face behind the glaring stage lights, but still, some part of me pretended she could be out there, that I was singing to her. Then she would hear the song, find her way back to me. After hundreds of faceless crowds, too many bottles of Tennessee whiskey to bother counting, I still felt the pull inside me to travel to every town in America if that's what it took to find her. Hell, maybe she was happily married with a few kids, a dog, and a fucking minivan by now. I nodded my head, giving one last wave to the crowd in the dark beyond, then left the stage, taking the steps 2 at a time and angling past the curtains to head for the tiny-ass dressing room this dive bar provided. Heading for another chug of amber gold before packing my shit into my truck and hitting the road. I pushed a hand through my hair, thinking maybe a shower would be in order before I bailed, when a curvy little thing backed right up into me. My palms landed on her shoulders, warm blonde waves falling in a cascade over one side. The heady scent of peaches and honey filled my nostrils. My eyes slammed closed and brought me back to summer nights under a giant oak, fireflies melding together with the stars above like a painting. Sorry, I just dropped my phone. The sweet-scented creature spun, brilliant smile falling from her face when our eyes made contact for the first time. Every cold-hearted memory slammed into my chest like a pallet of bricks. I narrowed my eyes, gaze tracing the familiar yet unfamiliar angles of her porcelain face. She is thinner now, cheeks sharp slashes of bone that highlighted her always devastating round eyes and full lips. It was her, all right. I'd know this woman anywhere. Hi, Fallon. I'd been dreaming of this moment for the better part of a decade, and still my heart wasn't prepared for those 2 words. My name on her lips left me with a toxic reaction. My Whiskey Girl, my damnation, and my salvation. I need a fucking minute. I dropped my hands from her shoulders, her skin still haunting my fingertips, and walked straight down the narrow hallway, pushing the rusted back door open so hard the hinges protested. Warm night air filled my lungs, replacing the empty feeling seeing her again had left. Fallon. Hell, she'd followed me out. And hell if I wanted her to, but I didn't not want her to either. The emotions bombarding my mind were just a fucking bout unbearable. I said I need a fucking minute. The sentence came out more as a growl than I intended. Before she could reply, I stomped across the potholed parking lot, aiming for my heavy-duty Ford. I yanked the door open, digging behind the driver's seat for a fresh bottle of my favorite recipe. I couldn't be bothered to retrieve the half-full bottle I'd left in my dressing room. I had to get as far the fuck away from her just to clear my head and process what her being here even meant. My hand circled the neck of the bottle, and I opened it in a flash, chugging back the first warm bite of pleasure I'd been craving. I tossed the cap back on my dash and fished the keys out of my pocket, about to climb into the cab and make hay when fingertips painted a dark navy filtered into my vision and back out again, my goddamn truck keys hanging from one finger. Fuck, I bit out, crawling out of the cab and swiping for the keys. My reactions were a hell of a lot slower than I thought they were. How much of that bottle had I drunk before the show? I shook the thought from my head, realizing this was probably about close to my average state of play on any given day. Running away from the life Augusta Bell and I'd had took something out of me, something only whiskey could fill. I don't care what your stupid ass does on your own time, but you're not dying on mine, Fallon Gentry. My head pounded then. A whole fucking sentence out of her pretty pink lips and my body's old dependable reaction to her infuriating every cell of me. I'd never been in control when it came to Augusta. Shouldn't have surprised me it was no different now. As irritating as ever, I see, I said, swiping for my keys one more time and missing before I stumbled off around her, whiskey bottle clenched in my hand and hell on my mind. Augusta was back. There wasn't enough whiskey in the state of Tennessee to help me deal. 2. Fallon. A pile driver found its way inside my chest, cleaving my heart in fucking two as I walked out of the dusty parking lot, eyes lost in the darkness far out ahead of me. The girl of my dreams waiting next to my truck behind me. I slugged another mouthful of hot whiskey, the fire burning down my throat and leaving a trail of raw fucking pain, just like Augusta Bell had done. Where in the fuck had she been? My brain tried to wrap itself around the pain of her leaving, her coming back, fucking with my life in ways I didn't understand. I kicked at a rock, watching it tumble over the gray asphalt before I veered left, deciding I wanted to be off the road if Augusta Bell took a mind to hop into my truck and chase me down. I didn't really care if she drove it, though I'd never let anyone else. But the idea of her sitting behind that big wheel made a half-smile turn my lips. Augusta Bell Branson was back, after all these years. I'll be damned. And here I was, running away from her because I couldn't think of a single thing to say to do that moment justice. I'd turned her pretty smile over in my head so many times, remembered the way she used to lock her fingers with mine whenever we watched a movie. She wasn't just most of my good memories. She was all of them. Every other part of my past was tainted with pain, but not her. She didn't know it then, but she kept me breathing all those nights when it felt like the end of the world was just around the corner. Blades of stubborn wheatgrass whipped around the rough denim of my jeans as I lifted the bottle over my head, swallowing deep as the lovely liquid burned away the pain of seeing her face again. The sweet contours even prettier than I remembered. Full lips that had taunted me so many nights begging for a taste. Whiskey-laced irises haunting my dreams. I cussed when my boots hit mud, the soft sound of sucking like a playlist for how this entire night had gone. Water lapping a shoreline lifted my gaze to a small lake, dark shadows playing off moonlight. The thud of my back hitting the old wooden bench was deaf on my ears as Augusta Bell danced around my thoughts, twisting with a whiskey bottle, fogging my head until the only thing I could do was take another drink. The first night I ever tasted what would soon be my constant companion, she was lifting a half-empty bottle to my lips, urging me to taste. It won't hurt, she promised. Too much. Her eyes glinted in the darkness of her upstairs bedroom, her breath already heavy with the scent of rebellion. Your mom would never let me come in this house again if she found us both drunk, I warned, always the cautious one between us. She'd never let you see me again if she found you up here in my room. That defiant twinkle again. If I was sure of anything else, it was that this girl was born to be a rebel. Scared? Hell yes, I'd been scared then. But not a liquid in that bottle. Scared of the hellfire and brimstone that was her. I groaned, the memory fading as fast as it had come. What in the fuck was Augusta Bell doing back in my life, walking up one day like a ghost? The very ghost that had sheared my heart wide open and then found its way onto the radio for everyone to feel. I groaned, throwing back the last of the amber whiskey and dropping the bottle at my feet. Some fucking foresight that I hadn't brought a backup bottle. I'd also had the bitter taste of regret in my mouth about that single I'd signed off on with the music execs in Nashville. I remembered the meeting only in chunks. The bitter smell of the chain coffee shop. The green tie loosened at head douchebag's collar. I'd hated both of them from the minute I'd sat down. I was a stupid kid with a broken heart and an aimless shuffle in my feet. Over 1 million views on YouTube. You'd really accomplished something. His eyes had sliced up and down my haggard body. I hadn't had a shower in a few days, singing dive bars all night for tips and then drinking my earnings away until dawn. It had only been luck that Augusta Bell had created the YouTube channel, after I'd dragged my feet for months and uploaded a few of my songs. There were some with her singing back up off screen. The warmth of her encouragement surrounded me as I strummed and sang my heart out in my bedroom. And then she'd vanished, left me in the dust. For what, I still wasn't sure. Could have been dead in another river for all I know. Augusta Bell had been gone a week when I uploaded the last song, the song that flayed my heart open. A song I still couldn't sing on stage without something heavy clawing at my throat. Never would have guessed her coming back could be any more painful than her leaving, but so it was. The irony wasn't lost on me that the channel she'd made for me was the very thing that launched the name Fallon Gentry into headlines. I was so fucking innocent, using my real name. I don't think either one of us thought that humble little channel would get any attention. But that was all in the past. I'd called my sister the day I crossed the Nashville city limits all those years ago, given her the password, and insisted she shut down the account. The videos still floated around. I had no control over them, but I did have some sort of control over my public persona. It didn't take long before the writing was on the wall for me. I didn't want a damn thing to do with anything in the public eye. Making my music my business had been the gravest mistake of my life. Suddenly the business overshadowed all else, and I'd lost the very thing that had brought me there in the first place. Her. It had been a few years and a few thousand miles since then, and I was sure I'd seen the darkest corner of every country rock bar south of the Mason-Dixon. Singing on a lonely stage, locals in every city all the same. Tolerate the music, stay for the booze. My life was simple. Well, it had been, until Augusta Bell. How this woman had the ability to throw me way the fuck off kilter whenever I was in her orbit still amazed and annoyed me. I pushed a rough hand over my face, multiple months' worth of unkempt beard making me laugh out loud. Augusta Bell hadn't seen me with a beard. Don't even think I'd been able to grow one back then, but here I was, looking all lumberjacked. The first time we'd met, I'd been scrawny, legs not bigger than twigs and biceps a fraction of the size I had now. I'd grown big, scary, a little wild-looking, all on account of keeping the TMZ bitches off my back. Selling a picture wasn't much good when the subject was about unrecognizable and flipping the bird. They hadn't bothered me once since I left Nashville, thank fuck. That was the last thing I needed to deal with right now. Augusta Bell was back, for better or worse. The one I'd written a #1 hit about was in possession of the keys to my truck and maybe still my heart. I kicked back on the bench, damp wood cradling my broken body as more memories of us washed over me like a tidal wave. The first time I met her, she was fixing to throw herself off a bridge. How could I have thought that life after meeting Augusta Bell Branson would be anything but extraordinary ever again?
3. Fallon, 12 years before. Mind if I ask what you're doing up here, looking all sad? I stepped closer, knowing damn well the look of desperation in her eye. Couldn't say I hadn't felt like that a few times myself. Admiring the view. The sweet twang in her words made me smile, which I'd like to do in peace if you don't mind. I stifled a laugh with the back of my hand. Her eyes averted back to the slow-moving water below. Wonder how many people have jumped into that river.
None that have made it, I'd venture to guess. I moved forward, hoping to get in arm's reach of her in case she took a mind to throw herself over the side. My pa used to tell me a story when I was a kid about someone getting thrown off this bridge. I always thought he just said it to scare us. I inched nearer. Pretty far down, and then the impact alone? Not a good way to go if you ask me. Call it instinct, but I felt something in this girl was sad beyond words. On the outside, she was sweet, a cascade of blonde hair and eyes that twinkled with mischief, but behind that mischief I recognized a tired soul, a girl who had seen too much in her short years on this planet. Not if you know how to dive, I'd be fine, but she sent me a side eye. If I tried, you'd probably try something heroic like saving me. I arched an eyebrow, trying to think a step ahead of her. After. I was finally close enough to catch her by the arm if she tried to pull a fast one. Can I ask a question? I leaned close, forcing her gaze on mine. As long as it's not, why would a pretty girl like you want to kill herself? She took a few steps in to gain some distance, eyes on the rushing current again. Well, pardon me if that's the only thing on my mind, so... So? You can be more creative than that. She is moving closer to the center of the bridge now. Fine. Doesn't the finality of it scare you? What? Warm walnut eyes hovered on mine. You know, killing yourself. It's so final. What if you just woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning? Happens to me all the time. I don't think about killing myself, though. If anything, I just stay in bed and play guitar all day. Take a time out. So, she crossed her arms, tilting her head to one side. You're questioning my decision-making. I nodded. You're about the saddest-looking girl I've ever met, so... Absolutely. She furrowed her forehead, locking her fists on the rusted railings of the old bridge. Well, my mind's made up. I appreciate your efforts at saving your life, I interjected. Right, that. The tip of one flip-flop hung out on the lowest rung now, but there's a lot you're not privy to, and I'd really appreciate if you could just carry on with your day and leave me to mine. Both feet on the lowest rung now. Shit, she was really going to do it. I'm Fallon. I jumped across the space that separated us and thrust out my hand. She arched one quizzical eyebrow before nodding. Augusta Bell Branson, nice to meet you. She smiled once, and in the next blink, she disappeared. Fuck, I grumbled under my breath. Know your name, have to save you now. I kicked off my heavy boots, knowing they'd weigh me down, then gripped the railing and hurled myself over after her. The trip to the muddy water below wasn't as far as I'd made it out to be, and I was in the slow-moving current within seconds. I bobbed out of the water, hands moving to feel for any body under the murky depths around me. Augusta! I called out, swimming a few strokes to the cement pilings that held the bridge above the river. Shit, maybe she'd hit her head and broken her leg when she'd fallen against a boulder hidden by the current. I pushed the water out of my face, squinting against the bright rays of summer sunshine that tried to blind me. Nothing about this day was going to end well, and I'd already woken up with a splitting headache after the hell Dad had put all of us through last night. The memory of words like useless and no good, not exactly the thing I wanted to be thinking about in my last moments. Augusta Bell Branson, if I find you and there's a breath left in your body... Are you threatening the victim now? That honeyed twang warmed my insides. I spun in the water, seeing her crawl up the bank, cotton clinging to her skinny legs. Jesus. Soaking wet, and she couldn't have been more than an even 100 pounds. And she was younger than I thought. What kind of shit had driven her here? I swam to the shoreline, grabbing one of the limestone edges and heaving myself onto the warm stone. Mind if I ask what the fuck that was about? A wry grin curved her lips as she avoided my eyes. Good to scare yourself a little every day, I think. My gaze locked on hers, that haunted, sad cloud still hovering just beyond the sarcasm. Scared doesn't even begin to cover it. I shielded my eyes from the unforgiving sun, guessing it wasn't even noon yet. That's a lot of excitement so early on a Sunday morning. Mind if we take a breather while you tell me the real reason you threw yourself like a rag doll off the highest bridge in Chickasaw Ridge? She slumped into a sopping wet pile next to me. Grew up swimming here, and really it's not as high as it looks.
If you throw yourself off the Whiskey River Bridge expecting to meet God, you'd better have the right spot scoped out. You can see clear through to the bottom in most parts. I've jumped off all the bridges on the Whiskey River.
I had to suppress a groan. Of course you have.
What's that mean?
She pulled out a stick of gum, offered it to me, then popped it in her mouth when I refused. I hate to think of what's next if it takes jumping bridges to thrill you now at... How old are you? She stopped chewing the gum, expressive eyes leveled on mine.
None ya.
Are conversations with you always this informative? She grinned, chewed the gum, then twisted the end around her ring finger, stretching the goo, and then snapped it back into her mouth.
Only with strangers.
Interesting. Even strangers who saved your life?
Newsflash, dude. Didn't need saving.
She inched closer to the ledge, dipping one red-painted toe in the dark water. But I was willing to. And let's not forget, you told me your name before you launched over like a bat out of hell. I shrugged. Thought that meant we were friends, which, you see, obligated me to go in after you. She ticked her head to the side, lips curving.
Fine.
She slugged me in the bicep.
I'll give you that one.
I suppressed the urge to eye-roll before she turned back to the murky water. Hope we don't get a flesh-eating disease out of this muddy cesspool. A gust of Belle's laughter carried on the wind, leaving rustling around us before the sun ducked behind a cloud, casting a chill. She shivered, running her palms up her tiny arms. We should go get changed. I can walk you home if you want. I held out a hand. She glanced at my outstretched palm, licks of dark ink peeking out from under my sleeve. Her eyes closed for a breath before they landed back on the water again, and she shook her head.
I'm good here. The sun will be back.
I dropped my hand, studying her profile, wondering again what brought a girl like her up here. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe she hadn't exactly been planning on killing herself. So she said anyway. But that didn't shake the cloud of sadness that cast a shadow in those pretty eyes. Gonna make me stay out here all day and babysit you from jumping back in that river? I teased, dipping my toes in alongside her.
Babysit?
She cast me a sideways glare.
Hardly. But you are welcome to hang out. It just so happens I think you're worthy of my company because, you tried to save me and all. Figure we are meant to be friends.
That's so. She nodded without glancing at me.
No one ever goes up on that bridge since the Tallahatchie was built. That's why I picked it. Her honey-brown irises lingered on mine. While everyone was singing in church, singing their praises above, I was supposed to be floating in that river. But I'm not. You know why? Because of you, Fallon Gentry. Of all the days, of all the moments, you showed up in my life.
She wrapped her tiny fingers around my wrist and tugged a little closer to her. I huffed, pretending she wasn't having the effect on me she did. I don't care what your stupid ass does on your own time, but you're not dying on mine, Augusta Belle Branson.
4. Fallon.
A woodpecker hammering at the inside of my head finally had my eyes fluttering to life. I pushed a hand over my face, taste of whiskey still on my breath as bolts of violent sunlight streaked my eyelids. Christ, I groaned, trying to twist away the pain in my lower back while I landed with a thunk on the wet ground below me. The bench, the bar, the girl. Fuck me. I pulled the empty bottle from out under my back, groaning as I slowly peeled myself off the muddy grass and stumbled to my feet. The memories of last night were fighting at my consciousness, memories of the past haunting my brain as if I'd relived them all again last night. I suppose I had, one by one. The movie of our lives played out right there on that bench, ticket for one. Morning was the worst time of day for me. Too early to pour another drink? Mine too goddamn foggy to keep the past at the door for long. I walked slowly back across the field, following the swampy tracks I'd marched in on, the journey a hell of a lot easier without a bottle in my hand. The bar was probably only a mile down the road. I sure as hell knew I hadn't walked that far last night. And what did I expect to find when I got there? A goodbye letter tucked under the windshield wiper of my truck? Maybe. Gouges out on all four of my tires? Possibly. What I did find once I'd made it the trek back was about the furthest possibility on my list. Hadn't even occurred to me. Augusta Belle Branson, perched on my stage, my guitar in hand, singing prettier than a songbird, half a dozen alcoholics hanging on her every word. I hated her even more than I had 5 minutes ago. "What the fuck is this?" I gritted out, pausing at the dimly lit bar. "Why's she got my guitar?" The bartender, who had been slipping 20s the last few nights to keep the drinks coming while I sang, just shrugged and trained his eyes back on my girl. My girl. A low growl tore past my lips. "She's always fucking with my stuff. Gonna put an end to this. Make me a Bloody Mary for when I get back, would you?" I tapped the wooden bar once before stomping off through the tangle of round tables and right up on stage as Augusta Bell crooned the last lines of her song. Everyone clapped, and a few whistles and hollers of appreciation before I snatched the guitar, my guitar, from her hands and slung it over my back. "What do you think you're doing?" She tilted her head to one side, those warm, brandy eyes swimming with curiosity, contempt, a mixture maybe, until she finally said, "You look like hell." Damn. She looked even prettier in the morning. What I said instead was, "Good thing I give zero fucks what you think. Got my truck keys?" I'd always been a real charmer. She'd stood from the stool, pushing a hand into her pocket and fishing out the familiar set. "Sure you're not still drunk?" "I'm about to be." I swiped the keys from her palm and shoved them deep into my pocket, safe from her. "You're drinking again." She was quick on my heels as I headed back to the bar for my breakfast, or lunch, as it were. The pounding in my head had grown to DEFCON levels. "What's that?" I tossed over my shoulder. "A high-pitched wail with a southern accent in my ear, filling my head with shit?" I paused at the bar. "What?" I spun on her, mouth twisted. "I hardly know her. If I don't get that Bloody Mary, I won't get my daily serving of vegetables. It's my salad, man." "You're such a baby." Augusta Bell looped her arm in my elbow and pulled me off the bar, dragging my ass backwards out the front door and into the warm afternoon air. "Hate your fucking hands on me," I said, a visceral reaction down deep finally bubbling out. "Fallon. Don't fucking Fallon me," I husked at her ear. Without thinking, my hands landed at her inner elbows, tightening slowly, pulling her up nice and close to my hard chest. "You lost the right to give a goddamn when you left." Her dark eyes hung heavy on mine, soft contours of her neck flexing as she swallowed. Tears welled up in her beautiful, stubborn eyes before she started to speak. "Fuck you, Fallon Gentry." I laughed off her curse, murmuring into the curve of her tender neck. So sweet, so vulnerable, heartbeat racing like a brand new bird. I grazed my lips along the edge of her ear, delighting when aroused shivers followed in my wake. I could slide in deep. Fuck you raw until you forget where I end and you begin, couldn't I, Augusta Bell? Anything for a piece of the country boy turned superstar, is that it? Next you're going to tell me you were thinking we could start a band, some John and Yoko bullshit. I tightened my grip at her arms. "At one point I thought you were dead." The last word a sneer. "And when I found out you weren't, I wished it." I released her arms, pushing away from her body and turning on my boot heel, gravel crunching as I strode to my truck. "Fallon," she called, the word nearly lost on the wind. I paused at my truck, hand hovering on the door before I took an extra second and turned to look to her, commit her to memory one last time. She stood in the parking lot, just as I'd left her, but this time her arms were wrapped around her waist and tears tracked down her cheeks. Christ. I suppressed the roll of my eyes before I shoved both hands into my pockets and went back to her. "Jesus, Augusta, don't fucking cry." Her usually pretty pink lips twisted into something angry, ruthless. "If you think I tracked you all the way out here to this hellhole just to get into bed with you, then you have changed." "Changed?" I roared, fists balling with anger in my pockets. "I've changed? You disappeared for 10 years, and you're telling me I've changed. I used to think if you waltzed back into my life, I'd take you back without question. But now that you're here, Augusta, I've got a fuck of a lot of questions. So many fucking questions I've been drowning in whiskey trying to chase them out of my head. I let that pain marinate real good. Only thing I could find to help me heal." "Heal?" she breathed. "This is you healed?" Her brows knitted together. I'd hate to see that before. My glare refused to unchain her, head shaking. "Where the fuck did you go, Augusta?"
5. Augusta, 12 years before. "Stuck! I feel stuck, you bastard! You ruined all the best parts of me, you and that freeloading daughter. If Mama would have left me everything like she promised, bet your ass I wouldn't be here right now. The carefully manufactured sadness, lacing my mother's voice, never ceased to drive me to the brink of insanity. Did she think we felt bad for her? She'd grown up wealthy, of the genteel class, as she always said. But she'd squandered her inheritance on priceless art and Vicodin, as far as I could tell, and now she spent her days blaming us. The low baritone of my father's tired, vodka-slurred words echoed up the stairs, losing their stamina as I descended out of my upstairs window. My fingertips clutched at the roof's edge, dirty Converse covering my bare feet as I launched off the roof and landed on the soft earth. Moonlight lit the fields of bluegrass and silver, highlighting the stately white pillars that anchored the wide wraparound porch of the home I'd grown up in. I snuck through the line of hemlocks that flanked either side of our driveway, picking my way along the shadows until I was confident I was out of sight and earshot of the house at 101 River Ridge Drive. I skipped past the trail that led through the woods and out onto the ridge overlooking the river, and I headed for Fallon's house. I'd done this walk at midnight so many times, I could find my way along the twists and turns of the old country road with my eyes closed. I was surprised by the liking I'd taken to Fallon Gentry, something about the way he'd watched over me when he thought I was about to jump off that bridge. I'd known then we'd be friends. I don't know if it was fate that found Fallon up there on the bridge at the same time as me, but from the moment we met, we seemed to be saving each other. Dark clouds shadowed the moon as I sped up my steps, more anxious than ever to get to Fallon and not be so alone. While it might have been true that I lived at 101 River Ridge Drive with both of my parents, most days I'd rather I lived alone over listening to them spew the hatred they did. Their example of marriage had me ruling it out for the rest of eternity. Sneaking out to Fallon's house since he'd sorta saved my life on the bridge had become my saving grace. 102 days, I said a few minutes later when he opened the window. What? A wild lick of hair fell in front of one eyebrow. My fingers itched to push it away. I resisted. That's how long we've known each other, 102 days. I counted. He looked behind him once before climbing out of his bedroom window. How long that take you? Shut up. I launched my fist into his bicep, and he laughed. I loved his laugh. Like, really loved it. I swear, sometimes it woke me up out of fantasies in the middle of the night. If I was lucky, it was reality. More than once I'd fallen asleep in Fallon's arms, too tired to go home. The comfort of his warm body and the cool quilt pulling me under. I slept the most peacefully in Fallon's arms, there was no doubt about it. Not just because Mom and Dad weren't in my ear hollering all night, but because being with him was as easy as being me. There'd been a few close calls, but it hadn't taken me long to realize that Mama didn't even check on me before school in the morning, and Dad was already out the door long before I woke up. I was free from 10 o'clock till 6 in the morning easily. So what's going down at Shayla Branson tonight? The graveled edge in his voice twisted my insides upside down. Fallon definitely had a rebel, bad boy thing about him, a few too many tattoos for the likes of Chickasaw Ridge, but I think they fit him perfectly. Plus, he'd told me each of the stories behind them. I huffed, looping my arm in his elbow and trailing him down the mossy path to the edge of the field. I think she knows about Iris. The mistress? Fallon's warm palm wrapped around mine, filling all the lonely holes in my heart almost instantly. Why? Mom saw some emails. I was thankful when Fallon dropped under the first oak tree we came to that bordered the field, throwing his jacket on the grass so we could lie on it. He nestled me back into his chest, adjusting me easily, before his nose tucked into my hair and he sucked in a soft breath. They been fighting? Yeah, I breathed, stubborn tears pricking my eyelids. More than usual. It's okay, Miss Branson. That just means more time for us. Us. I loved when he said that word, rolling it off his tongue and pooling in my insides like warm butter. I just wish they didn't make my ears bleed. I've heard them go at it. Think I'd set up a tent and camp out in the yard if I had to listen to that all the time. He pulled me a little tighter, that still too long lock of dark hair whispering at his eyebrow, begging for me to tuck it where it belonged. You gonna get a haircut anytime soon? One eyebrow shot up, and a cocky grin danced across his face. Not as long as you keep asking me about it. Better stand out for something than nothing at all. I pursed my lips, digging deeper into his hard chest. As for the other stuff, you'll get through. You're the toughest girl I know, Augusta Belle. Toughest? Tried to keep any ounce of desperate hope out of my voice. You once said I was the saddest girl you've ever met. That's still true? True now than it ever was. Fallon held a fingertip to my hairline at my temple, a sad grin settling on his lips. Save you if I could. You already have, I whispered, tears pricking at the backs of my eyelids as I sucked in a breath of the cool night air, praying for at least the 1,000th time that something would happen to make my parents see that all that fighting was just destroying the other. And it was destroying me too. Sometimes I think God sent him to be the answer to my prayers. I didn't even know if I believed in God, but maybe I should start if it meant more good things like Fallon would start popping up in my life. Saving you is the pleasure of my life, Augusta Belle. A stubborn trail of salty hope fell down my cheek as I focused on the soft rising and falling of Fallon's chest. Love you, Fallon Gentry. One of these days, you're going to be a star and leave this town, and I'll be sitting here under this tree wondering where my white knight went. Enough daydreaming. You got school in the morning. What kind of boyfriend would I be if I didn't get you to school on time? Boyfriend? I swallowed the sudden ball of nerves in my throat. Really? Well... His fingers stroked the underside of my wrist and sent goosebumps skittering in every direction. Does that mean I have to wash your laundry or anything? He shook his head, awkward grin slipping into that familiar crooked one I was used to. You make me want to skip school. You can't. If you're not there, you can't graduate, which means you can't move out of that house, which would make you doomed to hell forever. I huffed, hating how right he always was. What kind of girl would I be anyway if I accepted an offer from the first guy who came along? One who didn't even know my birthday, I countered playfully. Fine. His fingers threaded through mine, cementing our physical connection. Does this mean you're finally going to tell me how old you are? I pressed my teeth into my bottom lip, eyes glinting as our gazes held. July 19th. His face turned into a scowl. You know, in a few keystrokes I could find out everything you never wanted me to know. But you won't. My breaths began to match his, eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment. How can you be so sure? Because, I yawned, you like me too much to piss me off. And where's the fun of me telling you everything anyway? I swear, Augusta Belle.
6. Fallon. I swear, Augusta Belle, if you don't make me madder than a goddamn hatter. I stomped across the parking lot, hand pushing through my hair and dead set on the last swallows of a nearly dry bottle of Jack that I knew was kicking around the back of my truck. That's not even what that means, she screamed. You mean... I spun, retracing my bootsteps and catching her chin between my fingers before she could finish that sentence. You lost the right to tell me what I mean 10 years ago. She narrowed her eyes, jaw hardening as she pulled herself out of my reach. You want to know what happened to me back in Chickasaw Ridge, Fallon? Her normally sing-song voice was threaded with fire. You think you're ready for that? You think you're ready for what the fuck happened to me? You're still the selfish little girl I used to know if you think you're the only one who was affected by your leaving. I didn't leave. Her voice was suddenly quiet, but the ferocity in her eyes still flaring bright. She was even more gorgeous when she was angry. Still didn't know what the fuck I had done to deserve this kind of torture. I thought running from a memory had been hell, but it was here, 5'2" and mad as a motherfucker, rooted in front of me now. I didn't leave, Fallon. You should know that. Her voice was nearly a whisper. How the hell would I know anything? I tossed my arms in the air, mind out of control as the possibilities warred within me. Christ, I thought you were dead. And can you blame me? Would have been the first time. She narrowed her eyes, and I knew my arrows had hit their mark. Done yet? The chill in her voice rattled my bones. Bitterness rose in my throat, that whiskey bottle calling my name louder than ever. Just getting started, sweetheart. I turned back to my truck, pulling the door open when a flash of black sped past my head, followed by a pair of red Converse stepping up onto the running board. Augusta Bell and her backpack were perched in the front seat. I ducked out the back, muscles tremoring with need for the numb escape that they were used to, knocking my head against the frame as I went. Fuck! Shouldn't allow yourself to get so stressed. Not good for your health, and with the way you're already taxing that liver. Jesus, what did I do to deserve this? The slow pounding in my head grew to a deafening decibel. You're not coming with me, Branson. No fucking way. Sure am. Confident grin gracing her face boiled my insides. No. I yanked her backpack out of the car and held it in the air. You're not. I dropped the backpack in the dust at my feet and climbed in the truck. Now get out. Not going anywhere. She crossed her arms, settling in. Oh, for fuck's sake. I kicked the door open, throwing myself out, boots first. Why the hell not? Oh. Her eyes whipped up and down my form, drawn tighter than a crossbow. You look like a spoiled schoolboy with your hands on your hips like that. She tilted her head, blonde waves falling over one shoulder. Or my mother. I growled, dropping my hands to my sides, stupidly self-conscious for the first time, well, since the last time I saw Augusta Bell. I trekked around the front of my truck, throwing the passenger door open and climbing up into the cab, lips hovering just out of reach of her succulent, pert, stubborn as hell little mouth. Please leave, Augusta. My palm pushed up the curve of her thigh, soft, worn denim, rubbing across my fingertips and grating on every last nerve. Don't make me do something we'll both end up regretting. The delicate little concave indention of her throat flexed as she swallowed before her head began a slow shake. I didn't come this far to have you drive off into the sunset, booze in hand, without even talking to me. And how far did you come exactly? I pressed an inch higher, hovering just out of reach of the top of her thigh, eyes burning up the space between us. Not far. She swallowed again. You think I'd let you come anywhere near the state of Tennessee and not hunt you down? The fog cleared for a minute, whiskey haze burning off for the first time in days. I don't even know what town I'm in. A small huff pushed past her lips. Figures. Cherry Valley? Tennessee? She waited for me to say something, but instead I hovered silently, unpacking the years it had been since I crossed the Tennessee state line. Teddy peaches and honey filled my memories as the feeling of home settled over me. I guess in the back of my mind somewhere I knew I was in Tennessee. These hills and hollers all looked the same after a lot of late nights playing music. The notion that she was back hadn't even occurred to me. Bransons never had family outside of Chickasaw Ridge that I'd heard about, so when she'd disappeared, she'd vanished and left me without a trail to follow. Where you living? Her little hand grazed my bicep. Made me angry how this woman's touch still had that same old thrilling effect on me. I'm back home for now, working on putting the house up for sale. Oh. I moved away, pushing a hand through my hair and letting the knowledge that her parents had probably passed settle in. I'm desperate for a shower, though. Your next stop is in Memphis, according to your website, so that should only take us a few hours if we get on the road. Wait, I have a website? I plopped down on the seat beside her. She scooched, making room for my big body. Still our bodies touched, elbows rubbing, thighs kissing. I settled one arm across the seat behind her, reminding me just how easy it was being with her. Not a thing had changed, except everything. An errant lightning stroke of pain struck my heart thinking about all we'd been through, wondering if there was even a possibility of starting over for us. I didn't think so. Augusta Bell Branson had torn my heart from my chest. No way was I letting that thief back inside. Tons of websites. The Fallon fangirls are still loud and proud.
But I also talked to your sister, Augusta stated. Said she hasn't talked to you in almost a year, beyond a text every once in a while. I'm afraid to ask, but is this what you've been doing? Playing music at night and drinking and driving all day? Because if that's the case, you need me even more than I thought. No. Realization that it was exactly what I'd been doing went down like a jagged pill. Not all day. I don't need your shit. I'm doing fine. The words were hollow even as I said them. I jumped out of the truck, heading around the front and tossing her backpack into the cab before climbing behind the wheel and turning over the engine. I'll take you to Memphis, but that's it. After that, you and me, us, I pointed back and forth between us. Ends. Her face fell a fraction, but she recovered quickly. Someone else may not have caught it, but even after all these years, it felt like I knew her better than the back of my hand. Augusta Bell Branson was embedded like barbed wire around my soul. 7. Fallon. I want to break away, be myself sometime, but all I see is pouring rain. All I get is more of your pain. My fingers tapped out an absent rhythm against the steering wheel, my mind matching a melody to the somber words that have been playing in my head the past few days. You only get a little while to shine before you fade away, but out here on the highway, your ghost is more than I can take. That's beautiful, Augusta breathed, reminding me she was there. Hell. I did a damn good job ignoring her the first 30 minutes on the road, so well she'd stop asking me about myself and minded her own damn business. I flipped on the radio, cycling through a few country stations before I settled on a Johnny Cash song. You gonna talk to me at all this trip? I shook my head, lips tight, eyes trained on the pavement. She groaned, adjusted in her seat before she unbuckled her seatbelt, turning in the cab and reaching for her backpack. I heard the zipper a moment later before she yanked the long-sleeved shirt off her torso and balled it up, throwing it behind her. She appeared front and center on my bench seat a second later, toothbrush and toothpaste in hand. Can we stop at a rest area? I have to brush my teeth. I didn't have cash to stay at a hotel last night, which means no sink to brush my teeth this morning. You know that furry feeling your teeth get? Yeah, that's what I'm dealing with right now. Hang on. Where'd you sleep last night? I finally broke my silence, begrudgingly. I could ask you the same thing. She buckled herself into the seat next to me, elbows rubbing, thighs kissing again, just like when we were young. I hated that I kept thinking that. Augusta Bell and I were two totally different people. Always had been. Different sides of the tracks. But every word to each other for that brief moment in time was what we needed, but not anymore. Not ever again. Slept out under the stars. I do it now and again. Good for the Constitution, Pa used to say. Sure. I caught the roll of her eyes. And you slept where? I urged. Your truck. I nearly veered into opposing traffic. What? Where else is I supposed to go? And you were generous enough to leave me with your keys, so I didn't leave you with my keys. You stole them. She shrugged, punching at the radio tuner once and letting it settle on a Reba song. This is my favorite. Always has been, I said instantly, remembering the first time I heard her sing along to the words, sitting beside me just like this as we drove up the ridge, destination set on a new bridge this time. Everything about Augusta Bell drew me in. A tantalizing beauty meant to entice me into singing over my fucking soul. She may have lanced me with her poison-tipped blade once, but not again. Not ever again. 8. Fallon. 11 years before. She cuddled up against me, the little polka-dot triangles of her bathing suit top fuller than they had been last summer. The summer I'd found her swan diving into the Whiskey River like some fearless mermaid, hell-bent on rebellion and stealing my soul on the way. From the second I'd laid eyes on her, something had fascinated me. And now that we'd spent nearly every day together for almost the last year, I could say it was her fearless bravery that drove me to her, watching her like a rare bird when every other person in this town was trying to be the same. Which bridge this time? I turned my truck toward the river. She cocked her head to the side, sun glinting in a halo around the crown as she tucked her leg under herself and grinned. Pine Bluff. But that one's the highest, I protested weakly, knowing she'd already made up her mind. Listen, Fallon Gentry, no use riding shotgun your whole life. Sometimes you just have to jump. Her eyes twinkled before she launched herself into my lap and pressed her honey-sweet lips to mine in a kiss. I pushed a hand in her hair, the soft rocking of her hips against mine driving my control to the very edge of my sanity. We're almost there. Don't stop kissing me, she begged. Something new, exciting, heavy with the scent of adrenaline coursing through her bloodstream. And all the nights we'd spent together, slept together, we'd never done more than just kiss. Not because I didn't want to. I wanted to be with her in every way a guy wants to be with his girlfriend. But I wasn't willing to take anything from her that she wasn't 1,000% ready to give. And no matter how many times she tried to convince me she was ready, she wasn't. I can't see, crazy girl. I caught glimpses of the dirt road, tree-lined and all but vacant at the height of heat on a June afternoon. Just keep going straight. I can see the reflection in the back window. I'll let you know when to turn. My growl of frustration deepened when she rocked her hips harder against my aching body, strung tight and praying for every last thread of control. Augusta Belle, I pleaded, unable to keep my eyes from slamming closed when the seam of her damp denim cutoffs made contact with my aching erection. Do you trust me? She nipped at my earlobe, dainty fingertips crawling up my neck as she pushed against me, digging the core of her hot little body against every square inch of mine. Always. The word came out desperate. I'm ready, Fallon, she whispered. I'm ready for us. I swallowed, brain hopping violently to a dozen various conclusions as one of my hands gripped the wheel, the other tightening on her round ass cheek through her shorts. My heart thundered like 1,000 wild horses as I thought about sliding between her legs for the first time, touching her warm body, making love to every square inch of the woman who kept me awake at night. Turn, she shrieked, pulling herself off my lap just before an old dump truck laid on its horn, careening sideways to avoid my little truck and lodging my heart fully into my throat. Fuck! I pulled to the side of the road, hands white-knuckling the wheel. See, you can trust me, she chirped, pushing her door open and climbing out into the haze of dust left in the truck's wake. Trust you? I almost killed us a second ago. I switched off the engine of my truck and crawled out on shaky legs, coming against the side of the cab to find Pine Bluff Bridge stretching off into the distance. Would have been a good way to go, though, right? Augusta Belle, no. No, it wouldn't have been a good way to go. Why do you always talk about death as if it doesn't matter? One shoulder lifted haphazardly. Want me to drive the rest of the way? I can see your nerves are a little rattled. I glared at her, at a legitimate loss for words. Or I could just jump here. It's not that high up, although I haven't really scoped the boulder situation. What if I don't want you to jump at all? Can't we just sit here and take in the view? Maybe give me a second to recover from my first near-death experience? First, she cast me a charming grin. That's your second. First was when you jumped off the Whiskey River Bridge to sorta, kinda, but not really save my life, right? I shook my head, pulling down the tailgate of my truck and throwing an old blanket I kept in back out over the rusted metal bed. Come. Her eyes flared once before the shifting across the little nest I'd made and back to me. Okay. She crossed the dirt parking lot, and I threaded her fingers with mine when she was close enough. I lifted her into the back, making sure she was comfortable before following her in. That's all it took to get you into bed? A near-death experience? She pressed her bikini-clad body up against mine, trying to wiggle ever closer. Calm those hormones, sunshine. No one's getting in anyone's bed. I adjusted her under my arm. The soft little pout that pulled down her lips made me want to kiss her. The age gap between us never seemed greater than when she was pouting for something I wouldn't give her. Only lately, what she'd been wanting and I'd been withholding was sex. I told you, I'm not taking your virginity until the time is right. Well, when the hell is that going to be? I might as well start calling you Saint Fallon. She pushed up on her forearms, legs swinging off the tailgate as she attempted to ignore me. I laughed, sliding to the edge with her, grazing her shoulder. Nothing saintly about me. I just want what's right for you. Also, don't want to give your mama and daddy an excuse to put me in jail. And if they found out how old I really was... Dad just spends his time watching old Cops episodes and reliving the glory days, and Mom hasn't left the house since before we met. Doesn't change the law, Augusta Belle. And while you may be stubborn enough to lie about your age, I'm not lying. She screwed up her face at me. Lying by omission is lying, I corrected her. Plus, I just had a birthday, she defended. I know, and you made me celebrate with you without once telling me how old you were turning. She shrugged again, amber gaze turning back to the river that flowed down below us. I operate on a need-to-know basis, and I'm still not convinced that's something you need to know. I didn't bother rolling my eyes. I was used to her wordplay by this point. Sure, Telling your 22-year-old boyfriend is of no consequence at all. She caught sight of me over her shoulder, flirty twinkle pulling me into her orbit a little bit further. I'll tell you if you'll have sex with me. I barked out a laugh. The fact that you're willing to negotiate your virginity proves my point about waiting. One delicate eyebrow arched up before she jumped off the tailgate, kicking off her flip-flops. She spun, nailing me with a radiant smile before looping her thumbs into her waistband and pushing the cutoffs down her thighs. They landed in the dust at her feet a second later, and she kicked them off, then pushed her hands through her thick hair and wound it into a high bun. Guess I'm going cliff diving then. I pushed off the tailgate, closing the distance between us and pulling her into my arms, against my hard, imposing body. How many times are you going to defy death before you realize what you're looking for is right here, Augusta Belle? She didn't answer and just let me keep her in her embrace for long minutes. Stop running and let me hold you.
9. Fallon.
My mind careened violently out of the memory when a semi-truck nearly drove straight up my tailpipe and the driver pulled on his air horn. Your driving hasn't improved much, I see, Augusta Belle chimed in. I grunted, casting her a glare before cranking up the volume on the radio, not giving a fuck what crappy pop-infused country song was playing. Every mile closer we got to Memphis, the nearer I was to convincing myself a bottle in hand would make this drive a little easier. And then I got to thinking, turning the fucker around and dropping Blondie off in Chickasaw might be my best idea yet. So, she twisted the knob into the off position. There's something I need to tell you before we get to Memphis. I narrowed my gaze. Got a lot of things you need to tell me, far as I can tell. Yeah. I could see her fiddling with her fingers out of the corner of my eye. Spit it out. Right, well, the reason I came to find you. And here it was. The reason. The big fucking reason it had taken her 10 years to track me down. I didn't think I was prepared for it. Didn't think I could stand the wait a second longer. See, when Daddy died this summer, I knew I couldn't stay in the house. It needs so much upkeep. Fucking knew it, I cut her off. Knew what? She paused, waiting for me to finish. Money. You need fucking money. Her eyes flared before she licked her lips, bit down hard on the inside of her cheek, and then cocked her arm back and punched me solidly in the bicep. Ow, what the fuck? I rubbed at the still stinging muscle. I don't need money, you asshole. And the way you just said that makes me want to jump out of this godforsaken truck right now and hitch a ride back to Chickasaw Ridge with a long-haul truck driver. I grunted, realizing none too late that I'd missed my mark and spoken too soon. Her words held a serrated edge this time. Daddy left you money. I don't know why. Best I can recall, he never even liked you. But I think he knew. Well, he knew what you meant to me. I just came to track you down and tell you your share's waiting in a safety deposit box in the Choctaw County Bank. I don't want it. The words came out bitterer than I meant them. Use it to fix up the house. No. She shook her head, voice softening for the first time all day. I can't spend a minute longer there than I have to. I have to get rid of it, and you have to help me. I hate it. Too many bad memories. Every time I try to remember the good times, you're always in them. My heart stuttered to a slower beat, her words sinking in and melting away the barbed wire fences I'd built. The cab hung heavy with silence for long minutes before I finally answered. Why do you need me to sell the house, Augusta? Because, she barely breathed. Daddy left that to you, too.
Augusta, 11 years ago. Go be with your whore, then. Me and Augusta's better here anyway. My mother's southern accent thickened in time with her intoxication. She was a few drinks in and freshly topped on her meds as far as the slurring indicated. I pushed a finger through the neon pink concoction that coated the grocery store cupcake my mother had sent me upstairs with. I sighed, licking the saccharine frosting off my finger. Christ, if I had to listen to that shit day in and day out, I'd throw myself off the nearest bridge, too. Shut up, I giggled. just as Fallon snagged my wrist and pushed my finger into his mouth. His tongue rolled around the pad, and shivers raced down my spine, swirling in the bottom of my stomach. I swallowed down the now familiar feeling of physical frustration I'd been dealing with whenever I was around Fallon Gentry. I'd always been attracted to him, the way his eyes followed me across the room, always reading me like an open book. But now he'd taken to working out. His already broad chest was filling out, the hard slab of muscle bookended by biceps rock hard enough to make my mouth water. And instead of the usual clean-shaven look I was used to, he now sported a regular 5 o'clock stubble that made my fingers ache to touch. I don't remember a day in my life they haven't been fighting. I tossed the cupcake in the garbage can, smears of pink frosting running down the sides like unicorn tears. Happy birthday to me. Fallon scooped me in his heavy grip, snuggling me against him and into the mountain of white down pillows that swallowed my bed. It was ironic. All that money spent on the fancy bed and linens to make me more comfortable while I slept. And yet, the only time my mind seemed to still was in his arms. It didn't matter where. As long as we were connected, I knew I was safe. Another trip around the sun, Fallon's fingers threaded through mine as he turned over my wrist, dotting sweet kisses across the delicate veins and making butterflies batter all 4 of my heart's chambers. According to the birth certificate, birthdays were never a pleasant event for me. I always felt too old for them, like the entire celebration of my birth was an occasion meant only to document their existence in future photo albums. The fact that Dad had poured his first glass of vodka by 6 as usual, and Mom was napping on the couch promptly 15 minutes after eating a half a slice of takeout pizza, was only proof of my theory. Fallon tipped my chin to catch my gaze. Does that mean you get 17 birthday kisses? My cheeks flamed, the idea of a makeout session more than my fragile heart could take. How'd you know? He pressed his lips to mine, kissing me once before pulling away and smiling. 1. He stole another kiss at the opposite corner of my mouth. It was a good guess. And 2. My heart spun in cartwheels. The idea that it had been nearly a year and a half since Fallon had first found me up on that bridge, a wild one. He'd saved me from myself and the crazy parents who'd brought me into this world plenty of times. All the nights stretched out under the stars, pointing out constellations and holding hands as the summer wind swept up our future hopes and dreams, carrying them like music into the universe. Thank you, I finally breathed, choking up at the thought of my life without him. His grin turned sideways, palms resting sweetly on either side of my face as his thumbs wiped away the quiet tears. No thanks necessary. His lips caught more of my tears. Loving you's been the pleasure of my life, Augusta Bell Branson. I sobbed once, his 2 kind words nearly breaking me apart. And I wouldn't be any kind of boyfriend at all if I didn't have something to celebrate the day of your birth. He fished in his pocket before pulling out a slim envelope. Isn't much, but every time I see it, I think of you. Figure that means it's meant for you. He opened the envelope, pulling out an antique gold chain connected to a tiny cameo with a mermaid perched right in the center. It was my grandma's. He opened the envelope, pulling out an antique gold chain connected to a tiny cameo with a mermaid perched right in the center. He opened the envelope, pulling out an antique gold chain connected to a tiny cameo with a mermaid perched right in the center. It was my grandma's. My dad's got a pile of her stuff in the back bedroom. She loved to swim. Even now I remember going to her house as a kid and seeing all these swimming trophies and mermaids everywhere. He smiled, recalling memories He smiled, recalling memories of someone I knew meant so much. My uncles used to shit on her for keeping all that stuff out everywhere, and she'd just wave them off and say she had to remember the good things in life before things like babies and bills came along. Mama said she meant it, though. Said she used to swim like she was part of the water. He smiled, savoring some lost memory. I never teased her. I thought it was cool seeing her relive her dreams for just an instant each time she passed those shelves. His voice lowered another octave. She's the only person who ever made me feel safe, protected, loved. Emotions churned in his moody, dark irises. So every time I see a mermaid, it makes me smile. Come across mermaids often, huh? I traced the delicate details of the pendant with my fingertips as it danced in the air between us. I do lately, he breathed, placing a kiss under my earlobe before hooking the chain around my neck. You're my mermaid. His fingers worked the clasp at the back of my neck, the soft drag of his fingers sending a riot of feelings tornadoing through my body. Thank you. I pressed the tiny trinket below my throat, the cool metal a constant reminder of his touch, his love. Someday you're gonna be a star, you know? He kissed along my temples, down my cheekbones. I'm gonna leave this town and go off to some fancy Ivy League university and forget the name Fallon Gentry. I won't forget you. He placed kisses over both of my eyelids. 15, 16. I smiled softly, regretting there was only one kiss left. I'm not going anywhere, Fallon. I'm stuck here for as long as you are. A sad smile danced in his eyes. I won't let you. I swallowed the growing lump in my throat, anxiety curling around my insides for the first time at the thought of leaving him. Then you'll come with me. He shook his head. I'll make do, singing for tips while you get a full ride somewhere warm. A ridiculous giggle pulled from my throat. A full ride for what? For swimming. He paused on my eyes, revealing he knew more than I thought he did. I narrowed my gaze. What makes you say that? He shrugged, breaking his warm gaze away from mine and giving my heart the tiniest of chills. Saw the sports section of the Morning Star, Augusta Bell. You've broken all the state records. You're a star. The lump in my throat had turned to molten lead, landing in the pit of my stomach and stealing the air from my lungs in the span of a single moment. It's just a hobby. I supposed he was going to find out my age at some point, find out I wasn't even a senior in high school. I'd refused to tell him my age when we met because I was only 15 then, and he was older, much older. At least 19, if I would have guessed. Fortunately, at least back then, on the off chance my parents had caught me hanging out with Fallon, he looked younger. The clean-shaven face had helped, but lately he was just a stone-cold fox. State record holders aren't just practicing a hobby. Why didn't you tell me? His hands were trained to my lips, the pad of his thumbs stroking the ridge of my cheekbone. Because it's not a big deal. Everything about you is a big deal to me. I chomped down on my bottom lip, wishing like hell he'd just touch me already, push his hands between my thighs and make me his in all the ways. What's on your mind, Augusta Bell? He trailed his nose along my hairline as he invaded every breath of my personal space and had me craving him more. You owe me one more birthday kiss. His grin tipped up, fingers weaving into the mess of my hair at my neck before he pulled me closer, caging me against his heavenly body. So I do. Our lips connected, tongues pushing past all boundaries before he was hauling me onto him, my knees straddling his waist and our chests melding as he kissed me senseless and gave me the very best birthday of my life. I love you, Fallon. Love you more, Augusta Belle, even if you do drive me crazy most days. He tucked me into the crook of his shoulder, and I sucked in a heady breath of his scent. Thanks for being my friend. He hushed me, fingertips trailing through the waves of my hair. As I recall, you forced me up on that bridge that day. I grinned, always grateful when he eased the heartache inside me with his characteristic levity. So I did. That was the best day of my life. The day you almost sort of saved me. The day I found the girl of my dreams. He hugged me closer, urging my eyes closed as I burrowed into the cotton of his t-shirt. Happy birthday, Augusta Belle.
11. Fallon.
Why would it leave the house to me?
I cleared my throat, trying to channel my insane sense of exasperation. She shrugged, dipping a homemade French fry into her vanilla milkshake.
Dunno. Well, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, Augusta Belle, so you're going to have to do a little more explaining than that.
I yanked the milkshake out of her hands and sucked on it myself. She arched an eyebrow and challenged before swiping another fry through the creamy concoction and dotting some of it on my nose.
He changed a lot in the last few years. Started opening up to me after Mom passed. She was diagnosed the same month I was supposed to graduate college.
You went to college? I paused, lingering on all the things she might have made of herself. Law? Engineering?
I'm a year's rotation short of being a physician's assistant.
Her eyes flickered away, avoiding mine.
I moved home when Mama was diagnosed. Daddy couldn't take care of himself, much less her, and she faded quickly. I couldn't leave it all for him.
I set down the milkshake, the urge to pull her into my arms and comfort the sad look off her face strong. Sorry about that. Guess I still don't understand why he left me anything, though.
He opened up about a lot of things. I was gone for so long, and by the time I came back, I think he thought of me as a different person. Told me one night he wished he could have done more to help you. I didn't know what he meant. Most of the time he was too drunk to remember the next morning when I asked, so I took it with a grain of salt. Until I sat down with the lawyer. Until she said your name was in Daddy's will.
She trained her gaze on me again, eyes heavy with unspoken questions. Your dad never talked to me. Didn't know my pa either, as far as I know. I shrugged, the memories of my past more like jagged pills gouging my throat on their way down. I swallowed the now familiar ache in my throat, reminding me it was round about that time when I'd be nursing my first glass. Well, doesn't matter anyway. I don't want the money.
I figure you'd say that.
She scooted a little closer, knee brushing mine and making my heart leap erratically behind the wall of my chest. I winced, feeling the actual physical pain of having her so close and not being able to reach out and touch what was mine, what had always been mine. I swallowed the painful throb. Why have you got that look like there's something else?
Because there's something else.
I winced again, not bothering to hide it this time.
Isn't there always with you?
I sighed, pretty sure I wasn't prepared for whatever was about to come next. Go on.
I came across this name in some papers in the attic.
She rifled through her bag and thrust out a note, a stranger's name scrawled in fading blue ink.
I think I should meet her.
I paused, eyes wavering from the note back to her hopeful face. That's probably just some chick your dad banged before he met your mom. I plucked the note from her hand and turned it over, looking for I wasn't sure what, and not finding it. What does that have to do with me anyway? She frowned, pulling another stack of papers from her backpack.
I found it with this.
My eyes blurred as the headline jumped across my vision. Fire that destroyed mobile home, possible arson. A million pinpricks of pain slammed behind my eyelids, and for the first time all day, the only thing on my mind was whiskey. I needed the smoky burn of that golden elixir to chase away this bitter taste in my mouth. I snatched the yellowed newspaper clipping from her hands and quickly skimmed the article. I remember when my dad had called the Morning Star and complained that the sheriff's office wasn't doing a proper investigation. I pushed my hand through my hair, conjuring the taste of that warm honey liquid that numbed my veins. What's that got to do with me?
Only everything if I were going to put money down.
She tossed the papers behind her and scooched across the seat, both of her palms coming to rest on the hard line of my jaw.
Will you just talk to me? Drop the tough guy shit and just give me Fallon.
Her eyes searched the tired lines of my face.
I know he's still there. I slammed my eyes closed, wishing with every fiber of my being that the goddamn smell of peaches and honey wasn't invading my nostrils, weakening my walls, shattering me down to the depths of my soul right now. You don't know shit about it. I tossed the milkshake in the garbage can out my window, refusing to meet her eyes while I turned on the engine of the truck. The more I thought about it, the angrier it made me. The balls she had to waltz in here and start questioning me about my life. After everything? I shook my head, wry grin sliding up the corner of my lip as I slid the truck into reverse and backed up, foot heavy on the accelerator. Fallon, don't. Her voice was soft, pleading. Could have used her words that night. Any words. It didn't matter. I needed her. And the one time I'd needed her, she wasn't there. How long you known about the fire? I was trying to piece together the timeline in my head. She looked confused, shaking her head as she thought. Daddy told me your place had burned down, but not until after college, after I'd moved back home. And I didn't even think about it again until, well, I found the papers. I let her words hang heavy in the cab, mine tumbling down an exhausting road of what-ifs and whys. Guess there's one thing you missed in that article, I finally said. What? I nodded at the paper settled on the floorboard. Check the date. She scrunched her nose, confusion bleeding across her face before she bent. The feathery wisp of paper, the very key, a portal to the worst night of my life, the night that changed everything. Says... Her eyes began the article again. In the late morning of August 4th, first responders were called to the mobile home off River Ridge Road after neighbors reported a fireball in the distance. She stopped, tilting her head to one side like a confused puppy. August 4th. August 4th. My tone hardened with the reminder. The day you disappeared. 12. Fallon, 10 years ago. I pulled the top notebook off a stack of old battered ones and opened it to the last page I'd been working on. A song. I'd been tossing the words around in my head for weeks now, my mind obsessing over the single arrangement of notes on my guitar until it finally seemed to be coming together. I'd been playing around with songwriting since I could remember, a way to express shit I couldn't otherwise articulate. But being with Augusta Bell had kept me so busy I'd hardly had a minute to write anymore. We spent at least an hour or two together every day, and there were a lot of nights I found myself walking her home, creeping past her passed-out parents and warming myself next to her all night. I felt like an old dog compared to all the beauty that surrounded her, but I'd grown not to care. Augusta Bell didn't care about any of that, so why should it bother me if I was holed up in a mobile home on the rougher side of town, while she perched like a princess out the top of a ridge? Gave my heart to you was all I had left to lose. I wrote down a few notes in the line margin before a familiar tap, tap, tap against my bedroom window jerked me from my thoughts. Fallon! I dropped my guitar on the floor and threw the window open without a second thought. What's wrong? I wrapped my arms around Augusta Bell's waist once she cleared the single-pane window. I don't ever lock it, and if you're bold enough to face Chuck Gentry, you probably could have waltzed through the front door. I'm sorry for waking you. Her voice was small, caged inside the emotion in her throat. Babe. I hugged her into my chest, instantly alert. What the fuck happened? They're fighting. It's so bad. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't even hear myself think anymore. I screamed down the stairs at them. She swallowed, eyes brimming over. I was about to stomp down the stairs and leave right out the front door, but before I could, Mama stomped up the stairs and... She shook her head, fighting anger and pain. Mama opened the door and started screaming about me being at fault for all their fighting, and then she... Augusta Bell wiped at her temple, and for the first time, I noticed fresh blood pooling at her hairline. Christ, why didn't you say something? I launched off the bed to retrieve a cool washcloth before she clutched at my t-shirt, her tiny red-tipped nails glistening in the dim light of the moon. Don't leave yet. Her words slivered my heart in two before I pulled the shirt over my shoulders and balled it up, dabbing it gently at her head to locate and contain the wound. Do you think you'll need stitches? I asked soberly. She shook her head, both hands clutching at my forearms then, soft tremors beginning to overtake her body. Just hold me for a minute. swallowed. For the first time, feeling an anger so violent I wanted to drive my truck right up the road and lay into them for hurting their daughter the way they did. Dim in the light, she radiated naturally. Worried about you, Augusta Belle. If you'd let me... I'm okay, Fallon. This isn't the first time she's hit me. It's just the first time in a long time. My eyelids sank closed with the knowledge that something like this had been happening to her right under my nose, and I hadn't done anything to stop it. You feel dizzy or anything? I asked, still concerned. No. She tucked herself deeper into my body. I frowned, wishing like hell I could steer her away from that house, and those narcissistic assholes that didn't deserve the special daughter they'd been blessed with. Wish I could snatch you out of that place. Her angelic lips turned up at the corners. I don't need a white knight, Fallon. Her fingers threaded through mine and settled across my bare chest. This princess saves herself. I placed a kiss on the dips of her knuckles. Well, think of me as the horse you're riding in on, then. She burst into a soft laugh before stifling it. I pulled another blanket over us, digging deeper into the thin old mattress with the almost see-through sheets. Some days I don't know if I'll make it to 18 alive. I winced inwardly, thinking not for the first time that she was still the saddest girl I'd ever met. You know, I was going to do it that day. I was planning on it. Her lips brushed against my chest. You already saved me once. Augusta Belle's words destroyed me. Her touch more devastating when our hearts were shredded raw. Save me again, she breathed, her fingertips trailing up my torso before dusting along the stubble at my jaw. And in that moment, I knew. I knew there would be no going back for Augusta Belle and me. Augusta, I husked, pleading. For what, I wasn't sure. I love you. She peppered kisses along my jaw, sliding her small body on top of mine, all 10 fingers lacing together. I swallowed, feeling like a caged man just given the keys to paradise. I love you more, Augusta Belle, but I don't think. Sick all that thinking you're always doing, Fallon Gentry. She brushed her lips against mine, and the faint taste of whiskey zapped my senses. Shit, she'd been drinking. Not like her at all. Baby, I want to make sure that you're okay. I'm so much better now that I'm in your bed. She pushed the sweater over her head, letting it land in a heap on the old linoleum floor before she was pressed to me again. Only you can make me feel better. An audible groan escaped my lips as I thought about all the reasons I shouldn't have Augusta Belle in my bed right now. The second thing that snapped through my brain was I probably shouldn't have let things get this far with her to begin with. She was a certain sort of girl, and I really wasn't the type of guy who came from the sort of family that was accepted by people who lived up the ridge. Augusta. I groaned when her hand began to dance between her thighs, brushing her knuckles against the cotton of my shorts as soft little mules pranced past her lips. You're gonna be the death of me. I wouldn't have survived without you, she hummed, teeth catching my earlobe just as her hips came down against mine and I realized she was naked. Not a stitch of clothing between her and the cotton of my shorts. Every bone in my body ached as the thought of really having her made itself real for the first time. I hadn't let myself go there before. I didn't think I'd be able to control myself then. She stroked her heated core against my cock, teeth whispering at the shell of my ear before her hands cupped my cheeks, and she pressed a soft kiss to my lips. I don't want anything between us. I nodded, blinking once as my palms trailed up her bare torso, the silky flesh of her breast warm against my rough palms. She moaned, stroking harder against me before her fingertips were pushing at my waistband. Something kicked over inside my brain then, a firestorm of need cascading through me that hurtled us both off the cliff. And the next instant she was in my arms and I was pushing her against a wall of my tiny room, my hands shoving down my waistband and finding her hot, warm core radiating against my shaft. She sucked in a breath of air and moaned, and my jaw clenched down so hard I thought I'd crumble my teeth as I held myself just outside her entrance, hovering, breathing, searing every inch of her to my memory. Augusta, I don't have a condom. Her fingertips worked against the nape of my neck. I don't care. She arched, the hot seam of her core scalding my flesh. She pressed her lips and her hips rapidly against mine, lining herself up at precisely the right angle to ease the tip of me just inside her body. I sucked in a ragged breath, one palm clutching at her thighs every single moment that didn't include her before this one ceased to exist. My world tipped, upended itself, and was righted again, spinning at a new rhythm, one that matched her succinctly. I clamped down my eyelids, burying myself in the wild halo of waves that drowned me in her. I wouldn't survive this. I knew it. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I thought kinda, sorta saving her on the Whiskey River Bridge that summer day was one meaningful blip in a slow succession of mindless days. Then this moment, this was all of it. Everything good and right in my world culminating right here in her and me. Augusta Bell's warm mouth met mine, our tongues igniting in raw desire, our bodies creating chemistry as we connected on a deeper level for the first time. I've been waiting my whole life for this. She gulped in a breath of air. Her words whispering down my neck sent violent pulsations echoing through every nerve. Buried in her body, everything was heightened. We were so connected. I've been waiting all my life for you. She clung to me, our bodies swaying together before I pulled her onto the bed, caging her between my arms and tasting every morsel of her sweet existence, losing myself and finding the very best part of me all at once. There would definitely be no coming back from Augusta Bell Branson. My life from this moment onward could only get sweeter, as long as she was in it. I woke Augusta Bell in the early morning hours of August 4th, the pre-dawn light just grazing her flushed cheeks as she stirred to life, eyes still drunk with sleep and pleasure. She looked like a woman now. Something about her way more grown up. Something that made her, well, proud to call her mine. I stroked the soft bow of her bottom lip when she finally breathed a quiet good morning. I never want to leave your arms. I pulled her to a seated position, bare body clinging to my chest as I worked her shirt over her head and down her arms. Someday, Augusta Bell. Not today, but soon. She sighed, stretching each leg out and allowing me to pull the discarded denim up her thighs. Someday we'll roam the open road like gypsies. You can sing music and I'll be your dedicated groupie. Her cherub cheeks and innocence were sweet enough to make my jaded heart crack. Well, we'll get on that as soon as you graduate high school. I popped a chaste kiss on her nose once I'd bundled her up sufficiently. That's too long. She scrunched her nose, eyes watering at the edges. It'll be over before you know it. I locked our fingers. In the meantime, I'll keep writing music, you'll keep swimming and breaking records. I pulled the ancient door open and pushed a finger to my lips. Old man's probably passed out on the couch, but he's a light sleeper some nights. 2 front teeth punctured her bottom lip, and she nodded, eyes trained on me. I smiled, pulling her a little closer to me and mouthing the words, I love you. She used sign language to repeat my sentiment, then I pulled her quietly down the hallway and out into the cool morning air. Our footsteps sped up as the morning light bathed off the far-off horizon in a warm glow, dew burning off the tall grass and wetting my sneakers with every step. We rounded the bend and angled up the steep hill to the top of the ridge. We'd definitely gotten a late start this morning. She was usually safely tucked away in bed by this time of morning, her parents none the wiser that she'd spent the night out. I paused as we reached the first giant hemlock that flanked her driveway. Her eyes finally locked with mine, and I whispered a kiss across her cheek. I may have sort of saved you the first day we met, but I breathed another kiss along her temple. You've been saving me every day since then. One lonely tear dampened the cotton at my throat, making my own eyes burn with something too strong for either of us to swallow. I wish I didn't have to go back there, she finally squeaked. I pulled away, squinting away my own tears from the warm dawn light and focusing on the soft skin at her throat. Where's your necklace? Her hand moved to her throat on instinct, searching for the little golden cameo she'd been wearing every moment since I'd given it to her. In my room somewhere. I took it off a few nights ago for a shower and just misplaced it. A frown slid across her face. Well, as soon as you find it, put it back on. I pushed her lip between my teeth. I'd save you again if I could, Augusta Bell. I meant it. Every word. She nodded, trying to control more tears, I could tell. My eyes glanced up to the still silent windows of the house at 101 River Ridge Drive. A bright golden ray cracked through the dappled leaves and kissed the soft waves of her hair. Her hands finally broke from my grip and she backed away, moving into the bright sunlight before throwing me an air kiss and a reluctant half-smile and then turning to run away with my heart. I watched her sprint all the way up the driveway before darting around the side of the house where I knew she'd scramble up the old trellis and onto her roof, before sneaking back in through her window and getting ready for her day as if she'd never been gone. I lingered for a few minutes longer, waiting for what, I wasn't sure, before I turned and headed back the way I came. I retraced my steps back down the ridge and home to my tiny single bed and the worn old quilt that kept me warm since I was a kid, except this time it smelled like Augusta Bell. My footsteps sped up as I rounded the last corner and darted across the small yard and through the front door of my home. "Up early this morning, son?" Dad's whiskey-clogged voice rang in my ears. "Went for a jog. Gonna be a beautiful day." I clapped the old man on the back, glad to see he was at least up and off the couch, a rarity for this time of day. Nerve pain usually kept his body so buckled and bent he could hardly make it off the couch. That had been part of the reason I'd moved to Chickasaw Ridge, to help him. The other because my mama had found herself doing another 90-day stint in rehab. I just couldn't make the bills in our small rental alone. "Sure is a beautiful day, son. Sure is." He took a long drink of water as he stood in the kitchen sink that overlooked the field and the ridge beyond. One of his hands clutched the chipped countertop, hip twisted to one side as he favored some painful ache. "Don't forget to take your vitamins this morning, okay, Dad?" He nodded once, an indulgent grin spreading his thin lips. "I'm gonna hop in the shower and then take the Jeep into town. I have a friend I think might be able to fix the radiator for cheap." My words hung heavy in the air when I noticed something else had caught the old man's attention, and he was shuffling back to his semi-permanent placement on the couch. I shook my head, vowing to stop by the VFW on the way into town and see if any of the old guys would be willing to come out and visit my dad a few times a week. I also wanted to ask them if any of them had a lead on some construction jobs. The few gigs I was getting in town weren't near enough to pay for dinner, much less anything else. It was hard for me to keep regular hours when I was helping my dad so much of the day. My sister had promised to stop in after work a few days a week to check on him if I found regular work. If I was going to make a life with Augusta, I'd have to start lining up my cards early. I had less than a year to make sure my dad could and would be good on his own in this place if I had any chance of getting Augusta Bell out of hers. I didn't have much saved, but between what I did have and a full-time job plus singing for tips on weekends, I figured I could afford to keep a roof over our heads while she went to college. I'd already decided wherever she wanted to go, I was game, from L.A. to New York and anywhere in between. I was stepping out of the shower not much later when the idling of a car engine caught my attention. I cracked the old crank window in my bathroom, wincing when the rusted hinges protested before a flaming orange ball of light crossed my vision. The sound of shattering glass splintered my senses a moment later, and a little dark car spinning off around the corner and up the hill. Adrenaline pummeled my body as I pulled on my dirty clothes and launched out the door and down the hallway. Fire engulfed the kitchen. A bottle had a heavy white rag still rocking on the linoleum floor as pieces from the faded flower tile melted around it. My muscles tensed as I saw my father cast sideways on a couch that was already quickly becoming swallowed in flames. I breathed into my t-shirt and tried to remember where Dad kept the fire extinguisher. I gnashed down on my teeth, realizing I didn't have time for that before I launched across the living room and pulled the heavy weight of my father through the front door. I heaved in fresh lungfuls of air as his face turned a worrisome ashen color. I looked back at the house, seeing flames lick out the window now, realizing I could either start CPR on my father or run back into that trailer and hope to find my phone in my bedroom to call the fire department. I didn't have time for both. I looked up at the sky, eyes watering from the smoke now cascading out of every window of our trailer. I thought I knew devastation before. It was dim in comparison to what was about to become next. The darkest days of my life, creeping by one agonizing instant at a time as we tried to recover, as I tried to rebuild, just when everything was falling apart.
13. Fallon.
I didn't disappear.
Her eyes welled up with tears, one salted track trailing over the arch of her cheekbone.
That's not...
More tears started to flow, her voice choked with emotion.
If you only knew what happened when you left me on the road that day.
Her words battered my heart with their raw pain.
Christ, don't cry, Augusta Bell.
I groaned, pulling over into the first parking lot I found, a hotel chain I'd stayed with a few times in the past. Could never stand it when you started crying, and I didn't just leave you on the road. I slid her over the seat toward me, her tears growing stronger as I enveloped her quaking form in my arms.
I wish I was there for you that night, Fallon, more than anything, but I can't go back in time and change it, and trust me when I say I'd rather be with you any day than where I was.
I shook my head. not even giving a shit anymore about the years of hardship that had fallen on my shoulders, all beginning with that night. I'd moved to Chickasaw Ridge to help my dad. The irony was that by the time I left, he was already in the ground, that little burned trailer hauled off to the junkyard, every piece of evidence of my life in Chickasaw along with it. If I'd have known that happened, well, if I could have come back, I would have. You know that, right, Fallon? Her brandy eyes gazed up at me, pleading for some sort of absolution I didn't know I had it in me to give. That was a long time ago. I pushed a hand through my too long hair, breathing a sigh of relief when she scooted back across the bench seat and took to gazing out the window. The miles open road rolled by in silence after that, hours of thoughts hanging heavy between us, neither one of us brave enough to bring a voice to the things we'd been waiting a decade to say. I'd had different words on the tip of my tongue a dozen times, then I'd sneak a glance at her, looking all lonely and lost in her thoughts, and for the first time in nearly a fucking decade, I wondered what in the hell it had been that I was chasing out here. For so long I'd run town to town following some lofty idea that I might find her again, and then I'd resign myself to the fact that she was gone forever. And then finally, I decided that everything she'd done with the sole purpose of tearing my fucking heart out and burying it in the cold country clay underneath her feet. Truth be told, none of those estimations was quite right, and having her here turned every damn thing I thought I was thinking upside down. We were passing the Welcome to Memphis sign a dozen miles later when I punched the address of the little dive bar into my navigation system and followed the route to Slick Willie's. I grinned when we pulled up alongside the little establishment, so small they probably couldn't pack in more than 100 folk at a time. I could smell the burn of cheap whiskey already. Looks like this is home for the next few nights, I said aloud before realizing she was with me, and I had promised to boot her once we got to Memphis. And now, here we were. Only thing was, she was huddled up there, looking so sad and broken. I suppressed a groan before I took in our surroundings. A chain hotel perched just down the street looked clean enough for my needs. I steered the truck in that direction, then shifted into park and paused, lingering at the door handle as I wondered whether or not to say anything before I went to the reservation desk. I shook my head silently, opting to leave her to her thoughts. I'd had a damn decade to get used to the fact that my life had changed irreparably that night, that I'd soon found myself as the sole caregiver for a man in rapidly failing health, that the girl I'd sworn my whole heart to had vanished without a trace, that the fire that had taken so much away from me that night may have been an act of arson. The fact that Augusta Bell wasn't there for any of it was inconsequential to me at this point. I'd had to get along regardless, and I hadn't done a half-bad job, whiskey bottle aside. I stepped out of the hotel's main office 15 minutes later with 2 keycards in hand, a healthy drizzle now coating my windshield, and Augusta Bell still curved peacefully in the passenger seat, just like I'd left her. My eyes quickly registered an Italian pizzeria joint across the street, with a liquor store right beside it. Memphis catered to all my essentials. I frowned. The familiar warmth of that smoky aroma curling around my nostrils as I opened a bottle of Jack for the first time had me fighting to keep myself in line. Cravings tore through my veins as the need to soak myself in liquor reared its ugly head. I swallowed the memory of warmth washing my insides, heart ratcheting up to a gallop as the neon light across the street called to me. I chomped down on my bottom lip, struggling for any sense of control to keep me planted in the present when a clap of thunder echoed across the sky. My eyes cut across the lot to Augusta. The only thing stopping me from walking through that liquor store swinging door was the little girl perched in my front seat. Not a soul left on this earth to love her but me. I grunted to myself, uncomfortable with the idea of anyone at all relying on me and leaving a pit of something like dread deep in my stomach. I didn't think about that. Just trudged on the street, eyes trained on the homemade pizza that would soon be in my future. I was walking back across the street a handful of minutes later with a warm pie in my hand when I approached my truck to find Augusta Bell perched on the seat, passenger door open and a bottle of booze between her thighs. Christ, I muttered under my breath as she took a slow swig with her lips, throat contracted in numerous swallows. The way she was hogging my best stuff made me think she'd been doing this a lot of nights, but that wasn't any of my business. In fact, nothing about her was. I was just doing my duty to humanity, making sure she was fed and had a roof over her head. Pizza? Party for 2? I flipped her the key cards in my palm. She snagged one, pulling her backpack over one shoulder and tucking the whiskey bottle under her armpit before we pushed through the double doors of the hotel and headed for the 3rd-floor room. I told them 2 beds, I said, when she was pushing down the door of the room a minute later. She didn't say a word, only threw her black backpack on the bed, flopping down onto it herself before uncapping the whiskey and taking another swig. That's bad, you know,
Some old-timer gave it to me after a show once, called it White Lightning. I tossed the pizza on the counter and kicked off my boots by the front door. Can't promise you're safe drinking it. She only shrugged, pushing the whiskey bottle on the faux wood tabletop, eyes dragging across the room before it landed on mine. That look didn't promise anything good. You know, you think you're so innocent in this, just walking away like you did, turning into a big star in Nashville, dating those pop star twits. She pushed a hand through the air as if to wave away the irritating flies. I was all alone. She hiccuped, frustrated tears hovering at her eyelashes. I wanted nothing more than to lick away her pain, take it all away from her until the only thing left standing was her and me and that special thing we had together. We gotta be at the gig in 2 hours. Think you're gonna be ready, champ? Or are you sitting this one out? Her eyes shot open but refused to focus. I'm totally fine. Besides, I'm not going to your show anyway. Just gonna take a shower and then find the nearest bus station and head back to the Ridge. She stood from the bed, pulling her shirt over her head and stumbling slowly to the bathroom. That's a closet, actually, I spoke up when she opened the wrong door. I guided her into the bathroom before turning on the hot water tap. I'll be back in to check on you. I placed a kiss on the furrow of her forehead. Don't need your saving, Gentry. I know you don't, Branson. Never did, I offered, retreating back out the door and closing it softly in my wake. I slumped down on the office chair, pushing the cooling box of pizza aside and looking longingly across the room at that golden liquid belonging to me. I hadn't expected her to be the one to hit the bottle, but some truths were just too destructive to bear without some liquid courage, I suppose. And hell if I was anyone to judge. A few new lines to the song I'd been working on materialized in my mind, and I scratched out some words on a stray pad of paper and hotel-logoed pen. I've got this monkey on my back, these habits I can't break. You left me here standing in the early dawn light, and all I got is more pain. I heard the steady hem of the shower through the wooden door as I fell further into the song, matching some of the words to notes I could imagine playing under my fingers. In a few more weeks, this song could be ready to sing on stage. I'd written hundreds of songs in the same way in the years I'd been on the road. Seems Augusta Bell disappearing had worked wonders for my creative side. I scratched out a couple more notes above the arrangement of the music, and before long the water in the shower was kicking off and the door squeaking open. Thanks, she hummed, honeysilk ringlets falling around her ivory shoulders, a fluffy white towel wrapped around her body. She looked so fragile, like a rare bird that needed extra gentle handling. I'm not sure what got into me. She avoided my eyes and went to the bed, shuffling through the backpack before pausing, clean change of clothes in her hands. She chomped down her lip, taking a few tentative steps closer to me. I know I just showed up in your life like a ghost out of thin air. Took the thoughts out of my head, I affirmed. And I know you don't have to put up with me. She hardly suppressed an eye roll, the admission painful for her still stubborn self. But I appreciate it. She paused as if considering whether or not to say more. She seemed to decide against it before adding, I would love to see your show tonight. And then she disappeared back into the bathroom, a cloud of spiced peaches and smoky whiskey leaving a dreamy, numbing warmth in her wake.
"14. Fallon." I sauntered through the door of Slick Willie's later that night, Augusta Bell hot on my heels, her hand wrapped firmly in mine. Something had shifted after our moment in the truck earlier. I couldn't put my finger on exactly what it was, but she seemed a little more raw, like she'd been stripped of a few of her shields of armor. I couldn't help being a little more tender toward that. I still had questions. Plenty of emotions, too. They didn't seem as important to me as they once were. There was no change in the past, so I was doing my best to live in each moment. And in this moment, I had her. "Fallon Gentry, here for 8, I said when we'd landed at the bar. The man nodded toward the corner of the room, a tiny stage barely big enough for one sat waiting, a few dozen scattered chairs, and hardly anyone in sight. "You bother promoting this?" "Not my job," he shrugged. "Didn't think Nashville's golden boy needed promoting anyway. Heard you packed the thorny cactus, didn't figure I needed to." I didn't wait for the rest of his bullshit excuse, only trailed my way among the litter of chairs to get to the stage. Most of these places have at least a room in the back to warm up. Looks like we're going in cold tonight. Got anything you know off the top of your head? "Me?" Augusta Bell dropped my hand and backed away a few steps, head shaking. "I'm not singing tonight. I haven't sung in years." "So, still got the pipes, don't you?" She tilted her head, eyes flaring, and I knew then she'd accepted my challenge. "I got you, Slick." She narrowed her gaze, pushing past me to step up on stage and adjust the microphone to her tight. You ready? One of her eyebrows quirked up. Checkmate. Born ready. I stepped up beside her and waited as she hummed a few notes into the microphone, eyes darting up to meet mine when a few customers wandered over and took seats. She had that look in her eye that said she wasn't sure if she was going to sing her ass off or puke her guts out, the very feeling I lived for when adrenaline and whiskey mixed, a ride-or-die moment. Her sweet southern twang was music to my ears as she sang the opening line of a June Carter and Johnny Cash song, words about getting married in a wild fever rush. My heart throttled into a gallop as my fingers took over the familiar notes of the song, her perfect harmonies mixing with the words to create some special blend of magic in that dingy little bar. I sang my part when it came, her eyes hovering on mine as we turned, singing back and forth about love and pain and all the crazy that comes along with walking hand in hand with someone an entire lifetime. By the time the song had finished, the tiny bar was nearly packed. New people still coming in off the street as the energy hit record decibels. I winked at Augusta Bell as the song ended and led her into the next song I knew she'd remember, a song I'd sung to her more nights than I could count. I couldn't let myself think about all the sweet and tender moments of our growing up together, culminating the night when it was all ripped away from us. I couldn't think about it or I'd find myself breaking down on this stage right here and now and asking her to give me everything. All that heartache had made me think some hateful things. The only absolution I could find at the bottom of a dry whiskey bottle. I wasn't any different from a lot of the men who love strong women. That independent fire was what drew me to her. But it also had to keep me ready to let her fly when that time came. By the time we'd finished our third song in a row, the crowd was standing room only. Augusta Bell's face was lit from ear to ear for the first time since I'd finally set eyes on her sweet self again, and I was just the intoxicating asshole sitting on the sidelines, happy to be in the glow of her sunlight. It had been a long damn time since I felt the shine of the sun on my face. I set my guitar down for a moment, reaching for the bottle of beer the bartender had deposited at the side of the stage for me. A few soft strums of a familiar tune that rendered me speechless. I spun, eyes focused on my girl sitting center stage on my stool, my old guitar in her lap. Her voice, clear and sweeter than a blackbird, echoed through the small room, now standing silently watching her. I stepped off the stage. Watching them watch her, she crooned the sweet melody of an old Beatles song. Something inside cracked my heart open, watching her perform up there all by herself. I couldn't help thinking how natural she looked, and where she'd learned to play guitar like that I couldn't fathom. She'd only had a basic understanding with a few simple songs I taught her before, well, that night. I gnawed on my bottom lip, feeling the muscles in my body relax one by one as she opened up to the song, sang it slow and sweet, drawing out the end notes like an angel. How I'd survived without her all these years, I didn't know. I certainly hadn't done a very good job of it. Just a day spent with her proved it. I sighed, something deep rooting down inside me as she ended the song on a quiet note, then hung her head, eyes casting up at me through her eyelashes with a hesitant smile. I was so fucking proud of her I wanted to scoop her into my arms and take her back to that hotel room right now. My rare bird, always poised on the edge, finally ready to fly. I pushed a hand through my hair, stepping up on stage and passing her the cold beer. She took a slow sip, and then passed my guitar back to me. I grinned recklessly, a downright happy feeling coming over me for the first time in too long. Got any more surprises? I crooked a grin. She shrugged one shoulder, a mischievous glint in her eye, telling me all I needed to know. I licked my lips, sliding the other stool up beside her, cradling my guitar in my lap, and strumming the first few notes to a song I knew everyone would know. Whiskey Girl. I'd been dreading performing this one in front of her. Certainly hadn't planned on her being shoulder to shoulder with me when I did. But I carried on, gave the people the one song they could all sing along to. It's not easy to forget the bitter taste of loving you left. I caught a glimpse of Augusta Bell, still at my side as I sang the song, tore my soul open and laid it at her feet. I'd written this song in the first week she'd been gone. Hadn't even intended for another soul to hear it. And now here I was, sharing my rawest pain with not just the entire world, but the girl who'd inspired it. Always my favorite sin, even when I swore I wouldn't go back again. I held the middle chorus, stretching out the sweet, haunting notes of the guitar longer than they were all used to, something I'd been playing with over the last few months. Gave the song more of a Hotel California feeling, forlorn and regretful. It had matched my state of mind then, but now that she was here, shining her impossibly bright light all over my life, couldn't help but think it was a little too much. Wallowing in the pain that was no longer necessary.
I jumped into the final chorus when the speed picked up and ended on the rousing anthem everyone expected. Looking for love in the same old places. I ended, for the first time in 3.5 minutes, forgetting she was hovering at my side. I cast a glance her way, just as the audience erupted into a spray of clapping. Augusta Bell was wiping at a tear, face racked with so much emotion it felt like I'd laid her wide open for the world to inspect along with me. I didn't know what I'd thought, having her come on stage with me tonight. Didn't know what she thought either, but I should have known better. This world was too mean for a girl like her. Hell, it was too mean for a guy like me. I didn't know if I'd end up regretting this night, but I definitely knew it made me feel at home for the first time in all these years on the road. That was a feeling that had been long lost on me. By the time I managed to wrest Augusta Bell away from the crowd and out into the cool night, I pulled her hand in mine, hauling her across a small space that separated us. You doing okay? Her eyes cast up, moonlight shimmering off her whiskey-rimmed irises. That song, the way you sang it. A small shiver raced through her body. It's like it brought back everything. The way her voice cracked in the last word. Everything. And my own heart falling between my boots. I pushed a hand through my hair, adjusting the guitar on my back before throwing an arm over her shoulder and pulling her into my space, right where I liked her. We've been through a lot, I admitted softly, nose brushing against her corn silk wisps of her hair. Just sorry I shared it with the world is all. She took her head, wiping another tear. It's not that. I'm glad you shared it. You went through so much after I was gone. Her steps slowed, body reduced to near tremors as she held her face in her hand and finally let the tears pour. I enveloped her in my arms, wishing I could take away every ounce of this pain splitting her in two right now. I'd spent so many years wishing for this day to come, I hadn't stopped to think about what it'd be like if it actually did. Hell. Reliving our past together felt like a living hell. Except before I had whiskey. Now I was too hell-bent on making sure she was okay to even think about the crutch that had been my constant companion for so many years. I miss singing with you, even if I'm not very good, she offered, trying to lighten the situation. You were born to fly, Augusta Bell. I brushed her silky damp skin with the pat of my thumb. Some people never get beyond fearing the fall, but never forget that you, my dear, were born with just enough rebel heart to leap and soar. Her eyes filled with water all over again, raw emotion spilling over as a soft drizzle of rain somehow wiped away the things clinging to both of us. I miss this. I paused, letting the rain mist around us. I missed us. Before my mind could register a single opinion about it, I ducked my head, pushing my lips softly against hers. Honey and peaches. That's the only thing I could think of in the few milliseconds my lips brushed hers was that she still tasted like honey and peaches. I pulled away, heart clawing its way out of my throat, the burn seared by her lips on mine still sending tingles through my veins. I interrupted the awkward silence with a soft groan, looking up at the sky just as heavy raindrops began falling. My fingers ached to slide into hers again, dig my nose into her hair and make sure she was safe from any sort of pain that might be coming. But I couldn't. I wasn't ready. Our history may have been long buried in the past, but there was a lot of it. Augusta Bell's wet fingers threaded through my own then, resting her head on my shoulder. Let's go inside, Fallon. I swallowed the jagged shards clogging my throat before nodding, taking a moment to place a kiss on her damp forehead before leading her through the double doors of the hotel and up to our room. As I swung the door open, Augusta was kicking off her shoes and moving across the carpet, eyes on the pillows. She curled up in bed, losing herself in the mountain of covers before peeking out, her silky dark eyes swimming up at me and a soft smile parted her lips. Thanks for letting me sing with you. Her grin deepened. I loved it. I'm surprised how much I loved it. I didn't even think. I just started singing like I always do. I sat next to her on the bed, back propped up on the headboard, the fingertips of one hand tracing to the waves of her hair. Surprised me, I'll give you that. Didn't think I could sing? She curled against my torso, one arm draping across my chest. Oh, I knew you could sing. I just didn't think you could do it on stage. I paused, remembering the feeling of seeing her up there, singing her sweet heart out like a songbird. Hell, most days I don't want to do it, but you look natural. Her teeth clamped down on her bottom lip, eyes fading somewhere far away. Does that mean you're going to let me stay and sing with you tomorrow? I couldn't help but smile. Looking forward to it. She paused, fingertips drawing invisible circles around the cotton of my t-shirt before she finally said,
I hated Whiskey Girl the first time it came on the radio. I barked a laugh before stifling it with the back of my hand and replying, "Is that right?" "Oh, yeah." She emphasized both words. When everyone was singing on their smuggled MP3 players, I wanted to strangle them each with a headphone cord. Her eyes fell closed, tense muscles of her angelic face softening. Then they told me the name of the singer. Fallon Gentry. She yawned, snuggling a little deeper into my arms. And then I knew why I hated it. It was about us. I didn't even want to come home to the Ridge after that. Mama said the rumor mill was working overtime. Her voice grew quiet, a little sadder. I just couldn't face it all over again. I nodded, for the first time understanding the position I'd put her in when I'd signed off on the worldwide release of Whiskey Girl to those producers. It had never been about me. That song was about both of us. And maybe, deep down even then, I'd known that, and that's why I'd done it anyway. A misplaced sense of revenge, or maybe a beacon. Probably both. Augusta Bell sniffed softly, lips parting as her breaths found a slower rhythm. My eyes cast around the room, taking in the small place, the lonely bottle of amber liquid, the only thing glinting in the silver moonlight. I groaned, adjusted myself around her slightly, the idea of waking her up at all preventing me from doing anything more. I licked my lips, mouth watering as I thought about just a small nightcap to put me to sleep. And then Augusta Bell sighed in her sleep, reminding me that right here with her in my arms, I was a hell of a lot better than I'd been in a while. I licked my lips, mind wandering to the song I'd been working over in my head. Wait. Smuggled MP3 players? My brain finally settled on the new bit of information she'd mentioned. Where the hell were you, Augusta? But by that time, her eyes were already drifting closed, shallow breaths deepening. I stifled a groan, wondering where in the hell she could have been hiding out 10 years ago. I pushed myself down deeper into the duvet, turning over to wrap Augusta Bell in my arms fully. A brief smile turned her lips before she breathed sweetly. I love you, Fallon. I fell asleep that night with a heart the size of eastern Tennessee thrumming in my chest, my soul finally quiet now that it had found its mate again, even if that sweet honey scent of her left an afterburn I wasn't yet willing to brave. 15. Fallon. I woke up the next morning, the smell of peaches and honey absent. My eyes shot open, and I pulled myself out of the bed, my only thought on finding Augusta. I listened for a quiet moment, eyes drawn to the bathroom door when a soft humming came from that area. I walked across the room, grin pulling up my lips when I caught sight of her, hair piled into a messy bun on the top of her head, a notebook propped on one damp knee as she scratched notes with a pencil. "Morning," I breathed, stepping a little farther into the room. Her gaze lit up when our eyes connected, and she held the notebook close to her chest, the papers blotted with soapy wet spots from the bathwater, but she didn't seem to care. "I've been writing." "Oh," I sat on the edge of the tub. "Can I?" She held out the notebook, sinking a little deeper under the soapy bubbles as her chinks pinked up with the heat of the room. My eyes scanned the scribbled notes, stanzas and lines strewn across the page. I nodded my head, humming along a melody a few of the lines before peeking up at her over the spiral pages and grinning. "This is good." "Really?" She smiled with a small sense of disbelief. "Really." I flipped a page and then another, and 3 more in a row after that. "How many of these notebooks do you have?" "A lot. I kept all of them. I have an entire box at home, too. Writing made me feel—" Her eyes flicked up to the ceiling as she shrugged. "Closer to you." She stole the breath from my lungs with her admission. Was it really possible I'd been on her mind all the last decade just like she'd been on mine? Losing you was the final nail, the last piece of us, burying my coffin. I could definitely appreciate her southern sound, but I didn't know if she was ready to sing these lyrics every night, and hell if I was ready to hear them. "We should put some of them in music." I found myself saying the exact opposite of what I was thinking, but only because not doing it would be an injustice. I knew better than anyone that making music was a matter of laying your soul on the page for all to see. There's something therapeutic about writing things down. No way I would take that away from her. "There's this certain arrangement that I think would sound so good paired with these words." She leaned farther out of the tub, swiping the notebook and flipping through the pages. And that's how I found myself falling for Augusta Bell again. Slow and steady, one beat at a time, mostly to the sound of music. I don't know what I was thinking when she proposed later that morning that I needed a haircut. She looked so cute, sitting across from me,
notebook on one knee, my guitar perched over the other. I didn't have the heart to deny her. I grunted, shoving a hand through my hair and thinking it was getting on my nerves anyway. Suppose it's about time. A wicked grin turned up her cheeks before she set my guitar on the bed and rummaged through her makeup bag, pulling out a pair of scissors and heading back for me. Wait, you're gonna do it? I widened my eyes. Bet your sweet ass I am. I was about to steal those scissors right out of her determined little fist, but I burst into a laugh instead. She grinned, sidling up close before straddling my lap and plopping down on my thighs. I stifled another strangled moan of frustration. The tiny little shorts she wore done nothing to help contain my growing need. Just a few inches. That bewitching smile sure did something to me, something I didn't even like to think about. Fine, but don't forget we got a show tonight. Gotta impress the people at Slick Willie's. She stuck out her tongue, wiggling and shifted around for a second before her fingers stroked the 2 long licks of my dark hair. She sucked her lips between her teeth and her gaze focused on the ends, sliding them between her fingers before she snipped off the first bit. I had to close my eyes for the rest. Did you, get a degree in hair cutting over the last 10 by any chance? I asked when she was still snipping a few minutes later. She shook her head, lips still clamped together as she concentrated on each tiny cut. Sweet Jesus, I was regretting this decision already. A second later, she seemed to be finished, tugging on my beard for a brief moment before she took to trimming that with her little scissors from hell. I nearly stopped her, clasped onto her dainty little wrist and everything. Good girls don't touch the beard without asking. Her eyes widened, a devilish glint light in her eyes before she pursed her lips and purred. Now who said anything about being good? Her flirty eyes locked with mine. Your beard needs a trim, Fallon. Do you mind? I narrowed my eyes, assessing her seriously before lowering my hands in defeat. Some old guy a few towns ago told me I acted too damn old for my age. She paused, scissors hovering just about out of the line of fire. And you think that might be about the beard? I shrugged, thinking it was as possible as anything else. Well, I don't think it was necessarily the wild thing you've been growing on your face that he was talking about, but trimming it up a little would probably be a good start to losing that. She tipped her head to one side. Hobo thing you've got going on. I pushed a hand through my beard, frowning once before deciding to explain its existence a little more. Started growing the beard the day I left Nashville. I averted my eyes out of the window, rain droplet tracking down the pane. Figured it was a good way to disguise my face after everything. Everything, she breathed, snipping away at the edges of my beard. Does everything include that fling you had with Tanner Smith? I couldn't help the eye roll then, picking Augusta Bell up off my lap and depositing her on her feet before stalking off into the bathroom to wash the whiskers from my face. And? She cocked her hip against the doorframe, watching me intently in the mirror. You knew about that from wherever you were? I attempted to deflect, but she wasn't having it. When Nashville's biggest star has a high-profile relationship with Hollywood's next it girl, it gets around. My face tilted up at the memory. It had looked pretty bad from the outside. You understand where the beard comes in, then? She shook her head, walking slowly to me. No, not really. Well, the thing about Tanner and me, the label wanted to put us together on a single. I set up a few meetings, a dinner, and every damn time we were together, the press was always there. Every time. I didn't think much about it then. I was new, thought it was normal. The press started running these headlines about Tanner and me dating, and we weren't at all. It was strictly business. I turned, sliding a hand around her shoulders and pulling her a little closer to me. I was still so hung up on you I couldn't think straight. I gnashed my teeth, thinking if she'd never gone away, none of this would have had a chance to happen. I tried to get the label to squash the rumors, but it wasn't long before I realized they were flaming them, calling in the fucking paparazzi to make sure we were tomorrow morning's page 6 news. That's why I left the industry. Couldn't stand it anymore. It wasn't about the music, it was about the money. Augusta Bell wrapped her arms around me in the biggest hug her little arms could manage. I'm sorry it wasn't what you wanted it to be. I swallowed the old familiar burn in Nashville, pushing the bitterness aside for something brighter. But I'm happy as hell now. Living on the road is where I'm meant to be. Performing small rooms, meeting the people who come out to see me. Yeah, but still, it kind of sucks. Everyone wants to make it big in Nashville, and you did, but then you got there. She shook her head, empathy coloring every feature. I mean, who needs Nashville at all? You just need a recording studio, a little money put together, and get a band and some equipment. No real room for that in the cab of my truck. She threaded her fingers with mine,
Maybe not there. You could do it out of the house in Chickasaw Ridge. She squeezed my hand, hopeful. I ain't going back there. Besides, you said yourself you want to put it up for sale. I do, she said thoughtfully, but you've got options now. We stayed like that, the long minutes stretching in silence until she was curled on my lap and we were sitting in front of the window streaked with rain. You know, rainy days aren't so bad when they're with you. She wrapped both her arms around my torso, fingertips itching under the soft denim waistband of my worn blue jeans. All of my best days have been with you. I rubbed a flat palm over the curves of her spine, wishing things for both of us had been different, but they weren't. We were left dealing with the consequences. The knowledge that Augusta Bell was my salvation wasn't a new one. The realization that maybe even now I still needed her in my life more than she needed me burned like a cheap rye lighting a trail of fire down my throat. We had a lot to atone for, Augusta Bell and me. Maybe too much. 16. Fallon. Augusta Bell's whiskey brown eyes held mine, her lips turning into a sweet half-smile before she sang the same opening lines that had fired up the same crowd at Slick Willie's last night, the bar packed over capacity tonight. It was true what they said. News travels fast in a small town, and apparently today's news was the reunion of Fallon Gentry and his whiskey girl. People would ask us both to pose for pictures as we made our way in through the packed crowd, glasses of whiskey offered to each of us from every other outstretched hand. I was thankful as fuck I didn't look like the guy who was smiling weakly on the cover of that single they were thrusting at me. That guy wasn't me. Never was. The man I was now might be a little rough around the edges, but he was a hell of a lot wiser and more confident than he had been. I'd earned this scowl, damn it. It wasn't until Augusta Bell crooned the opening lines of Jackson that my scowl lifted at the edges, my instincts to sing kicking in as we fell into a perfect harmony, arguing in lyrics and having fun every word of the way. Something about this song made me happy. Everything about Augusta Bell made me. By the time we'd breezed through 6 more songs together, I'd finally sit center stage and give them the one song they'd all come for. The one that had been a thorn in my side that I'd been dreading as we inched closer to it every minute tonight. I started the opening lines, twisting the notes a little to add a quick tempo, something the crowd didn't recognize immediately, not until I began with the opening lines. It's not easy to forget the bitter taste of loving you left. A few women in the room sighed, the crowd hushing as a short gasp spread through the noise. I charged on, sticking with the kickier tempo, the one they might not have been used to, but the one that felt more like me. The me now, anyway. The me not soaked in whiskey and hell-bent on bitterness. I slowed down a few words of the final chorus, my eyes finally brave enough to chance a glance at Augusta. She was standing riveted off stage, both hands clasped over her mouth, eyes wide with tears, but also with something else. Pride, maybe? I winked at her once, voice slipping into the last haunting lyric of the song before I let my guitar end on a soft note and stood, ducking into the darkness of backstage as the crowd erupted into a fit of applause. Adrenaline charging through my veins, I clasped Augusta's fingers, guiding her quickly through the back hallway and into the fresh air. She squealed, spinning me around and leaping into my arms. I yelled into her hair, a smile spreading across my lips, the widest I'd had since I didn't know when. That was fucking incredible. Her breath hot on my neck, lips hovering just out of reach of mine. I let her slide down my body, her feet landing on the pavement before we locked fingers and walked off down the sidewalk, getting lost in the crowds of a busy Memphis night. Now will you let me do a few gigs with you? I promise I won't get in the way. The moonlight lit her cheekbones, shadows dancing across the soft plains and making me feel some kind of way I couldn't quite put my finger on. Did I like spending time with Augusta Bell again? Sure. Did I want to do it every day? I worked that thought over in my mind, so many questions still hanging like a cloud over us, lightning and thunder just waiting to erupt. That's what you want? I asked finally. Her shoulder brushed side by side with mine, late summer air still thick with humidity, suffocating us like a blanket charged with electricity. I've never been more sure of anything. I faltered a step, bitter taste rising up the back of my throat as I thought about all the things left unsaid. We still got a lot that needs saying between us, Augusta. She nodded, eyes casting up the dark sky as emotions tore across the features of her face. Do you think? She pressed her fists together, twisting the fingers and looking everywhere but at me in that moment. Will it ever be possible for us to start over? So much was stolen from us. all of it out of our control. When it was just you and me making the decisions, we were good. We were always so good. She reached out a hand, brushing my forearm. I couldn't help the hardened pain that been glossing my eyes. Been through a lot, Augusta Bell, and I've been open, like a fucking book, for every question you've had. There's still a big question mark in my head, though. The one thing you still haven't answered. Maybe that's because you're not ready or you think I don't want to hear it. I shook my head, jaw working back and forth as so many fucking memories slid in and out of my brain. It's been real nice living in this little bubble of sunshine the last few days with you, but that's not reality. That's still running away, and now you're asking me if we can start over? If we can just be us again after everything? I shook my head, attempted and failing to process all the contradictory feelings running through me. I don't think it works like that. Her eyes downcast, she frowned, leaning against the tailgate of my truck, arms crossed as she seemed lost in her own mess of feelings. I don't want to stay another night in this shithole, I said, eyes taken in the run-down 3-story hotel we'd been in the last 2 nights. I want to get on the road to Tupelo tonight, pack up your shit, and we can talk more about it in the truck. I pushed a hand through my hair. The memory of her perched on my lap, snuggled up against me and invading my space just this morning as she cut my hair and trimmed my beard felt almost like a dream. Or, I finally breathed my last offer, I can get you a ticket home. She swallowed, eyes crossed in the expanse separating us. Last time I was in Mississippi, I was 18. Her words hung heavy in the air, pregnant with some hidden meaning. I'd been with her for her 16th and 17th birthdays, but she would have turned 18 after. I cleared my throat, stepping closer to her, resting a palm on her arm because not touching her was becoming too much to bear. You're in Mississippi? She nodded, body beginning to tremble softly as her mind seemed to shift back to a time a decade earlier. You don't think I'm ready to face the past? But what if you're not, Fallon? I screwed my eyes up, surprised by the strength lacing her voice when she looked like a broken little bird in front of me now. What happened between the time I brought you home and your 18th birthday, Augusta Bell? I held both of her shoulders in my hands, ducking down to her level, desperate for the goddamn closure I'd been denied for so long. Not knowing what happened to you. I swallowed the painful baseball in my throat. It about killed me. You want to know what happened after I climbed through my bedroom window that day? She narrowed her eyes. Absolutely nothing. It was so perfectly normal that it almost chills me now, knowing that they knew. She shook her head, crossed her arms as if to sink in on herself. I started getting ready for school. Mama was already up, which she should have been my first clue that something was off. And then she made eggs, biscuits, and sausage. The only time anyone ever made breakfast around our house was Daddy on Sunday mornings, and that had become more rare over the years anyway. She paused, and I took a moment to take her fingers in mine. She smiled up at me before continuing. And then I went to school. Everything was perfectly fine. The thought actually crossed my mind in my first class that morning that maybe Mama had made breakfast because she felt bad for hitting me the night before. She laughed, uncharacteristic bitterness lacing the sound. And when I got home from school that day, they were both there, waiting for me, all dressed up next to 2 small suitcases of what Mama said were the only things I needed for where I was going next. I gnashed my teeth, containing the rage that was pummeling my veins. Thank God her Mama and Daddy weren't alive now. I couldn't be held responsible for what I might do. I fought with them, she whispered, tears sliding down her cheeks. All I could think about was finding a moment alone to slip out the door and run all the way to your house. I knew if I could just get to you, you wouldn't let them take me. Augusta. I crushed her into my chest, heart thrumming as my own salty tears bled into my beard, soaking the cotton of both our t-shirts. I held her closer than I ever had. Held her like I lost her, because I fucking had. One night, she was in my arms. The next night, vanished. I'd lost the woman, and somehow she'd found her way back to me, even after everything we'd both been through. I murmured the only words I could think of against her ear. I'm so fucking sorry, Augusta Bell.
17. Augusta. 10 years ago. My head pounded, my eyes blurry as I slowly woke up. Cold window pane pressed against my cheek as my parents' car sped down the interstate. Where are we? My dad glanced at me in the mirror, pleased smile on his face. Oh, the princess is awake. Dad, what are we doing? What's wrong? What's wrong? he crooned, liquid brown eyes locked on mine. What isn't wrong? You disappear all night, sleeping around with some loser kid, and think as a parent I'm not going to have something to say about that? That's not what I defended lamely, eyes searching my father's in the cold mirror, my mother's now turned and addressing me. Oh, honey, we just want what's best for you, and I think what we've got planned will be the best thing. We've been thinking a lot about it. Your dad and I have really done our research on this, and believe me when I say, believe you? I erupted, haze suddenly clearing a little more from my head. You drug me to get me into the car and then tell me I should trust you? I'm sorry you feel that way, Augusta Bell, but if we didn't do everything in our power as your parents to put you on the path to a bright and successful future, well, we just couldn't live with ourselves. My mother's saccharine voice made me cringe. That's the problem here, isn't it? You can't live with each other, so you're kicking me out thinking that'll solve all your problems? I assessed the locks on the car, the speed at which my dad was traveling, and debating if I could do some sort of role that could keep me alive if I launched myself out the door right now. We couldn't be that far from Choctaw County line, could we? I wasn't sure. It was so fucking dark. We had to have been in the car for at least 3 or 4 hours, which really fucking begged the question about what they'd given me to knock me out for so damn long. And then I remembered my mother's array of prescriptions in her medicine cabinet. If only Fallon were here to see what kind of shit they were pulling now. Fallon. My heart was cleaved in half by a ragged edge. Tears finally tracking down my face as I thought about how many hours apart we were for the first time in 2 years. If I'd only known last night, it's going to be our last night. I swiped angrily at my cheeks, thinking crying would get me no closer to figuring a way out of this car before my mother turned around again, thrusting a bag of fast food in my lap. We stopped a few hours ago. It's probably cold, but you was sleeping so peacefully we just didn't want to wake you. I glared, cold and hard at her. Why is it that you're being the kindest to me you've ever been in my lifetime when you're driving me God knows where to leave me all by myself? For the first time, the mask of kindness fell, and her eyes hardened. This school costs a lot of money. There's no way in or out, and every fucking minute of your day will be structured and logged. Your dad and I can log in and watch you over the cameras. Cameras? I choked, throwing the cold burger and fries to the floor at my feet. What the fuck is this place, and how long do I have to stay? My mother smiled again. She must have taken a truckload of tranquilizers to manage that smile on her face. Well, the entire senior year, of course. All of it? I was shrieking again. I couldn't help it. Can I come home for holidays? Christmas? What about Dad's birthday? We always go out in the lake, and... Oh, we've had to sell the boat, honey. Your dad is thinking of retiring early. Work has just been so stressful. You know, there was some fire at a crack house this morning, and he couldn't hardly get away to drive us down here now. Was so lucky to have him. I winced, watching as she praised my dad, his eyes glazing over in the mirror as her superficial sweetness seemed to suck him in. This is fucking crazy, and I'm not doing it. I'll just run away. I can work. We thought about that. My mom turned in the front seat and dug through her purse. I know that's what most parents would probably do, but that just didn't feel like enough. Our Lady of Sacred Heart sounded like such a nicer option. Look how old it is. I know you like old architecture and things, so when I came across this brochure, I just fell in love with it. We had to pay a little extra for the last-minute registration, but they're used to dealing with cases like this. We're lucky they leave a few beds open for sudden problems. A bed? I sobbed, throwing the brochure back into the front seat. Why are you doing this? Just one more year of school, I'll move out. You and Dad can have all the time in the world you want alone again. I'll swim harder than ever this season and make sure I get a scholarship and get into a good school. I promise, Mom. Please. Dad was shaking his head, Mama leaning away from my pleading touch. No, honey, not after what your father witnessed. Witnessed? Why does it feel like there's more you're not telling me? Well, I guess it just came to our attention recently that you've been dating a boy who's 5 years older than you. My eyebrows shot up, surprised that this might have more to do with Fallon than I thought. Fallon's good for me. I swear he's been the only thing making me feel sane and stable lately. I couldn't shake the irony tensing all my muscles. I didn't make a practice of hating people, not even those bimbo mean girls at school who were always smoking cigarettes and cussing like that made them cool. I hated my mother and father in that moment. I'd resented them for years now. Spent as many nights as I could running away from that toxic chaos they created, and now, after everything, they were taking Fallon from me? But what does Fallon do, dear? See, your father's been around this sort of thing for a long time. I'm a professional at recognizing a bum, Augusta Bell. He nodded, eyes wide with knowing in the mirror. I wanted to gouge those cold, dark eyes out of their sockets right now. He's not a bum. He saved me. Saved you from what? My mom laughed. Only thing you needed saving from was him. You know what you did. It's illegal. There's a name for it. It's called statutory rape, Augusta Bell. I told you, your father and I did our research on this. But now? I'm almost an adult. I can make my own fucking decisions. We just want what's best for you, sweetheart, and you may not know it yet, but this school is what's best for you. Like a fresh perspective. Aren't you always saying you want out of Choctaw County? Well, now's your chance. No, I'm not always saying that. That was a small white lie. I'd been saying that on repeat until the day I turned 15. The day Fallon caught me trying to jump off the Whiskey River Bridge. I swallowed the ache in my throat, tired of fighting, knowing they would never see my side of this. Well, if I had a nickel for every time I heard you say you hated that town. My mom shook her head. I just can't believe you've been sneaking out all those nights right under our noses. I mean, it's not like we weren't home. We had family dinner together every night. I just don't understand why you wanted to go out and spend time with a boy like that. He's not what you think, I defended quietly, fight already fading. Forgive me if I don't like the way he had his hands on you, his tongue down your throat the first thing in the morning. Dad shook his head, eyes avoiding mine now. Only time a man touches a woman like that is when he knows her intimately. Couldn't help the blush that crept up my cheeks. If this were just 48 hours before, I would defend our innocent love tooth and nail. But the truth was, on top of all of this, the most beautiful part of the last day was that I'd given my virginity to Fallon. We'd spent one last, wonderful, bittersweet night in each other's arms, crying, kissing, making music, and dreaming of our futures. If you would have told me, Augusta Bell, my mom fought tears. If I would have told you, you would have dragged me by the hair into the car and robbed me of my life. You're right, I would have, and I also would have gotten one of those doohickeys put in your arm. What do they call it? That birth control, so you don't get knocked up by that useless riffraff and ruin your life. I screwed up my face. You don't know what you're talking about. I looked him up, Augusta Bell. You know anything about his family? They're a rough sort. My dad shook his head, disappointment crossing his features at the thought of his daughter spending time with people like that. They got generations of crime running through their blood. I looked that boy's daddy up on the system at work and found half a dozen bench warrants, mostly for public in-talks, but still. What does that man bring to society? You know his daddy's daddy used to own a whiskey still out on that river. Made a lot of money selling illegal shine back in the day, but not anymore. Now they're all just a bunch of poor drunk fools living off the rest of us. Daddy, I pleaded, thinking more than ever that launching myself out of a moving vehicle sounded like the only appropriate action. I mean it, Augusta Bell. Over my dead body will a boy like that lay his hands on you again. Your mama and I raised you better. I didn't bother responding. Defeat now weighing down every single one of my muscles with lead. I would probably never see Fallon again. I'd be lucky to even survive this school, much less make the grades to get into a college without a swimming scholarship. Good grades didn't come easily to me. Swimming did, though. Swimming was my superpower, and now they were sending me to a fucking religious convent off in the swamps of Mississippi and expecting me to be my best self? Have to depend on my parents just to come get me out of this hellhole. I swallowed the ache in my throat, feeling my tears finally dry for the first time in a while. I sat up a little straighter in the back seat, vowing for the first time in my life that now would be the last time I would see both of their faces. I didn't need them to succeed. I only needed the strength deep inside myself that I'd been calling on since the first day my parents had begun to lay into each other, regardless of the tender ears hanging on every word upstairs. They left my home life in a constant state of chaos, nerves on heightened alert as I always braced to defend myself. Fight or flight in full effect, 24 hours a day with these two. But not anymore. They might have stolen my life from me in one sense of the word, but maybe in another, they were giving it back to me. I would finally be free of them. I rubbed the spot at my throat where my necklace was missing, the one Fallon had given me. I nearly lost it then, wishing I had at least that small piece of him to carry with me over the rest of my senior year. If I was going to make anything of myself, I was damn well determined to do it without the fools sitting in front of me, masquerading as my caring parents. I could handle the next year alone. I would excel, and on the day I graduated, I would walk out the doors, a fully independent woman, and then head right back to Chickasaw Ridge and track down Fallon Gentry. We had a life to get started on, and the next few months I was away would just be a small roadblock in our path to happiness. The love Fallon and I had could withstand it. We could withstand anything. Besides, the only person I knew who was more stubborn than me was Fallon Gentry. He'd move heaven and earth to find out where I was, and when he did, he'd come track me down and steal me away from whatever this god-awful place was they were sending me. My friends would start calling, too. Surely I could write letters. It'd get back to Fallon at some point that I was in Mississippi, and then it would only be a matter of time before he found his way to me. But little did I know then that the nightmare was just beginning. It was what came after that ended up unraveling me, one swift thread at a time.
Fallon.
I cried myself to sleep for months, she whispered, eyes trailing the lines of the freeway blurring out the windshield. It was unreal. I didn't think I had so many tears. I couldn't even begin to form words, her story far more fucked up than I'd thought. And then I wrote you 1,000,000 letters, 3 a day for the first few weeks. She shook her head as if she was embarrassed by the silly girl she'd been. I wish like hell I'd gotten those letters. My eyes met hers across the cab of my truck. I would have come for you. I wouldn't have been able to help myself. I gripped the wheel, so much regret flooding my body. Your parents were gone for months, out on their boat, I heard later. Everyone wondered where you went. It was the talk of the town for so fucking long. And then, whenever I walked into the corner store, the bar, my goddamn cousin's auto shop, everyone in the room would hush, eyes following my every move as if I knew where you were, as if I'd done something to you. I took a quiet breath. They looked at me like they wondered I'd killed you. She bundled herself up a little tighter in my heavy flannel jacket, sucking in a ragged breath before unbuckling her seatbelt and sliding it across the bench seat until our thighs were touching. I breathed a little easier then, having her close. Like the slow burn of warm whiskey down the back of my throat, tingles left on my lips and surrender in my tired muscles. Touching Augusta Bell Branson had been the only crutch I'd needed to get through some of the hardest revelations of my life. I'd constructed some sort of story in my head about what had happened the day she left, but it hadn't been anything like what had actually transpired. I slung my arm around her shoulders, hugging her a little closer to me as we drove on toward Tupelo, leaving our past behind and confronting something new every mile along the way. Hell, Augusta Bell. I breathed her sweet name from my lips, the sensation it left an intoxicating one. There was a time I wondered if you were dead. I shook my head, remembering so many sleepless nights, her on my mind. Those letters would have been a game changer. She snuggled into the crook of my arm, when her little hands rested on the rough denim of my thigh. I kept them a long time. Years. I didn't throw them away until I left college. I used to read them on the bad days, but at some point it was just all too much. I couldn't keep reliving it. I nodded slowly, for the first time wishing I hadn't been so hard to find. If I would have parked my ass in Nashville and kept on with the high-profile life, it would have been easier for her to find me. But that life, I just couldn't keep faking it anymore. What was it like there? Your senior year at a school for rich kids who sneak out and kiss kids from the wrong side of the tracks. Her grin split her face. It was an all-girls school, for starters, with heavy emphasis on daily routine and discipline. And you weren't there. So that's 3 strikes. I laughed, easing the tension inside the cab for the first time in the 2 hours since we'd left Memphis and hit Highway 22. Augusta Bell kept working the worn denim of my jeans, a melancholy frown playing across her features. Still the saddest girl I've ever known, I breathed into the quiet air. Her grin tucked up her lips. Some days lying in bed and waiting for the sadness to pass was all I could do without falling apart. I knew all too goddamn well what she meant, except on those days I had whiskey. It occurred to me again that I thought a fuck a lot less about whiskey since she'd come around. There was a time my body would shut down into violent shakes if I'd been hitting the bottle so hard. But detoxing off the hard shit had never come so easy as when I had her to distract me. Truth was, life in general seemed a hell of a lot easier when she was around. And then I wondered if this was what it would be like to love her. Let her into my life again. Let her into my heart. My palms began to prickle with an unfamiliar ache before I shifted in my seat, eye catching the sign that said we were only 5 miles outside of Tupelo. I couldn't believe after all these years, her first time back in the state was with me. Listening to her tell the story of the first time she was here, I liked the idea of being on the road with Augusta Bell, but no way would I ask her to do this with me full time. This is my life. This road, my truck, the music. I couldn't walk away from the music. It saved me probably even more than the whiskey had. I'd be a selfish fool to think asking her to live a nomad life with me, guitar in hand, would be anything but awful for her. But the plain truth was the road was the only place that had been my home for a long time now, long before I'd even met Augusta Bell up top the Whiskey River Bridge. I was born with gypsy blood running through my veins. I would never be the type to settle down behind a white picket fence, and all the good things in life were what Augusta Bell was born into, what she deserved. I never thought the day would come that I could make Augusta Bell deserve me, but she did make me a better man, and that was the most a guy like me could hope for. In fact, if her daddy had had one thing right, it was that she was too good for me. I couldn't give her the things she was used to, at least not then. Now, it was a different ballgame. I burned through a lot of my cash living on the road, but I also managed to stow a fair bit of it away for rainy days ahead. Being a part of Augusta Bell's father's estate was something I had never expected, but I didn't need nor want it. That all belonged to Augusta Bell, some small retribution for the hell she'd had to endure in their household, born to be their scapegoat. If my dad had taught me anything, it was that sometimes a whole life could consist of rainy days. You got a chance to play them for them, a person ought to. Your parents come down for your graduation? I asked as if that were the most important part of the story, but
It was, somehow. She shook her head, sweet lips turning down as it looked like she might dissolve into tears. Nah, they skipped it. I nodded. No words I could give her to soothe that kind of pain. It was better that way, she offered bravely with a shrug. I probably would have been so nervous seeing them for the first time. At least I was able to focus. Graduated top of the very small class that year, and it earned me a few extra scholarships. She pulled on the bottom of her lip, eyes focused out the windshield at the horizon. Didn't see Mama again until... She swallowed. Well, the first time I went back home was after she was diagnosed. Old wounds bled between us in the cab, but for the first time, they weren't ours. Sometimes I wish I would have had more moments with her. Maybe we could have had the conversations we needed to, but I have to say, Fallon, she pressed her lips together, holding back tears. She never really seemed like... She never had that mom moment for me, you know? Her eyes met mine, seeking understanding. I know. I understood perfectly. I'd had that same sort of experience with my own parents. My mom, to this day, still in and out of rehab, struggling with her own demons. And my dad, so racked with pain and bitterness the duration of his life, he could never see outside of it long enough to spend a real moment with his kids, much less hold a job. Even in the end, he only asked for help, never a single moment between us beyond what I could do for him physically. I swallowed down that old familiar burn. Did you ever talk to them about... I struggled to find the right words. That night? Not really, she sighed. It all happened so fast. I did what I could to help her, and then after Dad just wasn't the same. It was weird. The last time I was in that house, it was so much chaos, so much fighting. Fast forward a few years, and all of a sudden everything's changed. Dad had to adjust to Mom being gone, and I had to adjust to the man I thought I knew. I nodded, thinking it was probably pretty similar to what she had to do with me. It wasn't much long after Mama was gone that I noticed he was starting to slip. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. Just one day it was one thing. A month later, a few more. So I came home to help him over the winter. Really, I think just the thought of him being alone in that big old house. Soft tears wet her eyelashes. I wasn't even home a year, and we found out his immune system was compromised. His lungs weren't in good shape from smoking all the Dunhills, and the vodka, well... I remember the faint smell of clove smoke that usually lingered around her front porch where her dad often sat, puffing in the corner with a glass of his favorite Russian formula. It was weird, spending so much time with the family without them even realizing I was there. In a lot of ways, I was a ghost to the Bransons, someone who haunted the periphery, never quite important enough to make it all the way into their world. It struck me a lot of nights how lucky I was that Augusta Bell wasn't anything like either of her parents. She was kind and sweet, full of compassion and a supercharged sense of adventure. A smile still turned up my lips when I thought of the countless nights of fun we'd had, just her and me, my guitar, and the moonlight. If Augusta Bell had been anything like her parents, she probably would have looked through me that first day up at the bridge. I would have been a blip on her radar. I couldn't imagine the endless dark days and nights I would have had without her sunshine. A man couldn't live without the sunshine, I knew. I'd been doing it day in, day out for too many years now. Wish I would have been around to help you then. Her face was soft, reflective. I'm glad I had that time with him. Spent my whole life resenting the life they'd brought me into, and then all of a sudden, she shrugged, finally catching my eyes. Life. Ain't that the truth? I slid my palm over her knee, giving it a soft squeeze along with a smile. Stayed up late so many nights, lying on the roof outside my room and watching the stars, writing music and wondering if we were both watching the same moon turn into the same dawn light every morning. She smiled up at me. First genuine slice of happiness I'd seen in her face since we'd left Memphis. Made me feel grounded, looking up at how big the universe is and knowing you could see it too. It was the only connection I had. I swallowed. The vulnerable side of her something I wasn't used to. We're only a few miles from the hotel. I know it's late, but I thought we could get something a little nicer tonight. Been so used to being by myself, I didn't really think about what the last place might have been like from a lady's perspective. A lady's perspective? She giggled, turning her arm under my elbow and smiling. Since when have you ever treated me like a lady, Gentry? I grinned, shaking my head. When I thought of all the times I'd held the door, held her hand, helped her out of the car, sang her to sleep. You may be a lady now, Augusta Bell, but you'll always be my whiskey girl. He paused, smile faltering for an instant before she recovered. It's weird knowing I'm her. Thought about the woman I sang of who had left my heart sliced open on the floor. A rousing third chorus line I'd added to a lot of bootleg performances in the earlier days. I winced, wondering if she heard any of those versions. You're not really. That was my perception of things at the time, but I'm not that kid anymore either. I tapped my fingertips to the wheels I mused out loud. Person I am on the stage, the one they think they're getting, the one they paid money for. I have to give them at least some of that, even if it's not entirely the man I am. Working in the public eye? Weird thing. She yawned, leaning her head on my shoulder. Rest your eyes. I'll wake you up when we get there. And if you're lucky, maybe I'll even carry you upstairs so you don't have to use your legs. She laughed. That sounds so ladylike. Doing the best I can here, baby. I gave her my best sideways Elvis impersonation. Welcome to Tupelo. Think you're cute. We both erupted into a laugh when the Welcome to Tupelo and Elvis Presley birthplace signs were illuminated by my headlights a moment later. Augusta Bell made everything about being on the road better. There was no doubt about that. I wasn't sure what the hell the future held for us. Not a damn thing was most likely. But right then, I made a point not to give a shit and live in every moment, enjoying the sunshine and smiles of Augusta Bell Branson while I had 'em. 19. Fallon. By the time we checked into our hotel, which for a midnight staff took longer than it damn well should have, Augusta was wide awake, singing full songs under her breath and interjecting her own, often more clever lyrics into the stanzas. Just as the clock was inching past 3 in the morning, she was breaking into a rendition of Queen I'd never quite heard before. This performance has been truly awe-inspiring, but a few hours of sleep would probably be the adult thing. Let's go for a walk. She dug through her backpack and found something long-sleeved to pull over herself, and she was opening the door, eyes on me and waiting. You're shitting me. She shook her head, grin widening by each aggravating second. I shoved a hand through my hair, not even considering for more than half a second telling her no. I grinned, pulling my own jacket back over my shoulders and following her out the door. After dropping into an all-night convenience store for hot coffee and a bag of the freshest donuts I'd ever sunk my teeth into, we crossed the river and ambled through neighborhoods and rows of old homes. She told me about the girls she'd gone to school with in Mississippi, and how she kept in touch with none of them because the reminder of why they were all there was just too much. She filled me in on her favorite professors in college, and how she never spent so many sleepless nights as she did in the hours leading up to her biology exams, and she kept writing. Music felt like the one thing pulling us together. Was it the thing that would eventually pull us apart? We watched the dawn come up over the horizon, church steeples as far as the eye could see, our bottoms planted firmly on the little front porch of the tiny white clapboard home Elvis was born in. She thought it was ridiculous that the museum didn't open until 9. When I pointed out this was pretty par for the course of museums, she stated defiantly that I was ridiculous. Augusta Bell, telling me the sky was green just to argue. Augusta'd peek into all the windows, hands up to the glass and nose pressed to the pane like a little kid. And hell, if experiencing it all with her hadn't made my heart skip a beat. Being with her again felt like seeing the world through new eyes, and damn if that didn't feel good after living gig to gig all alone on the road. Maybe the old man was right. Maybe I had seen too much. Who the hell hadn't? What could we do about it? Not a goddamn thing. My own crime had been spending too much time dwelling on what I thought had happened. It's amazing all the things this guy did so young. She referred to Elvis with a swipe of her hand, gesturing to the house behind us. Some people are just born to break every mold. My mama was always singing along to old Elvis songs when I was a kid. Or she got hooked on things she couldn't get away from. We're only as strong as our weakest vice, I guess. This man made all that music in only 20 years. Changed the game the way he brought blues and bluegrass sounds together and created rock and roll. Imagine all the ways he could have kept revolutionizing if... I trailed off, mind running wild as I thought about my own experience in Nashville. If the machine wouldn't have eaten him up. Augusta Bell edged herself a little closer, her soft scent invading my nostrils. You excited for the show tonight? I was pulled from my thoughts, rubbing a hand through my beard. I don't really get excited anymore. Really? She asked. Isn't that a problem, then? A problem? I laughed. Not that I know of. I mean... She uncrossed her legs, recrossing the opposite way as the shadows turned to light around us. Aren't you supposed to like your job? I do, I shrugged. Well, do you ever want to do something in music that excites you again? Meaning what? I rubbed at the back of my neck, the 3 hours in the truck finally catching up to my old bones. I don't know. I guess I just mean you're better than the sticky dive bars and watered-down whiskey. Her eyes focused on a point off in the distance. Those sticky dive bars are my home, I replied. Sure, but maybe there's something else. Nah, there's not. She shook her head, exasperation creeping into her voice. One bad experience in Nashville doesn't mean the whole industry is bad. If you'd been there, you'd realize that yes it is. She continued on. Carve your own way in this business, that's all I'm saying. You have way more talent than you ever know, Fallon Gentry. Whatever happens, don't ever doubt that. I turned her words over in my mind, wondering if she was right. I loved being on stage, but maybe this time in my life was over. I suddenly didn't feel that burning desire to chase something off in the distance, or to run from a past that wouldn't stay there. First light of day is always my favorite, she mused, arms pressed into the worn wood of old but recently painted porch we were probably illegally trespassing on at that moment. Something about the morning. Starting over. Sunshine on your face. It can't be beat. A beam of sunlight peeked over the steeple of the church across the street, splitting the light into two fractals and creating a halo. It's beautiful, she said, voice sounding far off. It's the most peaceful moment of the day. I never know what the next moment might bring when I was growing up in such a chaotic situation, but in that split second, I always knew that I was okay. I looped one of my fingers with hers, giving her a quick nod before looking up to the sun and wishing not for the first time in my life that Augusta Bell and I could just be left alone. We didn't need any more shit the universe had to throw us because we were really fucking good right here, just like this. Come on, Augusta Bell. Nothing good came of the last time I kept you out till dawn. She shook her head, threading her fingers between mine before, hand in hand, we stood and walked down the little tree-lined path that led up to Elvis's house. No looking back for either of us from that point forward. And for the first time I thought maybe music was the blessing that knit her and me together, not just the glue we relied on. No woman had ever understood me the way this one did. It was true then, and even truer now. 20. Fallon. After 2 nights singing at Rooster's Blues at Tupelo, Augusta and I hit the road south. A giant fold-out map of the state of Mississippi in her lap and braids in her hair. Her scuffed-up short leather boots told me she'd probably been kicking around in them since the time I'd known her last. And the way she smiled, coffee in a to-go cup in her hand, did something wild and crazy to my heart. Made it flip like a schoolgirl despite every badass bone in my body. Kept those sentiments to myself, though, because being worthy of Augusta meant doing what was right, not saying all the pretty things to make her love me again. The truth was, I didn't want her love if she couldn't love the man I was now. I didn't even know I was looking for it, but it sure felt good waking up to her every morning. Humming her to sleep at night was just about perfect, too. I had a hard time thinking of anything wrong between Augusta Bell and me until I started thinking about our past. But truth be told, it had been starting to feel like maybe this was something we could get over, too. Grabbed this for you at the last store we stopped at. I pulled a keychain out of my pocket. Elvis in glittery bold letters on one side, Tupelo, Mississippi, blazoned on the other. This is great. She grabbed it from my fingers, turning it over as her fingernails traced the letters. We'll always have Tupelo. And Elvis, I added seriously. So, how much of an off-the-beaten-path kind of guy are you now these days? Hesitation was running through my blood just as her words. Got something on your mind? Her 1,000-watt smile hit me across the distance between us, and I wanted nothing more than to press my lips to hers, pull this fucking truck over, throw everything away that'd been coming between us, and make the world right again. The idea that I'd only tasted her once, only felt her under my palms for one night for a few all-too-brief hours, had my chest aching in a way I didn't even care to explain. See, there's a state park just off the highway. He pointed to a shade of evergreen on the map. And you want to go for a nature hike? I screwed up my face, trying to make sense of her request. The brochure in the hotel last night showed a massive swimming hole. Her grin grew, with cliff jumping. Oh, Christ. I knew that'd be your first response, but hear me out. The sun on your face, the cool spring water, rinsing every care in the world away. I don't have much for cares lately, but appreciate your concern over it. She screwed her eyes shut, pushing a hand over her face and then sighing. Just thought it'd be fun for old times' sake. Old times? I growled. Got no need to revisit old times. I'm really fucking good at the moment. Well, maybe I just wanted to go for a swim, she ventured finally. Now that's a request I can accommodate. Which exit am I heading to? Her cheeks were lit with a radiant smile before she threw herself across the truck, sneaking a kiss at my neck. I stifled a slow groan, long-dead arousal finally awakening. It's the next exit. I would have laughed, but Augusta Bell was sliding her hand through my beard, resting her fingertips along my jawline and brushing her lips across my cheekbone. Hell, something about her touch lit a fire in my bones. Swear I would die a happy man as long as I was in this woman's arms. Where I wouldn't like to die at all was saving this woman as she swan-dived off a cliff face. Something about Augusta Bell and adrenaline went hand in hand. Looks pretty fucking high from this vantage point, I found myself mumbling a few miles later. We were still driving up the dusty trail that led to the parking area when she squealed, pointing out my window as we both watched a brave swimmer launch themselves off of the cliff. I shuddered when he smacked the water. You're insane. Just keep driving, it looks amazing. You're the stubbornest woman I've ever known. Thought I was the saddest. She shot me a wild, heart-stopping grin. I'm revising my opinion. Convenient. She arched an eyebrow in challenge, and just as I was about to pull her across the seat and dive lips first into her, she was pushing open the door and waving me on with her. I shook my head, following her out of the parking lot and down the dirt path that led to the edge of the cliff. She pulled her t-shirt over her head, triangles of a small black bikini peeking out at me. She'd filled out a hell of a lot since the last time I'd seen her in a bathing suit, and I liked it. Her soft curves begged for my fingertips, my teeth, all the love I had to spoil her with. She pushed down her jeans one leg at a time before tossing them at me. Hold my pants? I couldn't help but laugh, eyes crinkling up before she blew me a kiss and spun, walking on confident steps to the edge of the cliff. She smiled at the few kids lingering around the edge, hanging out and watching as she hovered, taking in the water, imagining the drop before she turned, throwing me a wink, and then taking a few steps back before sprinting towards the edge. My heart suspended in midair, and my breath caught in my throat when she went over. I'd seen her do this 100 times over the years, but nothing ever prepared me for the moment she went over, free-falling into the abyss without any safety net to catch her. I didn't like it, but I was proud as hell of her every time she did. I wasn't man enough to confront my fears as head-on as she did. She's cool as shit, one of the kids mused, nodding at me. I nodded. Even cooler, man. I can't keep up. He took me in with his eyes, my worn dark jeans with holes, tattered to the threads, tattoos swallowing my hands, and boots not meant for the southern sun. But it didn't seem to matter to him, and Augusta Bell certainly didn't give a fuck about the way I looked. Or at least she never had expressed a concern about it before. But walking into any hotel we'd been to in the last few days, anyone in their right mind probably thought I'd stolen her from the hand of God himself. She was all sweet, soft, and innocent porcelain features, a light to my dark all day long, and yet she was stronger than I could ever hope to be. I waved at the kids, taking off down the trail that led to the water's edge to find my girl and congratulate her on one stellar jump. I met her at the shore, just as she was climbing out, cold water dripping off her body, a gigantic smile spreading round her cheeks. That was incredible. You should try it. I wrapped my jacket around her shoulders, as concerned she'd catch a cold as much as I was of seeing her in a suit so damn small. I'm super good with living, thanks. She shook her head, pressing up on her toes and planting a kiss on my lips. Thanks for bringing me. Your lips on mine is all the thanks I need. Her cheeks turned a warm shade of crimson before I led her into the sunlight, the flat face of a giant boulder, the perfect place for us to spread out. I stripped out of my shirt, laying it down on the rock before settling us both back on it, my arms cradling her from the rough edges. So, did you go to school for swimming? She looked up, surprise etched on her face. No pool at the school I was at, so it wasn't even an option. I thought of her parents, and all they'd taken away from her that night. I thought of all they might have given her. I didn't think I was in a place to give her anything. I hardly was now, and there was no doubt I wasn't then. My mind trailed back to all the nights after the fire I'd had to help my dad in and out of bed, feed him his medication, and help him with therapy. My sister and I had taken on the job full-time and had nearly sunk both of us. No way could I have been there for her in those moments. You know that song about the old willow? She whispered, voice warm with sun and memories. Yep. I traced circles along her bare shoulder, fingertips dipping in and out of the little black bikini strap that held the triangles in place. What made you write that one? I heaved a breath, remembering the night in Nashville I had drained a bottle of cheap rye and wrote my heart out, furious tears in my eyes as the music touched every raw nerve.
That one's about my dad, actually. She stayed silent for long beats. One china-white calf contrasted against the dark of my jeans as she pondered what next to say. I really like that one. I nodded, waiting long moments before adding. He never went to church. The pastor wouldn't give him a proper service. But he did offer to speak if I found a burial site. Turns out a person should be part of a community to be buried in one. I shrugged. No one wants a drifter. The words hung thick between us. So I found the only place in all of Tennessee I decided I wouldn't mind seeing again, under that old willow at the back of the field we used to go to. Tears welled up in her troubled eyes before she spoke. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I think that's the greatest regret I have. Augusta Bell, life's too short to fuss about regrets. I swallowed my own ball of regret fighting to consume me. Suppose we should get back on the road. I breathed, eyes shuddering closed under the warm sunlight. Want me to drive for a while? She offered, clasping our fingers together and doing her best to pull me off the rock. I gave in, stretching as I stood up, her small little arms locking around my waist and holding me in a tight hug. My measured breath seemed to soothe her as our chests moved in sync, my hands working into the long, wet locks of her hair as my chin hovered just above the crown of her head. Honey and peaches. Damn, I miss that smell. Her arms locked a little tighter around my waist, fingertips digging into the flesh under my t-shirt. A few soft sobs began a slow shake of her shoulders. You okay? I whispered at her ear, feeling a torrent of shivers race through her body when my body drifted so close to hers. Better than okay. She sniffed once, and I wiped a tear lingering on her cheek. Just wish we wouldn't have lost so much time. I smiled. There you go with regrets again. I unpretzeled our bodies, threading our fingers and heading back the way we'd come. Best thing I learned over the last decade was living in the moment is the only life worth living. We reached my truck, and I helped her into the passenger side, giving her a peck on the lips when I could steal it. I'm all about taking this, whatever this is between us, one day at a time. That all right with you, sunshine? Her grin split open before she tugged at the collar of my shirt, pulling me in and locking her ankles around my waist. That sounds fantastic. I pushed my lips against hers, splitting the seam as our tongues worked together, hands spreading across bare skin as we ate up the sunshine pulsing between us. I slid my hands around her waist, hiking her farther up the front seat and following up after her, pulling the door closed behind me, locking my lips with hers again. Her fingertips worked across my neck, slipping under my shirt and sending pulses of raw need throbbing between my legs. We need to get to Jackson. I could hear the barely veiled restraint in my own voice. Let's just camp out here. Her tone lowered an octave, sweeter than honey. Christ, Augusta Bell. I worked my hips between her damp thighs, grinding down on my back teeth as I thought about puppies and Grandma's fried liver and any other damn thing I could manage to keep myself reined in at this moment. It had been so fucking long. All I could think about was what would happen if I hurt her. Don't stop, she whispered at my neck, her lips touching my skin. Fuck, I breathed, everything inside of me wanting inside of her at this moment. Please. She arched her hips, her hand drawing mine up to knead at the heavy flesh of her breast. Everything in me is saying take you right now, Augusta Bell, I murmured at her earlobe, but trust me when I say you don't know what you're asking for. She pushed her nails into my skin, making me wince as she wiggled around underneath me, driving me a little more insane with every damn movement. I'm ready. I laughed. You act brave, sweet bird. My nose danced across the angle of her jawline, her nipples sharpening beneath the triangles of her swimsuit. Care to tell me why your heartbeat is flickering faster than a hummingbird's wings at your throat? Perfect white teeth sank into the aroused flesh of her lips as the tiniest of moans breezed past. I slammed my eyes closed, needing to erase the face she made when she was so turned on she was about to combust under my hands. Sing louder, pretty bird. She swallowed, gaze flickering on mine when I dragged my aroused length along her seam. Soft shudders coursed through every muscle in her body before she clamped down on my shoulder, hips rocking in a silent rhythm to mine before I ducked my head, clasping my lips at the soft outline of one pert nipple and sucking. Low, serrated gasps fell from her lips before she was moaning once, twice, a third time louder until I angled myself a little deeper, sucking her sweet, damp flesh into my mouth a little harder. She was shuddering and moaning and heaving desperate pants of air across my chest. Fuck, you're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Tiny little tears formed at the corners of her eyes before she loosened her fingertips on my shoulders and came back down to earth, eyes finally focusing on mine. I didn't know what she was thinking in that moment. I couldn't even put a finger on exactly what I was thinking, but I felt it. Whatever was passing between us was supercharged, something words could only cheapen. She was silky and sensual, smoky on the lips, warm on the tongue, smooth on the way down. She was whiskey, and I was hooked.
"21. Fallon. That was the longest ride of my life, almost literally." She flopped onto the bed, backpack flying beside her. Almost literally. I tossed my wallet and keys onto the nearest surface and fell into the massive king with her. A king room was the last they had, but she'd taken to sleeping at my side all night anyway, so the extra bed we'd had before now was always a waste. It was odd how quickly I started adjusting to her presence, accommodating her needs, thinking of her before myself. Wasn't used to that at all, but being with Augusta Bell was just so easy. She held up her phone, punching in the password for the Wi-Fi before opening one of her many social media apps. I watched her scroll mindlessly before a notification popped up that she had 99 plus new friend requests. "What the hell?" she frowned. "I don't recognize any of these people." She gnawed on her bottom lip. Hell, if I didn't want to be the one gnawing on it right now. I flipped onto my side, running a hand up her ankle and sliding my fingers to the tender spot under her knees before creeping up her inner thigh. "Holy shit, Fallon." I grinned, adding a second hand to her other thigh, ready as fuck to continue the path we'd been on earlier. "Fallon, look." She turned her screen around, thrusting it in my face. "I can't read that shit. Gives me a headache." I ducked, nipping at the outside of her knee, dragging a tongue across the elegant indent that always made her squirm. "Fallon, I don't think you're getting this right now, but we're the front page on TMZ." My hands fell, eyes slamming closed as I fell back into a world I'd escaped not long ago. What the fuck? I pulled the phone from her outstretched hand, scrolling the bullshit text of what they claimed was a breaking story. That ex-country rocker, Fallon Gentry, has found his whiskey girl again. I winced. "They have my name, Fallon." I attempted swallowing the lump clogging my throat. "Saw that?" "What if they start digging into my past? What if they find out about my parents and us and just everything?" "They will," I muttered, pushing myself off the bed, eyes on the minibar instantly. My fingers twitched, a slow ache settling at the base of my skull that I couldn't shake. Jim Beam, Jack Daniels, maybe a local oak-aged. I wonder what a place like this would offer in the minibar. Probably just vodka. I'd probably have to hit the nearest liquor store if that was the case. I groaned, realizing that old train of thought was eating up my insides again. I hadn't had a drop of whiskey since Augusta Bell walked back into my life. Well, almost. There had been that bender, but hell, I could do that again. I heaved a breath, tortured by what to even offer next. They have your name, so we're pretty much fucked. I pushed a hand through my hair and stalked across the room. Should have expected this. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let you up on stage that first night in Memphis. It's too much publicity. Hell, give them another day and they'll be down here with boom microphones in our faces. Augusta Bell's eyes watered as she sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes fixed on the screen in her hands, fingers already trembling. I can't let that happen." "It already is, sunshine." The endearment I'd called her earlier didn't have quite the same ring to it as it did hours ago. "No, Fallon." Her irises widened as she pressed up on her knees until she was eye level with me, inching closer until her hands were within reach. "That can't happen." "I know. It's gonna suck, believe me, been there, but we'll get through it, maybe get you a wig or something, and no more singing on stage. All that sexual chemistry just attracts them like honeybees." I held her wrists, preparing to pepper them with reassuring kisses when she yanked them away and leapt off the bed. She shook her head back and forth, eyes sliding everywhere around the room but on me. "Oh, what if they find out about—" She pulled out her backpack, tearing out some papers she had and perusing them quickly. "I wonder if there's any other documentation." "Oh, if there's documentation, they'll find it." I hovered over her shoulder, planting a hand on the dip of her spine in hopes of calming her. "No, Fallon, no, you don't understand." She finally looked up, her eyes wet with tears and terror that stole all the breath from my fucking lungs. "What, Augusta Bell? What's wrong?" I slid a hand into her hair, my palm at the back of her soft neck. "There's more," she swallowed. "There's one more thing I haven't told you about."
I nodded, unable to form a word, trying to blink some sort of silent signal to encourage her on, but the truth was, I didn't think I wanted her to. I wasn't sure I was ready for whatever else she was about to tell me. I spent so many nights crying, so many nights wondering what I could have done different. I could hardly eat. Missing you is the darkest time of my life, Fallon. She wrung her hands, swallowing again before her eyes darted from my gaze to my lips and back again. I missed you so much those first few weeks at school. Fresh tears tracked down her cheeks. I didn't even know I was pregnant.
22, Augusta, 9 years ago. Tears of pain cut quietly down my cheeks as I winced, trying not to squirm as the doctor pressed apart my thighs, encouraging me to relax. This will only take a minute, sweetheart. I cringed at his term of endearment, wishing the nurse was at least still in here with me. Someone to make me feel not so alone on this cold hospital bed, feet in stirrups. Have you seen the baby move yet? He grinned, popping out from behind the sheet covering my lower half. I swallowed razors and squeaked. No. She'll be any time. Most women see an elbow or a foot pop out over the last few weeks. Swallowed again, fear spinning through my stomach as I wished like hell he was here with me. Fallon. After each girl was enrolled at Sacred Heart for 4 weeks, customary blood test was taken. A test that checked for a lot of things: diseases, disorders, pregnancy. And that's when I'd found out. Not wrapped in Fallon's arms, our eyes shedding happy tears as we planned our lives together, but 500 miles away, in the middle of nowhere, all alone. There were other girls who were pregnant. Apparently it wasn't uncommon, considering many of the girls who showed up at Sacred Heart came from a sketchy past. This was usually their last resort before juvenile detention. Once the administrators found out I was pregnant, they moved me to another wing. I shared a room with 3 other girls who were expecting. A little privacy for homework, or reading, or crying. I was still writing Fallon letters. I couldn't stop. I knew I'd never send them, but they weren't for him anyway. They were for me. There you are, sweetheart. The doctor patted my knee, my legs falling closed. I clamped down on my lip, feeling violated not for the first time since I'd been coming to these prenatal appointments in the basement of the school. The building wasn't set up to house a hospital wing, they said, so they'd done very little to spruce up the place and forced us to see a local doctor once a month, outdated equipment tagging along with him. I'd written my parents early on, begged them to come and get me, told them we could raise the baby together. The house was big enough, I could get my GED. I conjured every happy ending in my head before I realized there wasn't one coming. There was no such thing as happy endings. If I was going to survive, I'd have to save myself. I wandered back to my room, cold tile floor under my feet as the opening line of Whiskey Girl started playing in my mind. It's not easy to forget. The bitter taste loving you left. That same damn song was running through my head another day. Not a week later, walking into advanced calculus, my water broke, soaking my sneakers and the floor all around them. Real tears welled up in my eyes as one girl had sneered, whispered about the no-good rich whore having her baby. The nurses were promising me minutes later that I would soon be holding my baby, that they would let me feed our child, body naked and warm and small against my own. Tiny fingers and toes, steady heartbeat, and his first breathfuls of air as he came screaming into the world. The nurses promised me all of it. and I hung my future on those hopes. Once the nurses changed me into a birthing gown and settled me into bed, an IV of fluids puncturing my vein, my limbs were suddenly heavy, eyelids slowly fading before the world was gone a few minutes later. My next moments of consciousness punctuated by a sense of hope. My heart felt lighter, as if holding our baby in my arms, knowing I only had a month before I graduated and we could finally start the life we'd been planning. It was all just around the corner. I was so foolish believing in that dream, assuming we could start again right where we'd left off. It was the feeling of hope that haunted me after my life was stolen from me a second time. I called for the nurses, surprised when I found myself in my dorm room, all alone in the middle of the day. I felt tender. I felt raw. Little did I know I'd just given birth to a tiny human, destined to be a stranger. The nurses bustled in then, smiles on their faces as they tended to my bandages, pretending like nothing had happened. "Where's my baby?" The words croaked out of my throat. "Oh, honey, you just need to focus on your classes now." I swallowed, disbelieving of her words. "Where's my baby?" She smiled with her eyes, lips held tight as she patted my knee. "I'll go get your breakfast, dear, and then maybe you want to work on your calculus. Success favors those who work hard, Augusta." She closed the door, leaving me all alone, my thoughts buzzing at 1,000,000 miles a second. "My baby," I whispered, wincing, crawling out of bed, feeling a searing pain in my abdominal muscles. "Where's my baby?" Violent tears streamed down my cheeks, the horror of my reality slowly settling into all the dark nooks and crannies. "My baby!" I screamed again, making my way to the window, decorative wrought iron bars meant to disguise their real purpose, to cage me in. "Bring me my baby!" I crumpled into a heap, lying my cheek on the worn wooden plank floor and sobbing until my entire body ached. The pain in my abdomen, long forgotten because the pain of losing a piece of my soul ravaged more. "Someone stole my baby," I mumbled, not even registering when the door creaked open a while later, soft hands pulling up my elbows. A tenderer touch than I'd had since the night I left Fallon's arms. Fallon. I ached the deepest for Fallon. He'd probably long forgotten me, his life as a big city music star, an existence far beyond my wildest imagination. I missed the first breaths. I missed holding. My heart cracked in two, jagged pieces, shredding my insides as they landed on the floor at my feet. I don't even know if I had a boy or a girl. My face crumpled, devastated tears swallowing me whole. I was going to go home. We were going to raise that baby together. "You get over it, dear. One day you'll learn. There really isn't ever any going home." The headmistress, a woman I'd spoken to once on the day my parents had dropped me off here, and only seen lurking the hallways silently since then, was now tucking the white sheets under my shoulders, nodding once over her shoulder, before the nurse from earlier stepped up. "This'll be better for you, dear. The less you remember, the better it is, we've found." I opened my mouth to protest before soft straps were looped around my wrists and anchored to a hospital bed. I tried to overpower them, but the screaming pain in my abdomen, the reminder of everything I'd lost in a single blink, halted any drive I had to fight. Frustrated tears leaked out of my eyes, the need to stay strong and silent more powerful than ever. "My baby." I locked eyes with the headmistress hovering above my face as the nurse pushed a tiny needle into the vein at my elbow, my muscles relaxing almost instantly before my eyelids grew heavy and I was gone. The second time in my life, I lost my everything.
23. Fallon. I graduated a month later, still healing from the child they'd ripped from my body. I smiled, pretending like they hadn't stolen the only thing precious to me. Her eyes darted up, flooded with hopeless tears. I never knew if she had your silky brown eyes, or if she had a dusting of my freckles on the top of her nose. An ache, deep and dark, burrowed its way into my guts, bitterness rising up in my throat over all that had happened without me. I don't even know what to say. She hesitated at my shoulder, eyes glued to mine as if waiting for my response. I didn't have one. I was fucking dumbstruck. I had a lot of punches thrown my way in life, but this one I'd never seen coming. To be honest, Augusta Bell, my tone was laced with more anger than I'd intended. I'm having an issue understanding why you didn't say anything before now. Before now? You mean like last week? When was I supposed to tell you? I don't know. Would have expected the mother of my child to track me the fuck down at earliest convenience, of course. The sneer hit its mark, her face twisting with a wince. You disappeared. Never came back to Chickasaw. How did I know where to find you? Fucking really, Augusta. At that time, everyone knew where to find me. I had TMZ up my ass every goddamn day. She locked her lips, eyes flaring with unspeakable anger. A grown-up side to Augusta I hadn't quite witnessed before that moment. If you wanted to find me, you would've. I yanked open the door in the minibar, swiping every tiny bottle of whiskey I could find, uncapping the first and throwing back the numbing shot. I uncapped the next and did the same before dumping both empties in the garbage can. I opened the third and final, tossing the top in the garbage and waiting to swallow the remainder. You had my fucking baby. Searing tears stung my eyelids, and you hid it from me. It wasn't like that. I was just waiting for the right time. The right time, I roared, finishing the last bottle of booze and hurling it across the room. It shattered into 1,000 tiny shards against the window. Augusta's own tears were fresh and flowing faster as she ran into the bathroom, slamming the door, closed and locking it. I stood in the silence, hearing her soft sobs on the other side of the door, wondering what the fuck I'd done to deserve all this. When Augusta brought the sunshine, it inevitably caused a burn. My mouth watered as the tingly sensation in my body grew, whiskey working its way through my tired bones. I suddenly felt every single one of my 33 years like a ton of baggage weighing down my shoulders. With the sound of her tears in the back of my head, I walked on long strides out of the door, down the hallway, and angled for the liquor store down the block I'd spotted on the way in. I might have been a reformed alcoholic for the last few days. That shit changed now. Anticipation rocketed through my veins as I neared the neon open all-night signs, steps quickening as the sound of old, moody, classic rock songs filtered into my ears. A dive bar. Home. I ventured through the ancient front door, the loud music loud as fuck, bass line pumping through my heart like a lullaby. I reached the bar, tapped twice on the sticky varnished wood and ordered 2 doubles, throwing a 50 in the tip jar, and I told him to keep 'em coming. 7 drinks later, I made a decision to stop counting, my muscles finally losing the tension as a new band came on stage. A 4-piece set that cranked the bass even louder, everyone in the bar crossing toward the dance floor as they sang about tequila nights. They're good, a voice called through the chaos, sidling up to my shoulder and making a shiver run down my spine. Peaches, spicier, cinnamon maybe. They're not bad. I swallowed the rest of my drink, eyes blurring just a little as I tried to focus on the woman standing at my side. You an expert or something? Her deep drawl was foreign to my ears. The only woman I'd been attuned to had a softer lilt to her twang, like a bird. My bird. I tapped the bar. 2 more doubles required to wash away that memory. I'm something, I finally muttered. You got a chip on your shoulder, is that what it is? Wouldn't be in here if I didn't, suppose. She, whoever she was, scrunched up her eyes, edging a little closer with her gaze lingering on my lips. I might be able to help with that. I shook my head, taking another shot and clearing the glass.
This time the burn not quite so satisfying as it had been. Got something smoother? Top shelf? Bartender shrugged. That's as top shelf as it gets around here, buddy. I swallowed another gulp, no longer giving a fuck what it tastes like. Everything hurt right now. From the inside out, she'd mutilated me. This was probably why, an hour later, I found myself tucked in the corner booth behind the stage, a new band screaming about hot southern dreams as the pounding in my head grew to a deafening blast. Olivia with an A and a Y, as she'd earlier announced, was wiggling in my lap, her hands in a lot of places they shouldn't be as she pretended to rock along with the music while really trying to grind herself against me. Irritation spiked in my veins. The whiskey no longer doing its job as a dark yearning for more consumed me. Olivia twisted around, the deep cleavage of her dress repulsing me more than anything else before her ruby red lips hovered near mine and then landed. I didn't do anything. Frozen on the spot as this desperate woman writhed around me, doing her damnedest to seduce me like a Venus flytrap. There was nothing wholesome or sweet about her. Maybe that's why I fucking liked it. Adrenaline launched in my system as I sank a hand into her loose waves of dark hair and fisted, arching her neck to one side with enough force to triple the heartbeat at her throat. You think that kind of shit turns me on? Her fingers whispered across my neck, eyes trained on mine as she nearly melted under my hard gaze. Gonna take a hell of a lot more than that to get my dick hard. I released her, wishing she'd just fucking beat it, leave me to the whiskey and music, but I guess like attracted like, and I was nothing if not desperate that night. Give me a chance. Her lip touched mine again, leaving some sticky gloss that pissed me off even more. I can make you feel better. My cock finally did throb then, the promise of feeling better a bittersweet one. Olivia with an A and a Y slithered on down under the table, red-tipped nails scratching along the zipper of my jeans as a faux pout tilted her lips. Bile rose in my throat. She adjusted her tits in her dress, no doubt making sure I had a good view, which I did, before she pushed my knees apart and settled between them, huddled on the dirty floor under the table, eyes trying to seduce me, to play this game with her, do the dance where we looked for love in all the wrong places. I swallowed another painful knife, thinking nothing about this woman or any woman would be satisfying to me ever again. Not after her. Not after my whiskey girl. She'd left her mark, ink deeper than any tattoo on my fucking soul. The only woman's love I wanted, hell, needed, would ever need, was Augusta Bell's. Just as the chick with the faux pout was about to tackle the buckle of my belt, I shot out of the booth, careful not to hurt her as I pulled up off the floor, helping her straighten her dress for a minute before cupping her face with my palm. You're better than that. We both are. Before she could throw her drink all over me, I was halfway across the bar, aiming for the cool night of Era Jackson, and the hotel where my girl was waiting cuddled up in bed, where I could hold her and be the man I should have been a few hours ago. Shame and guilt ate me up on the few blocks back to the hotel, but I had some sort of fucked up realization in that bar. I'd take what Augusta Bell and I had on our worst days over any kind of shit I could have had with anyone else. There was no one else, never had been. I'd been loyal from the start, and truth be told, I'd only been devastated at the thought of her keeping something from me so long when I'd been an open book with her. I'd never had a thing to hide, but that didn't mean she didn't hold things close to her heart for her own reasons. That didn't mean I had a right to take those things away just because I wanted them, just because I thought I was ready. If anyone knew me better than I did, it was Augusta Bell Branson, and if she was keeping something close, there's probably a reason for it. I pushed through the doors of the hotel, nodding at the midnight porter as I strode through the lobby. The bittersweet taste of the whiskey left on my tongue only made worse when I reached for the door of our room, tapping once before waving the key card and stepping in. The room was dark, every corner silent. I flicked on the light, striding to the bathroom to find it empty. My eyes did a quick scan, noticing for the first time that her backpack was gone. Fuck, I breathed, eyes wild as I cast around the room for my keys. I'd left them on the table near the bed, and now they were gone, replaced by a single note. Fuck off, Fallon. Oh, Christ, I spat, crumbling the note and shoving it deep down in my pocket. I pushed a hand through my hair, anxiety rocketing up my throat as I slammed through the door and stomped down the hallway, not taking time to wait for the elevator before I bounded down the stairs 3 at a time. I reached the lobby, calling across to the porter. You see a girl leaving a big white truck? The porter only grinned, eyes bright as I approached. He told me you'd ask that, sir. I nodded, eyes widening at the knowledge that Augusta Bell had planned this escape ahead of time. And
He grinned again, giving a nonchalant shrug before replying. She said I shouldn't tell you a goddamn thing. Her words, not mine, of course. Anger pummeled through my muscles. My fist clenched and a roar fought its way out of my chest. She took my fucking truck. She said you'd be mad. Said you'd look real scary, and that even if you start cussing, I shouldn't tell you. Oh, for fuck's sake, I exclaimed, stalking off across the lobby toward the doors. First light of dawn cracking the horizon in the distance. You gonna tell me where she's at, bro? I'll lose my fucking mind without her. I fucked up bad, and I went out and did some shit I shouldn't have done. I should have been there and held her while she fucking cried, but I couldn't do it. I wasn't strong enough then, but I am now, man. I swear to fuck, I am. Just those few hours without her. Pushed my hand over my eyes. The idea that I'd lost her for good this time finally settling in. I can't fucking go through losing her again. You've got to understand. I was back in his face, eyes locking with his. I love her. His eyes flared, a triumphant grin lighting up his entire face. She did tell me if you said that, I could tell you. My eyes grew wider than fucking crop circles. She left you with a fucking magic password? He nodded, pride growing like it actually won, and held up 3 fingers. 3 of them. Christ, I shook my head. Where'd she go? Dawn is our special time of day, and this morning, well, I got something to ask her. A silly smile bubbled out of him before he pointed out the front door. She's just across the street. Came down here crying, and my wife loves a new face to chat with, so she brought her home to our house last night for homemade blueberry pie and sweet tea. I tilted my head, squinting across the road to the neighborhood of tiny houses he pointed to. She's been at your house this entire time. He nodded proudly. Fuck. Well, all right then. Thanks for helping her, I guess. You want to see her? He asked. I wasn't really sure what kind of sort of territory I was in now. I would. He nodded. My wife is probably already up. She starts her days early, likes to have hot cakes and fresh syrup waiting for me when I get off the night shift. She sounds sweet, I indulged him. She is. He walked around the desk, gesturing me to the door. She wasn't always, but me either. We hung in together, though. Grew up alongside one another. Did my best to hold her in the dark times, and there were a lot of them. Lost our first son to tuberculosis when he was just a baby. His admission rocked me, a wave of emotion pushing at my eyelids. Sorry to hear that. But life goes on. Best you can hope for is someone easy to talk to, share the days with. He patted me on the shoulder as he pushed open the door, pointing me across the street. Little yellow house on the corner. Just walk on in. I'm sure she's expecting you. And in that moment, it felt like I'd overcome a mountain of shame to get here. Thankful for the old man watching out for my girl. Honored he'd open up even a little to me. A fucked up roadie musician who couldn't even be tall enough to stand for his woman when she needed him most. I sucked in a cool breath of morning air, nodding at him once before walking off across the parking lot into the little yellow house in the corner that held my future. I was finally going to be strong enough to stand up for it. And finally, without the whiskey, a soothing tingle ran through my blood. I was going to get my whiskey girl.
24. Fallon.
Do you think I have a single word to say to you, Fallon Gentry?
Augusta Bell stood up in the doorway of the little yellow house in the corner in Jackson, Mississippi, hands on her hips and directing all that anger at me. I sobered up real quick in that instant. The fact that you didn't take my truck and head home to leave me to fend for myself down here makes me think you might. Her little fist clenched at the door, polka dot shorts and tank top doing nothing to intimidate me like she probably wanted. Would have taken off in a second, but that'd have been Grand Theft Auto, and I just don't have time for that. I swallowed the bark of laughter, knowing she'd lay into me real good if I mocked her now. I pushed aside the urge to haul her into my arms and hug her so damn tight my chest ached. But I'd have to smooth this one over first, and I had a hell of a lot of smoothing to do. Old guy across the street said something about hotcakes and sweet tea. I stepped a tad closer, itching to run my fingers along the inside of her arm and feel her shiver underneath me, her lips quivering against mine. It had only been a few hours, and I missed her like it had been the better part of a lifetime. Nothing here for you. Now that you're sober, you can take your keys. Miss Kathy's already offered to bring me to the bus station at 9. Hell if I'm letting you go home on a bus, I gritted out, fingers twitching as I reached out, catching her wrist, a silent request for her to hear me out.
I'll drive you home myself if that's where you want to go, Augusta Belle. I'd drive you to the ends of the earth if that'd make you happy. I stepped even closer, swallowing the last bit of distance between us. Call me crazy, but I don't think that's what you're looking for, though. I traced a fingertip down her hairline, thumb grazing the arch of her cheekbone as her eyes drifted closed. Just give me a chance to show you how much you mean to me. I want to talk. Really talk. I never was worthy of you, Augusta Belle, but the day we met you wrapped yourself around my soul. The days you weren't there, it felt like a vice, squeezing all the life out of me, but the days I'm with you are the only days I feel sunshine. Tears tracked down her cheeks, wetting my hands in her shirt, soaking into my beard, making my chest hurt something fierce. I'd never known pain like this to exist outside my body. With Augusta Belle walking around the world, it felt like an exposed nerve, my heart always on guard and vulnerable, ready to defend my love for her at any possible second. The world is hard. I've known that ever since I was old enough to string a sentence together, but then I had you. You came along and brought the sunshine. I thumbed away fresh tears, her finally wrapping her arms around my waist as she emptied her pain into my embrace. I can drown myself in all the whiskey in Mississippi, but a man still needs his sunshine. Her fingertips worked at the thin threads of my t-shirt, chest racked with waves of devastating pain. I stood there. I took it all. I cried real tears with her on that front porch. I felt every horrifying moment of that night our baby was stolen from her deep in my bones. She'd needed me then, and I wasn't there. If I would have been the man I was aiming to be now, I'd have hunted her down the day I knew she turned 18. I would have searched every college campus east of the Mississippi, then gone west if that's what it took. And maybe, deep down, that's what I'd have been doing all these years on the road, looking for my whiskey girl. What do you say we take the day? Explore Jackson? I sank my nose into her hair, sucking in the sunshine and honey scent like my life depended on it. I'm still mad at you, Gentry, she sobbed, scrunching my shirt up in her little fists. Then I've got a lot of making up to do.
"25, Augusta." I twisted my hands in my lap, feeling a million miles away from Fallon, even though he sat just across the cab of the truck, bench seat stretching lonely between us. I'd gotten used to sitting at Fallon's shoulder, the reassuring brush of his thigh, the stray touch of his fingertips against my knee, something I'd come to live for. But that didn't change the last 12 hours. Not in the slightest. Him disappearing just when I'd laid out my most precious secret? How could I be sure that that wouldn't happen again when I said something he didn't like? I'd held off divulging everything to him for just that reason, afraid I'd have to watch his back, walking away again. My eyes held fast on the horizon, truck cruising down an old country road, lush green fields highlighted with the occasional stand of magnolia trees for almost as far as the eye could see. I don't remember Mississippi being quite so pretty the last time I was here. Fallon's eyes cut across the space between us, fingers twitching on the wheel. Hard to see the nice things when you're blinded by heartache. I let his words hang heavy, realizing how true they were on more levels than I could count. You know, he finally said, interrupting the silence. Every day, every gig, no matter where I was, in a sea of people, my eyes never stopped searching for you. A new ball of locked-up emotion threatened to overwhelm me before I swallowed it down. The reality that he'd ached as much as I had all those years, like a fresh wound. Fallon slowed the truck, sensing everything that sat unsteady between us, turning into the first pull-off he could find. I gnawed on my bottom lip as the shade of an ancient stand of magnolias draped in moss nearly swallowed us from the side of the road. I opened the door to find the palest pink and white petals floating on the breeze, dancing under the hood of Fallon's truck, landing in my hair, carpeting the soft dirt under my feet. It's like a fairy tale. I pushed the door closed behind me, coming around the front of the truck and meeting Fallon. I felt his eyes on me, my only focus on the sweetly scented blooms engulfing us. Every day with you's a fairy tale, Gustabelle. Every day with you is a fairy tale, Gustabelle. He followed at my shoulder as I waited at the base of one of the tallest trees in the grove, a pond riddled with moss-covered stone at the base. I can't promise I won't fuck up. I have a bad habit of falling just when you need me to stand tall. But I promise, when I say, that ends now. His rough palms cupped mine, the gravelly lilt to his voice conveying the emotion he had trouble expressing with words. Fucked up last night. Not proud. Wouldn't be right if I didn't tell you that I almost made the mistake of my life. Took almost losing it to see the beauty right in front of my face. With you. Even when it's hard, it's still so much more fucking perfect than I've ever had. His thumb caressed the sensitive hollow at my neck, eyes clinging to mine as if his life were at stake. What I did last night, he squeezed his eyes closed, reminded me of all those dark fucking nights I spent without you, looking for happy at the bottom of a bottle. Took till being with you again to remember I'm not him. I'm the man I am when I'm with you, making music, singing alongside you. His head dipped, voice lowered. Taking care of you. I don't ever plan on being that man again. Took a flashback of it last night to send me running the other way. Both his arms encircled me then, holding me against his tall body, swallowing me against his form, sheltering me in him, right where I love to be. He hummed against my ear, swaying me softly as the wind swirled a cascade of blooms around us, the words of the song he'd been working on at my ear. My rough and rowdy days long gone, you rode the storm and broke the chains. Rain clouds clear and the sunshine came. Ah, you kissed me, sweet like honey and whiskey. Your love is warmer than sunshine and whiskey. Your love heats like honey and whiskey. Your love is sunshine and whiskey. We stood like that, heartbeats sinking as the harsh world faded at the edges. As long as we could do this, everything would be okay. I'd always felt that way about Fallon, and that feeling only grew with each passing memory we made. Sometimes I wish we had a second chance to meet again for the first time. He brushed his lips against mine, tingles spiraling through every piece of me with his touch. Don't know what I would do different, but I'd find a way to do something. I was 15, Fallon. I said the words softly, the inevitability of our outcome settling like a cloud. There wasn't a thing else we could have done. He breathed against me, chest pressed against mine as one hand sank into the waves of my hair, lips finally touching mine in the tenderest of kisses. He breathed against me, chest pressed against mine as one hand sank into the waves of my hair, lips finally touching mine in the tenderest of kisses. Soft and slow, reflective and redemptive, our touch healed what our words couldn't.
"26. Fallon. Lived too many long days and dark nights without you, sunshine. We got a past that neither one of us can help. But you and I can have a say in our future, Augusta Bell, and I swear I'll spend every day of my life making it up to you." I held her fingers at my lips, leaving kisses over every tender spot. Her eyes softened,
hands wrapping around my neck when my palms cupped her thighs and I pulled her up against my waist, back pressed against the smooth bark of a giant magnolia. She locked her ankles around me, arms held so tight I thought she might suffocate me, and still I didn't care, not as long as we were together. I love you. That never changed. I was just too stubborn to admit it before now. Marry me, Augusta Bell, please. Make me the happiest motherfucker south of the Mason-Dixon and be my wife. Fresh sobs racked her form, a brilliant and toothy smile split in her gorgeous face before she cried harder against my lips. Next town we're in, we can go anywhere you want and pick out a ring. Shut up. She held my face in her palms, peppering my lips with kisses. I don't need a ring. She wove her fingertips into my hair, lips whispering against the sensitive skin at my neck. But I do need something else. I slid down to her feet, soft pink light showering my girl in a radiant golden hue. Anything. Sure about that? A slightly scary twinkle lit her eyes for the first time in hours. Christ, I'd do anything to keep that amused little glimmer in her eyes every day. What did I just promise to do? Well, first you have to understand one thing. She held up a finger. I didn't tell you. Not because I wanted to hide anything, but because I had to be sure you were ready. Ready? I arched an eyebrow. Her grin faltered for an instant before she rested both her hands on my forearms, pressing her lips together in thought. There's no other way to say this except that, well, that my dad... That name that my dad left on the note, it kept eating at me. And then I went digging the night before I left to come see you, and I found... She pulled a little chain from around her neck, a cameo dangling I hadn't noticed earlier, when I hadn't seen in more than a decade. The necklace I gave you. I breathed, shocked to see her wearing it now. I found it in an envelope, buried in the same folder as the rest of the other stuff about the fire and your dad. And then there was this letter. She stopped, eyes haunted. One letter. A letter? I wasn't sure I was ready for the contents. And the only thing that was folded inside the letter was this picture. She slid a wallet-sized picture my way of a chubby, smiling baby, thighs the size of drumsticks and a shock of wild golden hair. Christ. I held the faded picture in trembling hands. Boy. Silent tears swam in her eyes as she stepped closer, hand at my arm again. I think it's him. The earth about fell out from under my feet right then. Him. Augusta and I had a son. Our little boy was out there somewhere. How the fuck hadn't it occurred to me that we could maybe find him, meet him? Jesus, I breathed, handling the picture back as my heart clawed its way out of my throat. I had these big plans. So much hope when I was at the school that last month. I thought I would raise enough money for the bus fare back to Tennessee and find you, and then maybe we could find him together. I never signed anything, Fallon. I never said they could give our baby up for adoption. They just took him. I nodded, processing that overwhelming information cycling through my system. One of the nurses finally told me the baby needed that family more than he needed me, and I realized... She was talking faster now, emotion clogging her words. She was right. I couldn't be anything to him. And I heard so many stories of you in Nashville. I knew we would be nothing but trouble for that baby. She swallowed down more tears. After I gave birth, the only thing anyone ever said that even acknowledged I'd had a baby was when the nurse finally whispered that the baby had gone to a good and godly family. Her fingers trembled as she worked the frayed hem of my shirt, distracting herself as she spilled everything she'd been carrying on her slim shoulders. So when I finally graduated high school, the counselor lined up a summer internship at Ohio State. They were the only school still accepting applications, and I thought the further away I was, the easier I could forget. But at night, the nights used to get me. The girls in my dorm would wake me up throwing pillows because I'd just be crying in my sleep. By the end of the semester, they all knew I'd lost a baby, and they all requested to be transferred to a different floor. It was so hard, and not even knowing, not even being able to see the sweet little person our baby was growing into. Jesus, Augusta, you think that name your dad had written down might be connected to the people who adopted our boy? Wet eyelashes framed her big whiskey eyes as she gazed at me with its new intensity. I don't think so. I know so.
And this is the thing you need to find him?
She paused. Long, quiet beats more deafening than any sound could be. 1,000 thoughts rushed through my head, knowing every one she'd probably already had. She'd had years to process all this. I had a lot of catching up to do, but the idea that our kid might be better off without either of us in his life was at the forefront. Sometimes fate had a way of throwing a person only what they could handle. I like to believe that most days, but Augusta's tears had me thinking something else entirely. I have to know, she finally confessed, arms wrapping around herself before I entangled her, pulling her into my arms for long minutes. My chin rested on her shoulder. I held her as her fingers clutched at my shirt and our minds ran away with us. I'll do anything it takes to make you feel better, I whispered against her sun-kissed hair. She didn't reply for a long time. Words caught in her throat before she breathed. Thank you. I nodded, rubbed her back, and sensed on a primal level this needed to know what happened to the sun and stars that were stolen from her universe so many years ago. I understood she'd carried a burden I would never fully understand, nor could anyone else. I'd do anything it took to help her find the missing piece. What's our first step? Researching that name? Augusta Bell pulled away, a soft smile turning up her lips as she wiped the wetness covering her cheeks. Well, you've already done the research, haven't you? I knew her. Knew she wouldn't have been able to let go once she had a name. Her face lit for an instant, fingers working the little cameo at her neck back and forth. Don't tell me you found him. Her grin grew impossibly wider. When I Googled that name, the only thing that came up was someone living in Landry, Mississippi. My eyebrows shot up, realizing he could still be right here in this state. It's not far from the school I was at, Fallon. I think he's still right here. I pulled her face into my hands, training my eyes on hers, looking for what I wasn't sure. You really think so? She nodded quickly, happy smile pulling at her lips. I think I found our boy.
"27. Fallon."
Sasquatch could step out any moment and I wouldn't be at all surprised. I turned onto Old Biloxi Road, more than 3 hours beyond Jackson, dense old-growth forest as far as the eye could see. Not creepy at all. That's what I kept repeating to myself anyway.
This is exactly what it looked like at the school I was at. I bet we're not far away, she mused from beside me, thighs pressed side by side, just like we'd been since the moment we'd gotten into my truck to take this journey. 561 Lucedale Court, Landry, Mississippi. I'd memorized the address on the back of that envelope miles ago, my mind conjuring what an 8-year-old boy, one part me, one part Augusta Bell, might look like. Blonde and freckled, if I had to guess. Would you ever want to visit? Sacred Heart? She asked at my side with a shrug. I looked it up ages ago. It closed. Not a single word about adoptions anywhere I could find, but they'd probably been hiding that aspect for years. 2 fingers absentmindedly worked at the seam of my jeans. Can't believe all this time he was right here. I should have come looking for him before now, but I think I... She paused, glancing over at me. I think I needed you first. I pushed a hand into the wild mess of her hair, pulling her to me for a soft kiss at the crown of her head. I'm glad you waited. You rocked my world, but I wouldn't change a second of it. You drive me crazier than you ever did before, there's no doubt about that. She pinched my thigh, feather-like giggle filling up all 4 dark chambers in my heart. I know I'm crazy for wanting to do this, I know it. I haven't even thought about what we should do when we get to town. Try and track a phone number? Just show up at that address and pray they still live there? Oh, and are they going to kick us off the property the second after we arrive? I heaved a deep breath, pulling her in closer, trying to squeeze out some of that anxiety that had her so worked up. You're cute as a butt when you're all wound up, Augusta Bell, but we can't worry about any of that till we get there. And to be honest, it's coming up on dark, and I'm worried that if there's even going to be a hotel in good old Landry. Her eyes grew wide as hubcaps before she burst into laughter. There is worry, Wart. I'm already 1 step ahead of you. Checked my phone last night after you walked out, and there's a few good swimming holes, too. Her eyes crinkled as she laughed. Thought about driving to Landry myself, but I didn't have the heart to leave you all alone in Jackson. Kind to you, I quipped. I'm glad to hear you did some recon on Landry. She shrugged, digging into her backpack and pulling out the old envelope with an address for no less than a dozenth time, sliding out the old worn picture, the little boy's chubby cheeks rosy and round, So sweet I could almost hear the giggle in his voice. She propped the picture up on the dashboard, head turned to the side as she smiled and rubbed at my knee through navy denim. "Think you want more kids someday?" I ventured. Her smile faded, and the fingers working back and forth on my leg paused. "I hope." "Can't imagine a better mama," I said, meaning it with every bone. Maybe we weren't meant to be parents again right now, but that could change in an instant. I could buy us a place, any old place she wanted, and we could start a family. I'd do that for her, without hesitation. I don't have a great example. Can't imagine what it's like to have a healthy parent-child relationship. I don't know if it's something I'd be good at all, but yeah. She twisted up her smile again. I think I'd like to. I was still thinking about babies in Augusta Bell when an old rusted-up road sign declared Landry, 5 miles ahead. Her eyes cast across the space between us, my own smile cresting up as an unspoken word slipped between us. This was it. I pulled into the first parking lot that displayed a vacancy sign, a roadside motel that looked out of another age but recently and cheaply remodeled. Getting late. Figured we shouldn't go surprising anyone this time of night. Get a good night's rest and then we can tackle our next step in the morning. She nodded, hopping out of the truck and straight into my arms. I cupped her round bottom in my hands as she kissed me like she'd been aching to do it about as long as I had. "I like this frisky side of you," I whispered between kisses, shutting the door of my truck with the back of my boot and walking with her in my arms right through the tiny lobby of the hotel. The night manager raised an eyebrow before uttering, "How many nights?" "Not sure yet," I said, finally lowering my girl and clutching her hand in mine. "We'll start with a week, I guess." He huffed, punching a few things into the ancient desktop before sliding a key card across the counter. "We'll need a card to hold the room." "Right," I nodded, digging into my wallet and sliding out a credit card for him. "Any dive bars nearby?" Augusta Bell stifled a giggle at my side. "Down the corner past the 7-Eleven. His voice was so monotone I almost asked if he had that question before. "Room 6, out the front doors, down to the right. Gave you a room with a view. You're welcome." I nearly laughed, but instead thanked him, grabbing onto Augusta and heading back out the way we'd come. Turning a sharp right, I headed down the concrete sidewalk until we reached the last room at the end. Guess he meant a view of a cornfield. Augusta Bell dumped her backpack on the surprisingly clean king bed and kicked off her shoes. She looked gorgeous, while my stomach was rumbling for food. Someone was telling me a taste of her would satisfy me even more. "The bathtub is huge," she called from the corner bathroom. I heard the water then, steam filling the room moments later. I leaned against the doorframe, watching her for a moment as she tested the water with her hand before shedding the t-shirt over her head. I stifled a groan before going to her, lips kissing along the soft shell of her ear, down the line of her neck, over the bare skin of her shoulders before slipping a finger under the strap of her black bra. "May I?" She nodded, eyes falling closed as a soft little puff of air fell from her lips. I pushed the bra straps off her shoulders, seeing a spray of goosebumps in my wake as her breathing kicked up. "You're the most gorgeous," I murmured, unhooking the snaps of her bra. "Stubborn." The straps fell, only her hands cupping her breasts. "Intoxicating woman I've ever met." I worked my hands around the front of her waist, unhooking the button and pulling down the zipper of her jeans, pushing them into a heap on the floor. She stepped out of them, and I trailed my nose back up the silk of her inner calf. I brushed my fingernails at the underside of her knee as I glided my lips up the outer curve of her succulent thighs, the hum of her arousal growing with each pass of my lips. I sucked in a breath, nose filled with the heady scent of her body, aching for the thing that had been missing between us, that pulsing undercurrent we couldn't seem to escape. "Are you sure you're ready for this, Augusta Bell?" I skated my fingers across the waistband of her panties. She nodded fiercely, fingertips digging into my shoulder blades. "Please." I hugged her waist, nipping at the elastic with my teeth and snapping it against her sweet flesh, the soft jerk of her hips against my face enough to do me in alone. Christ, I can smell how turned on you are. My mouth watered, palms moving past the V at her thighs and over the soft flesh of her belly, tongue dancing around the concave indentation of her navel before continuing up. With a wrist in both of my hands, I worked them over with soft nips and kisses before darting my tongue out to trace the outline of her peaked nipple. She sucked in a violent breath, moan breathing past her lips before one of her hands was in my hair and she was inching closer. More. I groaned, arousal dampening the front of my jeans as my cock bit into the hard metal of my zipper, alive and ready to be home for the first time in years. Augusta Bell. My control wore thin, her whiskey-hued irises trained on mine. Never thought we'd find ourselves here again. I pushed one palm up the curve of her delicate neck and into the wild mass of waves. Never thought I'd find home again. I moved up her body, pressing her lips to mine in a kiss that conveyed so much more than I could put into words. But home ain't a place, I whispered against her ear. It's inside you. I'll keep asking you to marry me until I get the answer I want, Augusta Bell. My other palm worked at her breast, sliding rough thumbs against her nipples and then caressing away the pain. But I hope you're prepared for a hell of a lot of persuading on my part. I pulled both her breasts together in my palms, coaxing the delicious flesh into my mouth and eliciting another groan, this one deeper, from somewhere primal out of her mouth. One of her palms pushed between us, working the buttonhole on my jeans before I grew impatient and slipped the button free and then discarded them on the floor. The only thing separating us was thin undergarments, hot, damp skin waiting to come together in reunion of need before this thing between us imploded, causing greater destruction. You want any sort of birth control? I braced myself for her answer, but I found the unexpected when she locked eyes with me and shook her head. Never had a reason to. I figured you moved on. Pushed a hand down the waistband at the back of her panties, dusting the round flesh of her behind. I wanted to. Her fingertips worked across my pectorals, fingernails tracing ink I'd collected over my years on the road. Half the tattoos I had, I'd be hard-pressed to remember the entirety of the night I'd gotten them, but maybe that was part of the experience. But I never could. She pushed her lips against mine, my control spiraling until I pushed her panties and my boxers down and carried us both into the jetted tub and it bubbled and boiled. I sank down into the bubbles, and she cradled herself against my form, rocking in slow, sweet motion as I slid through the hot seam of her body. I pushed at the entrance before some sort of familiar puzzle piece locked into place, and suddenly I was sinking slowly inside her, our mouths connected as hands trailed up and down skin, gasps of breath the only thing separating us before we were sliding together and falling deeper. My hands traced the curve of her spine, her hands in my hair as we kissed and rocked, my body rooting itself down deep in the only happiness I'd ever known. With this woman, I could lose control. With this woman, I could be me, right here, in the now. Fallon, she hummed, body spasming and a slow shudder of arousal sent waves of ecstasy climbing up my spine. I'm here. I've always been right here. I placed a hand over her hammering heart. You took my heart with you when you left, Augusta Bell. Had it stashed safely away this whole time until we could come together again. Her eyes flared with overpowering emotion, cupping my face with her hands before our lips connected, and she showed me she was feeling exactly the same sort of way I was. I love you, Fallon. Working the pads of my fingers between us, I found the hot little bundle of nerves that sent her eyes rolling, neck arching, fingernails digging into my shoulders as spasm after spasm of decadent pleasure overtook her. I watched riveted, hopeless when my own release pummeled through every nerve of my body. Our slick skin moving together was the soundtrack to our love before our hearts were the only bass line we heard. Our bodies melding together as the water and the bubbles eased away the outside world. Our own bubble growing as my hands traced her skin, her lips working against mine, our souls refusing to let go of the solace we'd finally found, drunk on each other.
28. Fallon.
Morning, sunshine. She was sitting atop a picnic table, bathed in beautiful morning light, notebooks spread in her lap.
Morning, Gentry.
She flicked her eyes up, shining with something so brilliant I couldn't help but be a little blinded. Looks like someone had a good night. I plopped myself on the warm wood beside her, enjoying the way being in the sun and her presence made something deep inside me warm from the core out. Augusta Bell had a light so bright not even life's darkest days could dim her. Hell, maybe that's the thing I loved about her most. More likely it was just one in a long line of things that made me hers. Might pretend to be 6'5" and bulletproof, but the woman I'd found trying to leap off the Whiskey River Bridge that day so many years ago could bring me to my knees with just a look.
I actually had the best night ever, thanks to this growly southern rocker guy I know.
I barked a laugh,
hauling her into my lap and letting the notebook fall on the table between us. She worked her hips against mine, lips locking as her teeth caught my flesh and dragged. He's the moodiest, sweetest, kindest soul I know. I just have to make peace with the fact that he's way cooler than I am. Don't forget most talented, I offered, locking a hand in her hair and pulling her against my lips in a deeper kiss. Never letting you go again, Augusta Bell. Not over my dead body. Good, she whispered, voice clogged with vulnerable emotion. 'Cause I don't think I could stand it again. I swallowed, lifting her into my arms and carrying her right back through the French doors and into that king bed to show her how much I loved her all over again. Something I'd never get sick of doing for as long as I walked this earth. Loving Augusta Bell came easier than breathing. By the time her tummy was rumbling a few hours later, we were both freshly showered and changed, prepared to drop off a load of clothes with the dry cleaner, my preferred method of doing laundry since the day I started living out of my truck. And then we had plans to visit the address printed on that envelope, Lucidale Court. Augusta Bell had searched for a phone number, but after about a half a dozen failed calls and countless no answers, we decided the only other option was to knock on doors. Augusta Bell's hand gripped mine as after we slid out of the truck, eyes peering up at the big house ahead of us. You think this is it? Tire swing in the yard, baseball bat, I mused, eyes taking in the otherwise tidy front lawn. Looks like a boy lives here. The neighborhood is great, she murmured, both of our gazes taking in the elegant colonials that line the quiet neighborhood street. Maybe we should just leave this. Look, it may not even be him, and what could we possibly say to make any sort of sense of what happened? She looked up, eyes terrified and trained on mine. I squeezed her hand, trying to lend her the small sense of calm I had at this moment. We'll do our best. Our gazes held, a dozen years of history shrouding our shoulders as we stepped up the sidewalk, heading to the stately front doors, hearts in our throats. She gnawed on her bottom lip when I tried the knocker and waited. Nothing. Silence. Stifling silence. I was about to lift a hand to the doorbell when the soft click of a lock sounded and the door cracked open. Hello? Hi, my name is Augusta Bell Branson. Do you by chance know of anyone by the name of Victoria Hill? I watched, riveted. The gentleman standing behind the door was slim, a sort of worried look crossing his features. She doesn't live here anymore, he muttered, closing the door. Wait! Augusta Bell pressed both hands up to the worn wood, eyes wild as she tried to peek into the window that decorated the top. I knocked again, calling calmly. We'd just like to ask a quick question. We're not even sure if she's who we're looking for, but if you could just hear us out for a minute. The door cracked open again. Haunted, dark eyes lingering on us before he opened the door a little farther, stretching to his full height and taking a deep breath. Victoria Hill was my wife. She's gone now. He swallowed, and I sensed something painful had hit this family. An accident last year. I'm so sorry for your loss, I offered. I guess there's no easy way to say this, but Augusta Bell here found a folder with some important information. Your wife's name, the only thing pointing us in that direction. What is it you're looking for exactly? He crossed his arms, patience seeming to wear thin already. Augusta Bell stepped forward, straightening her own spine before locking eyes with the man. I had a baby at a place named Our Lady of Sacred Heart, and that baby was adopted. That was 9 years ago. The instant the word was out of her mouth, his eyes fell, turned into a look of defeat before his shoulders slumped and he stepped aside. Door opened into the simple entryway beyond. I knew this day would come. Oh, my God, Augusta Bell murmured, stepping into the entry to see a framed school photo of a little boy, his smile subtle, eyes twinkling with mischief and a spray of freckles across his cheeks. He was gorgeous. Is this him? She asked, fingertips hovering just above the glass of the photo, tears welling in her eyes. The man nodded. Jack Christopher. He's at school now, but his eyes were trained on mine. Maybe later we could arrange a meeting? A meeting? My girl whispered. The guy shrugged. Jack's been asking about his birth parents for a while. We just didn't have a way of finding anything out about... He paused, watching Augusta Bell as she moved down the hallway, devouring more photos of the little boy she'd loved and lost. Met the kid's grandpa the night we picked up Jack. We asked him for anything he could tell us about the family, but he was so mum. Left us with an address to send updates, and we did a few times, but never heard back. Figured the family wanted to move on. Augusta Bell's silent tears left trails of salt down her cheeks as she lingered at the same photo she'd found in her dad's attic. Same chubby thighs and bright smile, only with a larger version. "You looked like a happy baby." "I'm sorry, I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Calvin Hill." He thrust a hand out to me, and I shook it. Jack was such a happy baby. We tried for so long to have a baby, and then when he came along, he glanced at Augusta Bell, then back to me. Well, he was so much more than we ever could have dreamed for. He swallowed. Eyes landed on a family photo of the three of them. Jack a few years younger than he was now, smiling gleefully in his mother's arms. Losing his mom was hard on him. He struggled at school, just hasn't quite been the same. I've got some family that helps out when they can, but nothing can replace a mother's love. He halted, as if he'd said the wrong thing when Augusta Bell's gaze trained on him. "I can't believe it was so easy, that all this time he was right here." She covered her face, and I pulled her into my arms, rubbing her back and trying to soothe away the long-buried ache. "We welcomed your dad and the whole family to come down and get to know Jack Christopher. Sacred Heart offered a closed adoption, but we were so happy that any baby was available to it all. Well, we would have taken anything, I think." Her eyes watered as she looked up at the man. "That night, you said my dad was there?" He nodded. "We picked Jack up at Sacred Heart when he was 3 days old. Your father is the one who passed him into my arms." "That's impossible. It must have been someone else. Dad never came to see me, never even mentioned the pregnancy. No one talked to me when I was there." The old guy shrugged. "Just a second." He held up a finger and then disappeared into the hall closet and pulled out a folder of discolored papers. "I have something that may clear all this up. There it is." He pulled out a Polaroid, handed it to me. And sure enough, there stood Augusta Bell's father, an infant wrapped in his arms in a little blue blanket, a tortured look in his eye. Jesus. Augusta Bell didn't even grab for the picture, just stared at it, eyes roaming over every inch before she buried her head in my arm and let out a fresh batch of tears. "Yeah, it's him." I handed the photo back. "And, you're the, biological father?" he asked cautiously. I nodded, holding back my own emotion. I'd missed out on so much. The baseball games, the first day of school, swimming lessons, first steps and giggles. Augusta, well, she's been dealing with a lot of things that happened while she was at that place. She's taken against her will, as you can imagine, but beyond that, it seems, well, at school didn't have her sign anything about adopting her baby. She thought she was going to take him home to Tennessee and raise him herself. The man's eyes widened. "But I've got the paperwork right here. It clearly has the signature of the mother listed." He pulled out another piece of paper, my eyes scanning it for Augusta Bell's flowery signature. It was there, all right, but it certainly wasn't hers. In fact, it looked like the signature of a 60-year-old woman, controlled and precise. Augusta Bell's had always been all large loops and youthful feeling. "You didn't sign that, did you, Augusta?" the older man finally asked, her eyes clear enough to see the signature that so obviously wasn't hers on Jack Christopher's birth certificate. "No." He nodded, pushing a hand into his hair. "Look, I won't lie and say things since my wife passed have been great. Jack and I have had a lot of painful moments, but putting him through a legal battle now—" "Oh my God, no, I would never." She was clutching at the stranger's hand now, the very stranger who had raised our son. "We don't want to change his life at all. I guess I just needed to know he was all right, taken care of, loved." She looked around the house, focusing on the pictures mostly. And he is. I can tell he's gotten so much more here with you than I ever could have given him." "That's not true." Jack's dad looked from me to her. "Maybe at one time we had it all, but I can't raise Jack alone and do it well." He pressed his lips together, assessing his next words. "He needs a mother, and I just can't be that for him." He looked up at me. "Don't know how long you plan on staying in town for, but while you're here, I'd love it if you could spend a little time with him. I think he would love it. He's such a brilliant little guy, so advanced and beyond his age, asking the questions he's always asked. I think talking to you would help him." Augusta Bell's hand clutched at mine, hope springing into her eyes for the first time since we'd walked up. "Really? Absolutely. He nodded, setting the folder down on the table. You won't be off the bus for a few hours yet. What do you say we sit down and chat a little more? She nodded, kicking off her shoes and following him down the long hallway before I could even think twice. I followed suit, kicking off my own dirty boots and taking off down the tile hallway after them, visions of my boy's beautiful face wallpaper in every surface as I went. Augusta Bell had found our boy. The son we hadn't even realized we had. Evidence of the night that changed both of us. The night we created him.
"29, Augusta." My heart clenched. Jack and Fallon walking side by side down the length of the yard, heads tilted to the side in just the same way. They're so much alike. Jack's dad, Kelvin, as he'd insisted we call him, nodded once, quiet smile playing on his lips. "They are. Answers a lot of questions, like why Jack has such an ear for music, for one." "Got that honestly," I said, heart finally easing into its place inside my own chest as I watched the son who was stolen from me walk next to the man who changed my life, saved my life. Both of them had, in different ways. I was still digesting the idea that my father had known my son, had held him, if even for a few brief moments. I had to bite back the resentment, but in other ways I think it made sense why he kept the things he kept. Maybe he thought he'd tell me someday how everything had happened, or maybe he even felt some remorse. I had to believe he did. The mystery of why he'd left Fallon our family house, not quite so startling. I had to believe that my dad regretted how so many things were handled. Maybe he just didn't have the words to express that regret. How easy was it, after all, to say sorry for stealing someone's life? I wiped emotional tears from my eyelashes as Fallon and Jack paused at the edge of the yard, Fallon pointing up into the sky as a jet tracked across the puffy, white clouds. "We'd love it if you'd stay for dinner," Kelvin said, standing up from his place in the lounge chair and hovering at the French doors separating us from the large kitchen. I swallowed the ball of emotion in my throat and turned, eyes glimmering up at the man I'd only just met. "Yes, we would love that. Thank you so much. I can't even begin to express what you've given me today." Emotion crawled out of my throat, threatening to choke my words, but I pushed on. "You've given me life." His soft smile turned up, a gentle nod before he pinched his own tears away. "Think you came just in time, Augusta. We need you more than you know." I had to contain myself then, swallowing and covering my eyes as I held it together, not wanting to present the image of a crying lunatic on the very first day I met my son and his family for the first time. I turned, eyes focusing back on my boys, now walking back slowly, lost in conversation, as Jack began asking Fallon every question under the sun about playing guitar, writing songs, singing on stage, and making music. "I'll teach you if you'd like." Fallon bent down to his level, one broad, tattooed hand resting on his little shoulder. I wanted a snapshot of this moment, wanted to capture it in my mind and relive it 1,000 times over, relishing in the happiness. "I would love that." Jack's toothy grin stole my heart. I stepped up to their tight little circle, bending to find myself at Jack's level, his warm bronze eyes smiling back at me. "If it's okay with you, we're going to stay for dinner." Jack nodded fiercely, blonde locks of hair falling across his forehead. On instinct, I reached out, pushing it behind his ear before catching myself. The sweet little boy was smiling back at me, innocent wonder as he took in everything. This morning, he'd gone to school with a single dad. This afternoon, he came home to Fallon and me. While it felt confusing and amazing to Fallon and me, Jack seemed to take it all in stride, his grin poppin' when his dad told him exactly who we were. He first asked where we lived, and then a cascade of questions had ensued as he'd sat riveted at the kitchen table. "Come on, buddy, let's go help your dad make dinner." Fallon patted our son on the back. Jack scrunched up his face. "Dad doesn't make dinner. He'll probably just order pizza." I raised an eyebrow, grinning as I found one more way I could be of use. "Well, let's change that. We can make dinner, can't we? What are you in the mood for?" "Really?" Jack ran up the steps of the porch, waiting for us at the door. "Let's make cake." He launched into the kitchen, circling his arms around his dad's leg and announcing that I'd promised him we were making cake. "How about we save that for after we make dinner?" Kelvin laughed, waving me off. "I'll just order in. Don't want to waste your time." "It's not a waste of time at all." I rubbed at Jack's back, savoring even the tiniest touch. "I'd love to make dinner for you, and I'd love it even more if you helped me, Jack." He nodded, happy to help, before sliding across the floor in his socks to snag a bar stool, and pushing it back across the floor to prop next to the stove. "I'm ready to chef." Fallon stifled a laugh, my own smile stretching the boundaries of my face. My heart was on fire. Just this little boy's existence gave me a reason to breathe. To have the chance to know him, to be in his life, was another gift entirely. I didn't know how long Jack's dad would let Fallon and me get to know Jack, but for as long as he was willing, I would take it. By the time Fallon and I left that night, our bellies were full of fried chicken and chocolate cake and sweet tea. "He looks just like you," Fallon murmured once we'd slid into the cab of his truck. "But the way he acts, his mannerisms, they're all you." My grin split my face, a tiny shriek finally vibrating from my throat. I clutched both of Fallon's hands in mine, wiggling in my spot at his side, heart threatening to leap right out of my chest and fly away from me. "He's a great kid." "Such a great life," I agreed, eyes turning up to the big house we'd just spent the better part of 8 hours in. "And Kelvin is nice," Fallon commented, voice lowering, mind losing itself in thoughts he wasn't going to share. I fell silent, the engine of the truck starting up before Fallon eased away from the house that held all my hopes and dreams for so long. Moonlight glinted off the glittery Elvis keychain, the only thing I could bear to focus on as I thought about the next time I might see our son, how many more firsts I would miss. A few sad and stubborn tears leaked out of my eyes before I halted them, refusing to dwell on the time I'd lost, trying my damnedest to live in this moment. I cuddled a little closer to Fallon, his ability to be attuned to me so sharp that his hand fell on my leg on instinct, giving me a few warm and reassuring squeezes before settling there. Something about being beside him, his big body eating up the space around me, making me feel so small and fragile in comparison, ensured I felt safe, at home, protected and loved. Fallon had done nothing but love all the dark and scary parts of me from the beginning. Even then, there'd been so much I was running away from, so much I was searching for, a nameless soul looking for an anchor. "Thank you for bringing me here," I whispered, gratitude seeping through my body. "I never could have faced any of this without you. You were always the other piece of my past, the missing part I needed to pull all of this together." "I'll be at your side till the day I take my last breath, Augusta Belle, whether you're ready for it or not." I tucked in a little closer to the man who had given me so much life. Every moment I was with him, more inspiring, more fulfilled. "I'm ready for more than you think I am."
30. Fallon.
So let me get this straight. You actually won awards for swimming?
Jack's wide cognac eyes grew as if the notion were downright unbelievable. Beach towel under one arm as we walked the dirt path to Landry's only swimming hole. Bet your life she did, I chimed in, winking at Augusta Bell. We'd been in town for over 2 weeks now, quarters at Landry's finest roadside motel becoming a little cramped. But all this quality time with Jack was well worth the squeeze. And Augusta. Every day since the one we'd had our reckoning under the magnolia trees somewhere between here and Jackson had been as damn near close to perfect as any I'd had. Augusta just had this way of shaking up things, enough adventure to keep you on your toes and pushing for just a little more. Augusta was my more. Always had been. I'd finally just gotten around to showing her that, every moment I had with her. But now we were blessed with Jack, a wildly hilarious, unbelievably sarcastic 8-year-old who seemed to be adjusting to his new extended family shockingly well. Guess something about the way Augusta and I came together all those years ago didn't surprise me that we'd created life. It felt like the earth had flipped upside down and inside out, my world never the same again. The night we met like two stars, combusting together in a perfect, beautiful storm not far from the banks of the Whiskey River. You want to see a pro in action? Augusta Bell's sweet twang pulled me from my memories. Bring it, Jack called, dropping his towel as soon as the pathway opened up and running as fast as his legs could carry him to the edge of the river. He turned, giving us each a wave before jumping off the small ledge, landed in an almost belly flop, then coming up for air, radiant grin on his face. We all erupted into laughter. Augusta already pulling her shirt over her head and discarding it at my feet, rebel twinkle in her eyes. She climbed up the taller slab of stone, Jack's eyes the size of dinner plates as he watched her from water level. The teenager launched himself headlong over the cliff and landed in a slow-moving whirlpool of river water below. I gave Augusta 2 thumbs up when she reached the top of the stone, pulled her hair back into a ponytail before throwing both of us one last wave and an air kiss. I sucked in a breath, the familiar sense of knots twisted in my stomach when she backed away from the edge, then sprinted on angel's wings across the hard stone, launching headfirst over the side and arching like a swan, fingertips reaching above her head as she free fell. Jack watched, eyes bigger than the tires on my truck when Augusta cut through the water, disappearing under the current. We both waited, his eyes on the spot she'd vanished, mine on him. My beautiful boy. Last week, Jack had been in my life. He'd brought more sunshine than I knew I was missing, the thought of his absence becoming harder to take. I still didn't know what was next for Augusta Bell and me. We hadn't talked about it. I wasn't sure how I felt about things, but watching her be a mom to Jack was like watching a flower bloom after the first spring rain. I couldn't take her away from that. What opportunities Landry had for me, I wasn't sure. The thought of living far away from this kid left a dark cloud hanging over my head, but I didn't know if it was darker than the idea of staying in Landry either. I had some cash stashed, but I had no plans for retiring anytime soon. Short of losing Augusta Bell, losing my lifeline, the music, sounded like another idea of hell. But could I lose my boy? Jack's eyes searched the still waters, worry lacing his features before Augusta surfaced just out of the reach of him, hair soaked down the length of her back, a triumphant smile on her face.
Dude, how did you hold your breath that long?
Jack looked up at the woman who'd birthed him, displaying the same rebel twinkle, upturned nose dotted with a spray of sweet freckles, deep brown eyes, and honey hair. There was no doubt on the planet. He was hers.
You just got to practice. Even a few minutes every day can help build your lung capacity, and that's the key to outracing the competition.
She pushed a hand through his wet hair.
Holding your breath?
He ducked away, splashing her as he did.
Nope.
She splashed him back.
Practicing.
She splashed again, then turned, eyes set on me. I held up my arms, shaking my head before she used both hands to paddle as much of the water my way as she could muster. Jack joined in, and before long I was soaked to the core, pulling off my shirt and diving in after them. Jack laughed when I launched more water his way before ducking and paddling away. That boy can swim too. I stopped as soon as he was out of earshot. Augusta Bell snaked her arm around my waist, leaning her head against my chest as she sighed.
He's the sweetest, smartest, most sarcastic human I've ever met.
She twined her fingers with mine.
Next to you.
I grinned, about to grace her forehead with a kiss when a tsunami from hell caught me by surprise and an evil little laugh cackled just out of my reach. He's definitely his mother's kid, I hummed under my breath before launching into the water and swimming toward Jack. Augusta was hot on my tail,
teaming up with Jack to soak me to the bones for the rest of the afternoon. The very best time of my life.
So, you're telling me I don't have any grandparents left?
Jack asked, dribbles of watermelon still dribbling off his chin as we finished what was left of our picnic.
Well,
Augusta put an arm around Jack, ruffling the short spikes of his new haircut, something cool for baseball he'd requested.
Life can be unfair sometimes, buddy.
His eyes tracked from mine across the picnic table to Calvin's and then finally landed on Augusta's.
But I don't understand. Dad showed me that picture. I had a grandpa. He knew about me.
I swallowed the burn blazing a trail down my throat. I wished I had something to tell him, some consolation for the fact that sometimes people just weren't nice. That was all I could ever come up with to explain the awfulness of the world anyway.
I don't know why he chose to do what he did, Jack,
Augusta finally offered. I bet not a day went by he didn't regret it, son. And what if we always told you? Calvin's eyes had steady on Jack.
That some people just aren't ready to raise a baby,
Jack recited. I chewed on my bottom lip, wishing I had more to give. It's true, Jack, I finally murmured. Augusta Bell and I, well, we weren't in any place to have a baby. Maybe life could have been different, but who's saying life would have been any better if we had? I spent a lot of my life wishing I could change the past. A whole lot of life wasted. I pressed a hand on his back. I'm not about to waste any more that time. Jack frowned, but nodded with reluctant understanding.
The truth is,
Augusta's eyes bounced from Calvin's, then to Jack's.
My parents, your grandparents, well, I believe they thought they were doing what was best.
She knocked shoulders with our boy.
But I know for sure they wish they could be here now, watching you hit home runs with the Eagles and swimming like a star.
He turned up his face, eyes catching the sun and glowing.
I want to go to Tennessee someday, see the ridge and the river you used to swim in. I want to see the house, too.
My heart thrummed quicker with his words. The idea of bringing him home to Chickasaw, showing him all those places that were the backdrop of Augusta's and my story. I didn't know if I had the heart to relive it all, especially through his young eyes.
Maybe someday, pal, Augusta grinned. How about right now we clean up and then head downtown for some ice cream? Can we, Dad?
Jack asked Calvin. He nodded.
Home by dark, though. You got one more day of school before the weekend.
Can't I stay with Fallon and Augusta?
His little southern drawl was more noticeable in the evening he was tired. Reminded me of Augusta even more with that twang.
We don't really have a good situation set for sleepovers, buddy.
Augusta glanced at Calvin.
That hotel is close, but there isn't much room. I could sleep on the floor, I don't care.
That's definitely not happening, I announced a little repulsed. Maybe we could find something bigger to rent for the weekend. Calvin shook his head, patting Jack on the shoulder.
Maybe someday, buddy. You best be moving on that ice cream if you want to get there before they close.
Jack slipped his hand into Augusta's. Her cheeks warm and a slow smile crossed her lips at his contact. I sucked in a breath. Thoughts of what the world held for us as we took off for the sidewalk. Sights set on ice cream. My mind a blur with possibilities.
Augusta. Dawn light shone through the faded blinds of the motel window, my eyes fluttering open just as Fallon's heavy palm made contact with the sensitive underside of my knees. He dusted his nose along the edge, grazing my thigh before his teeth nipped at the waistband of my panties and yanked, eliciting a squeal from my lips. "Morning, sunshine. I'm hungry for breakfast, and I want all 3 courses between your thighs." He caged me in his arms, the gravelly timbre of his voice sending my stomach spiraling. This man, his words, he'd been undoing me from the start with his words. Sounds promising. I moaned, fingernails digging into his biceps, as my heart hammered at a fever pitch, the rough sandpaper of his beard causing new and delicious sensations to rocket through my body. You don't even know the half of it. He locked his hands with mine, his body pushing its way down my torso, grating over every last delicious nerve, his effect on me spinning my head a little more out of control. Lost in him. I'd always been so utterly lost in this man. Spread those sweet knees, sunshine. I did what he ordered, anticipation making me his captive. With his hands holding mine at my sides, he locked me to his body, mouth spread over the juncture of my legs as he moved his tongue against my skin, eliciting moans and whimpers of pleasure with each stroke. He pressed the palm of his hand against my hips, holding me to him as his mouth glided around my core, devouring me in deft sweeps and swallowing me whole. Tremors of overwhelming pleasure and pain blasted through my body, shaking me from the inside out, rendering me speechless and stunned. Before I could even begin to imagine what was on his mind, he was lifting me in his arms, locking my ankles around his waist and sliding inside, filling me with measured strokes and caressing the sensitive hollows of my throat with his lips. More, Fallon. Please, more. He clutched at my back, angling his hips deeper, creating a new rhythm as we connected, rocking together, wrapped around each other limb for limb, life for life. You don't know what it does to me, knowing all those desperate little whimpers of mine. His rough beard skated across my breasts, my nipples tightening as our skin grew damp, the only noise what our bodies were making as we peeled away every layer. I want more babies with you, Augusta Belle. He scraped his teeth along the shell of my ear, hard chest rasping against mine before his fingers stole between us, rough pads spreading my damp flesh. I want all the babies with you, sunshine. He pinched my aching flesh, sending a torrent of showers erupting through my body, stars splitting behind my eyelids before his grip tightened at my waist. He held me close to him, body shaking as his own release pummeled through him. I felt him flexing deep inside, our bodies softening as he pulled us down into the mountain of cotton that mounded the motel bed. Violent breaths racked my body as the slow drag of his cock kissed every raw nerve. A sensation so intense, soft pulses shuddered their way through my body. My emotions had already been strung tight the last month, the highs so beautiful, but some days it felt like I was waiting for the inevitable crash. I snuggled against the only man who'd ever made me feel worthy, but the only thing I wanted was the one thing I couldn't bear to ask because I was too afraid of the answer. Could we stay? The smell of your skin makes my heart happy, I whispered against the soft flesh of his tattooed bicep. Fallon turned up his lips in something that was part grin, part frown, before he uncurled himself from my body and pushed out of bed. You're biased. That means I need a shower. He planted a kiss on the crown of my head. Sunlight shot through the blinds, highlighting all the finely knit muscles and chiseled contours as he walked away, the padding of his feet on the carpet piercing the silence. We'd been in Landry for nearly a month, Jack and Kelvin welcoming us into their lives without a second's hesitation. And while things between Fallon and me had been better than ever, fevered late-night writing sessions and lovemaking, waiting for Jack at the bus stop in the afternoons, life had settled into its own rhythm. But still, this giant, unspoken elephant seemed to exist between us, growing, pushing out the air. We might have only been here for a month, but already I was thinking the next 10 years in Landry looked pretty good. The idea of leaving Jack like a serrated knife working its way down my heart. But Fallon, as attentive as he was, still seemed like he was missing something. I didn't know what was on his mind, but he constantly looked like he was in a state of flux, worn with sides of himself I wasn't privy to. The shower water halted then, and the near silent sound of his footsteps was the only sign that he was back in the room with me. I tucked the sheet around my bare body, sliding up to my knees as he neared the bed, white towel secured loosely at his waist. dark licks of ink slashing across the deeply etched muscles of his torso. I loved him so much, but maybe he was a rolling stone through and through. Maybe he'd always need the road and the crowds to feed a part of himself that I and Jack couldn't give. Swallowed the slow ache that lodged in my throat as his hands pushed into the sides of my wild hair before placing quiet kisses on my forehead. He didn't say anything. Neither did I. I didn't know what I could say. Please don't leave us. Because despite everything new we'd found out, suddenly my priorities had shifted. Jack was now part of my us. The ringing of my phone chose that moment to pierce the haunted silence, and Fallon's hands dropped to his sides before he pulled a clean pair of worn-out jeans from a stack. The phone shook again, and this time I stretched across the bed, holding it to my ear as I said a quick hello. I listened silently, sounds of sheer fear lacing the voice on the other line. "Have you seen Jack?" I swallowed, shaking my head as my heart fell on the floor. "No. He left school at lunch and hasn't been back. He's never done this before. The school asked all his friends." Kelvin sounded bad. Scary bad. My eyes shot across the room to Fallon's, worry transcending the space. "We'll do whatever we can. We can canvass all the neighborhoods from here to the school. Whatever you need from us, we'll find him, Kelvin, I promise." Fallon was pushing his boots onto his feet before I'd hung up the phone. My stomach turned, the greatest fear I'd ever known materializing in a matter of an instant. Fallon's eyes searched my face, a frown twisting his features before he crossed the room, wrapping me in his arms and letting me unravel, piece by terrified piece. "I'll find him, Augusta Bell. Swear on my life I won't sleep till I find him." Adrenaline flooded my veins as fat tears streamed down my cheeks. Fallon's thumbs attempted to push the salty tracks aside before I launched off the bed and across the room, throwing on the first pair of jeans I found, wiggling into a bra and then a tank top. "Maybe you should stay here in case he shows up," Fallon suggested. I shook my head, rational decision-making no longer a part of my skill set. The holy terror of losing my son, not for the first time, settling into my bones. I can't just stand by while this... I pushed away more tears as I tried to tie my shoelaces. "Augusta," steady palms holding my shaking shoulders. "Take some deep breaths and lift your head up high. We're going to find him. Post yourself outside, keep your phone turned up, and I'm just going to do a quick search around the school zone, okay? I'll be back in 30 minutes to check on you, but you gotta be ready to take my call, okay? Or if he comes here, just be ready. He needs you, sunshine." Fallon nestled me into his neck. "We all do." I nodded, summoning my strength as we pushed through the door of the motel room, Fallon giving me one last kiss before he climbed into his truck and backed away. I swallowed down my tears, grazing my teeth on my bottom lip and looking down at my phone in my hand. Without knowing what else to do, I pulled up my contacts, pressing Jack's, the picture of all three of us smiling at the swimming hole a few weeks ago, his contact photo. I cried more happy, sad tears, pressing the speakerphone as the call began to ring. I waited, birds singing sweet songs in the Spanish moss-covered oaks around me, wind carrying all my hopes away with each passing second. "Hello? Jack?" I nearly shrieked, catching the phone in both of my hands. "Yeah?" His sweet little twang was like an angel singing in my heart. "Where are you?" He let out a little huff on the line. "Should have known Dad would call you." A hooded figure came around the corner, spiky blonde hair and dark brown eyes sending tears of relief down my cheeks. "What, are you crazy?" I pulled him into a hug, holding him so tightly I thought I might crush my own chest cavity. I didn't care. I needed to feel him here, safe. "You scared us." He nodded, pushing the hood off his shoulders and dropping his backpack on the sidewalk before he plopped onto the nearest picnic table. "I just needed a break." "A break?" I sat down beside him. I get that, buddy, but you just gotta tell people first. He swallowed, his eyes avoiding mine as he twisted his hands together. What's on your mind? Did something happen today? He shook his head, troubled eyes conveying more than he was willing to say out loud. So much like his daddy in that way. I'm going to send your dad and Fallon a quick message, and then I want to know exactly what's going on in that head of yours. What if you're mad? I won't be mad, Jack. Not ever. I might be worried, but I promise you that anger isn't something that you'll get as long as you tell me the truth. He nodded again, breathing a reluctant sigh when I hit send on the 2 messages confirming Jack's whereabouts. I'm just worried that I'm going to get home from school someday and you won't be here. His words hollowed out my soul, the sheer worry in his innocent little eyes leveling me. That won't happen, Jack. My voice was barely above a whisper. My promise to him as much as myself. But Fallon's got his music. I know he doesn't want a kid. You don't know what Fallon wants at all, Jack, and the best part, you don't even have to worry about it. Fallon and I will work out all these adult things. The man of the hour pulled in then, bright white truck parking alongside us. Fallon Gentry unfolded his big body from behind the wheel of his truck, a look of relief dominating every feature of his face. He smiled, taking long strides to Jack, and then placing a kiss on his head before wrapping me in a quick hug. Scared the hell out of us for a minute, kid. Jack smiled weakly when Fallon plopped down beside him, crossing one ankle over a knee and cocking his arm back on the bench. The way he filled up a space did things, swallowed up the energy around him, drew people into his bubble like moths to a flame. It was exactly the thing the crowd witnessed all those nights he sat on stage. Exactly why he'd made it so far in Nashville, and why he would have made it much farther if he'd chosen that life. But the longer he seemed to stew on what he wanted to do next, the more he seemed to be unhappy about it. I know someday you're going to go back on the road, Jack's meek little voice finally admitted. Fallon rubbed a hand through his beard, body still easy, casual. Ever heard that saying about assuming things? Jack tilted his little head, shaking it in confusion. Fallon nodded. Well, when you go assuming things, Jack, I think he's a little on the young side for this particular lesson, I interjected, hand on Jack's shoulder. What's assuming? Jack scrunched up his cute little button nose, and I couldn't help laughing. Means you're wrong if you think I'm leaving anytime soon. Fallon wrapped an arm around him. Couldn't get rid of me if you wanted to. Jack's grin split his face, Fallon's hand in his hair, messing up the cute little style he'd been rocking. But how you gonna make music? Concern etched Jack's small features, showing he'd put a lot of time into thinking about this. It's a new world, little man. Got a lot of different options, and all of them involve me and Augusta living right here next to you. Jack's grin grew wider, and he jumped up on the picnic table, cheering before Fallon stood and gave him double high fives. But you can't go pulling stuff like this again. Scared your dad and us real bad, Jack. Jack leaped from the table, still smiling. Promise I won't. Good. Fallon slid an arm over his shoulders and pulled him in close for a hug. Your dad asked me to bring you back to school. That sound okay? Or is there anything else that needs addressing? Jack shook his head, beaming smile still etching his lips before he spun, running across the sidewalk to launch himself into my arms. I held him close, breathing in the fresh sunshine and sweet, sweet honey scent of his hair, more grateful for both the men in my life than I'd ever been. Fallon's warm embrace encompassed both of us, his lips brushing against my forehead. Been thinking maybe it's time we settled down, bought a house. Thought in the morning maybe we could visit a few realtors. I shot my eyes to his, speechless and nodding. Yes! He laughed, looping me in a hug. Well, at least I got an enthusiastic yes out of you. Are you sure you're ready? Weren't you just saying you weren't the settling type? He shrugged, pushing one hand in his beard as he thought. I was then. Game's changed now. So it has, I mused, sitting up a little straighter. I had hope. Had my boys. There would be no taking either of them away from me again. If it meant becoming a permanent resident of Landry, then roll out the welcome wagon. I'd be a proud, flag-toting citizen of the great state of Mississippi. As long as I had these boys, my life would be complete. My future, since the very first time I'd met Fallon, felt so bright. Epilogue, Augusta, 3 months later. Boys! I called down the stairs, voice lost among the clatter of noise coming out of the basement studio. Dinner! I grinned when the sound system finally switched off, laughter floating up the stairs to greet my happy ears. After 2 weeks of searching, a cash bid, and a horrendous few days in a moving truck, driving all the way from Tennessee down to Mississippi, we were finally settled in Landry. Our house was just a half-mile from Jack Christopher's, near enough to ride a bike to, and almost near enough to throw a baseball at. I knew Fallon and Jack had tried, making it their new challenge to launch a baseball with a potato gun from his backyard to ours. We were that close. We were that happy. Things were that good. Learned the opening lines of Hotel California today. Jack buzzed into the kitchen, gleeful grin on his face. He was barefoot. Both boys were as they entered the kitchen, so at home and cozy in this not-so-little house Fallon had bought. Apparently he hadn't been kidding when he said he wanted to settle. I was thinking maybe we'd rent a while first, but Fallon had plans far beyond my wildest dreams. His first order of business was outfitting a basement bedroom into a home music studio, recording equipment and mixers to his heart's content. Once in a while, when I woke up to find the bed empty beside me, I found him down there, mixing new songs or working on lyrics. And watching Fallon make music was a dream come true, like watching magic unfold before my eyes. He inspired me to spend more time writing. Some of my lyrics even finding their way into his songs. He'd already been more active on his once defunct video channel, the one that first launched his career, and while TMZ hadn't caught up with us yet, the buzz around where Fallon Gentry was producing his music and the new modern sound he was creating, a catchy blend of southern rock and bluesy country, already had the channel growing exponentially. It only took one new remix of Whiskey Girl, a duet where we shared the haunting lyrics of his hit song, to go viral, and attention grew. And then the largest streaming channel came calling, offering a one-night, unplugged performance featuring Fallon that they wanted to film and release to the masses. Fallon had the chance to go worldwide again. And after so many sleepless nights of considering all the possibilities, we finally said yes. Fallon insisted that we sing Whiskey Girl together, and even asked if I'd perform a few of my own songs alongside him, along with his other crowd favorites. He went from being a Nashville has-been to building his career from the ground up, exactly how he wanted it. He inspired me more every day. His sister was glad he was finally settled. Her updating of his fly-by-night tour schedule on the website not needed anymore because he was no longer doing public gigs, and I could update the website now if required anyway. But the true gift, the one that put all else to shame, was watching him be a dad to Jack. Kelvin had been generous, allowing Jack to move back and forth between our homes from day one. Jack had now taken to calling me Mom, which slayed my heart with so many happy tears I'd nearly broken down in front of the poor kid. And Fallon Pa, which made me laugh more every time he said it. And the way Fallon's eyes crinkled at the corners made me think he liked it too. It took weeks for us to truly settle into our new roles as parents, being good role models and watching our words, adapting to the idea that something made up of equal parts of us walked around outside of our bodies every day. I didn't think either of us had ever felt so vulnerable, so responsible, and so overwhelmed with love to get the chance. We also had to make peace with the time we'd lost with our sweet boy. Fallon taken an especially long time to adjust. But the more he lost himself in the music, the more his true feelings seemed to come out in the lyrics. Staying busy and creating what he loved was therapy, more than whiskey ever had been, and he was finally in a good enough space to see the light. After dinner, once we'd walked Jack home and we were both wandering the hallways of our all-too-often empty house, Fallon caught up with me, wrapping me in his arms from behind and guiding me out into the silver moonlight of our back porch. I looked up across the fields and forests that surrounded our little neighborhood, and knowing the same moon cast light a few houses down on our son, tucked in and well-loved, I felt truly at peace. I wasn't running, I wasn't chasing, I wasn't even searching for Fallon. I could finally stop, pause, enjoy, and just be. I think it's time we expand this little family we've built, he whispered at my ear, sending a pleasurable chill running down my spine. I turned up my lips, my hands holding his and bringing them to my belly. We already have, Gentry. His muscles stiffened, arms spinning me to assess my face head-on. That mean what I think it means? I nodded, warm tears pooling at my eyelashes as I thought of all the love we had to give, how great a brother Jack would be, the life we'd build in Landry, making music and being free. Finally free of the past, of anyone else's expectations, of everything. I was thinking the name Jet. I pressed a kiss to his inked knuckle. Or Presley. Happiness shot through Fallon as he hoisted me in his arms, spinning me in circles while still managing to hold me gently. I don't give a shit what we call it. You just made me the happiest man alive, Augusta Belle. I giggled, his beard tickling across the hot skin at my chest. That beard had gotten me in trouble all those weeks ago. I just couldn't say no to him. His overprotective nature was so attuned to me, the way his hand hovered at my waist as we stood in line, how he pulled out my chair when we sat down for dinner, how he tucked me into bed with such care each night, as if he wanted to memorize every moment we had together. Fallon, from the moment we'd met, had never stopped making me feel special. Swear, Augusta Belle, still surprising me. He shook his head, catching my lips with his. I moaned, hands working at the nape of his neck as sparks of desire ran through my veins. I think this is the part where you finally say yes to that question I've been asking. Oh? I breathed, too caught up in him to even think straight. You know. He was working his hand between my legs, coaxing the answer he wanted out of me. Sure I don't have any more secrets up my sleeve? I half teased. Don't care. The roughened pad of his thumb slid between my breasts, yanking down the neckline of my dress as he went. Are you sure? There was just one more thing. Really don't care, Augusta Belle. Caught my lips in a kiss meant to hush me. Nothing you could say could make me change my mind. Been to hell and back with you already, Mama. Might as well make it official. I hummed, expressing quiet reservation. Nothing at all? He huffed, finally growing exasperated with my line of questioning. You could tell me you got triplets in there and I'd be a happy fucker. What could you possibly have on your mind that needs saying at this minute? He slid a palm against the small of my back and applied pressure, our hips grinding together as he showed me exactly what I did to him. Well, the more we've talked to Kelvin, it just got me thinking, About that day, Fallon, and something about it doesn't sit right. Oh, yeah? He sighed out a breath at my ear, still not paying attention. So I got to digging through that box. Shit, digging up the past again? Finally stilled, hands at my shoulders and eyes on me. What'd you find this time? Nothing much, really. I thought back to the stacks of papers I'd found just this morning when the boys were still asleep. Just a background check, but it was on your dad. And dated the day, well, that day. I'm assuming my dad did it at work, but it had your address on it, and it just got me thinking, what if he... Well, your dad believed it was arson, right? Fallon nodded, eyes shuddering closed before he pushed a hand through his hair. Yep. What made him think that? I asked, still piecing everything together. Fallon whipped his eyes up to meet mine, a strangled look covering his face. 'Cause I saw someone. You saw someone? The person your dad thinks started the fire? Fallon nodded, eyes searching the ground at his feet. Person throwing a gasoline-soaked rag in a bottle. My eyes popped wide, heart throttling to a gallop as I realized there was more that night Fallon hadn't told me. Who did you see? He worked his hand back and forth at his beard, eyes closed as he tilted his head up almost in slow motion. Didn't get a real good look. His throat looked tight as he swallowed. They were driving a green Volvo. My heart slammed to a halt, unable to form the words I knew I needed. His eyes avoided mine, his hands rubbing at his face and head, anything to take his mind off the conversation. Really? I finally squealed, tears welling. You're sure? Fallon's eyes hung heavy on mine, the same dark irises that pulled me in so long ago, made my heart sing, and were the only thing that made life worth living for so long. Sure enough that I couldn't bring myself to tell you. No. I dropped into his arms, covering his t-shirt in my tears as I thought about all the lies, all the regrets, all the awful things my father had done and hidden from me. He'd taken so many secrets to his grave and left them all for me to uncover, peeling them away, one layer at a time. Fallon stroked my arms, doing his best to soothe me. My father's decision to put Fallon in his will suddenly made sense. He'd taken Fallon's home from him. I guessed in some small way he thought he could give it back. I just wish he would have been around to explain it all. Living without the closure of what really happened had brought about a slow death for all of us. It's how I know we can go through anything, Augusta Bill. We already have. He finally crooned, pulling me into his lap as he settled us down into the porch couch cushions. You know what that old timer said? Act too damn old for my age. His playful smile did its job and began healing me little by little. The upside of that is when I know something's right, I know it's right. And you and I are right as rain together, Augusta Bell. Whiskey and sunshine, soft angles and rough edges. Nothing but us has ever made sense, and that's exactly the reason we make perfect sense. I swallowed the lump still lingering in my throat, ready to leave the past where it belonged and move on with the only man who had ever made me feel like me. Yes. Say again? He tilted his head to the side, cocky grin lifting up his lips. Yes, Fallon Gentry, I'll be your wife. As long as you promise me we'll keep making music together, I'm in. That mischievous grin that stolen my heart from the start deepened. So long as you promise me we can keep making babies together. I swiped at his shoulder, but his reflexes were too quick, and he caught my wrist in his hand, turned it over, and slipped a canary diamond the size of the state of Mississippi onto my finger. His lips hovered over mine, eyes crinkling with unbridled joy. Here's the music, babies, love, and my whiskey girl. The end.
Extended epilogue.
Fallon, 10 years later.
Go, Jack!
Augusta Bell leapt up from her seat, cheering wildly as our boy touched the wall, locking in his time and possibly setting a new world record in the 100-meter freestyle swim. Presley hopped up from my lap, golden ringlets cascading out her ponytail as she rooted for her big brother.
Did he do it, Dad?
Jet's big brown eyes flashed up at me, hope lacing his preteen features. My kids. They changed so much in the short time I'd had them. And my Augusta Bell, my rock. Setting up in home base in Landry was the best thing we could have done. Watching Jack grow into a record-shredding Olympic tryout swimmer was far beyond every wildest dream we could have imagined. Calvin's eyes caught mine further down the row of bleachers, a subtle nod before he clasped hands with his new wife, Fiona. They'd met at a swim meet a few years earlier after we'd settled in Mississippi, cheering both their kids on at the sidelines and falling in love a little at a time. Funny how life worked that way. I'd never seen Calvin happier than when he was with her. Some people just came alive with the right kind of love, it seemed. Nothing could be truer when it came to Augusta and myself, no doubt about that. Not only did she save me from myself, but she pushed me to the next level, forced me to dream big and make this life my own. Sunshine Records was born out of the love her and I had for music. The days on the road never quite calling the way they used to since the day we met our boy. Little did I know then that the boy gave me a gift. Quieted the rolling stone that had been pushing me all those years, forced me to sit with myself and make some decisions about what I wanted. And the truth of it was, it hadn't even been a hard decision. Hard work, sure, but working every day with Augusta Bell at my side hardly felt like work at all. The PA system crackled to life in the humid pool air around us a moment later, and the announcement came in.
First place, Jack Hill with a time of 47:01.
Augusta Bell launched into my arms, tears of wild joy screaming down her cheeks as she clung to me.
He did it!
He's a miracle, I uttered at her ear so only she could hear. Call me an old fucking sap, but I felt older than my years now, in a wiser way, in a zero fucks given sort of way, in a way that felt really fucking good and true to myself. When Augusta Bell Branson walked into my dive bar that summer day long ago, she'd held a mirror up to my life, forced me to see the sides I'd been avoiding, finally stopping me swimming up current and fighting for life every stroke of the way. Most days Augusta Bell and I were the same person, moving in a silent tango, making music, raising babies, living the good life. Sometimes at night I'd close my eyes, remembering the way her sad brandy depths sparkled in the sunshine the day she first appeared in my life. Swan diving into the river, fighting a silent battle that no one before that moment could understand. But her and I shared a kindred pain, a wisdom far beyond the likes of most our age because of the circumstances we'd been placed in at Chickasaw Ridge. But then we'd found each other. I knew now that sometimes the love of just one person is enough. In fact, sometimes it's everything. Jack waved, wide grin spitting his features as he pulled a towel over his shoulders and broke me away from my thoughts on how damn lucky I was to have this family. Our big, loud, overly excited family that filled my heart up in more ways than I knew shuffled down the stands, throwing themselves around any given limb, not caring that Jack was still soaked in dripping chlorinated water. I stood off, Augusta Bell's fingers laced with mine as I watched Calvin and Fiona, Presley and Jet, and Jack's girlfriend Brielle busting at the seams as they congratulated our boy.
Can you believe it?
Augusta breathed, words choked with emotion. I shook my head, thinking about all her and I had to survive to find ourselves right here, cheering on our boy at the Olympic trials as he swam harder, faster, and with more dogged determination than anyone had ever seen. Space between me and you is closed with time. A lot of things had to happen to get us here. I'm thankful for every damn one of them. I pressed a kiss to my girl's forehead. Thousands of days of history connecting us, guiding us, anchoring us. I couldn't be more thankful for God putting her in my path that day, the moment we'd saved each other at the top of the Whiskey River Bridge. Augusta wrapped her arms around my waist, nuzzling into my chest as a fresh trail of tears stained her cheeks.
Swear it doesn't make sense, Gentry, but I love you a little harder, a little more every day.
I pushed a hand into her silky sunshine hair, sucking in a deep breath of the peaches and honey I'd come to rely on. And it still doesn't compare to the love I have for you. I caught her chin, pressing a reverent kiss on her lips. You gave me sunshine and babies and music and love and life. Jack hoisted Presley over his shoulders, her girlish shrieks tearing up the ears of everyone within earshot. You give me life, Branson. her grin tipped up with my use of her old name, cocky eyes dancing as she slipped a hand under the hem of my shirt.
It's Gentry now. I met this muty music man that set my heart on fire.
That's so, I drawled, feeling that intoxicating energy vibrate between us.
He's got this thing about whiskey and mermaids.
A dark laugh fell off my lips before I pulled her up against me, pressing my lips to hers in a kiss that was a reminder just as much as a promise. There's this one mermaid that makes me so hot. Augusta Bell giggled just as Calvin called out for everyone to smile. Jack's dripping water, our daughter on his shoulders, and his little brother grinning up at him with 1,000,000 miles worth of hopes and dreams in his eyes. Augusta and me, arms locked around each other, clinging to each other for dear life just like we'd always been. Love threw me a hell of a left hook. It was so much more amazing than I could have dreamed. Love you, Mrs. Gentry, I hummed at her ear.
Love you back, my music man.
The end.